Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to a very special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I'm Kristen Welker on day 3 of the action here in the Windy City on what the Harris campaign is dubbing, quote, Walz Wednesday. You can see the vice presidential nominee doing his walkthrough on the stage earlier today as he prepares to introduce himself to the country and as Republicans ramp up their attacks on him. Ahead of Governor Walz's keynote, we'll hear from some Democratic heavyweights, including former President Bill Clinton and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. It comes after Walz and Harris made a brief appearance at last night's convention remotely while rallying supporters in Milwaukee. Harris telling packed arenas in both cities that she and Walz were, quote, honored to be the party's nominees. And capping off the night, 2 of the Democratic Party's most popular figures and electrifying speakers.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up.
America, hope is making a comeback. Yeah.
In back-to-back speeches, the Obamas framed Harris's candidacy and the momentum around it as a continuation of the hope and change movement that rocketed Obama to the White House 16 years ago. Both the former president and former first lady also warning the party against retreating into familiar fights over polarization and division.
Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote.
We cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected.
But perhaps what stood out most last night were their repeated and frankly blistering attacks on former President Trump.
I want to know, who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Joining me now is our team, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell on the convention floor. Vaughn Hilliard is in North Carolina, where former President Trump spoke this afternoon. And with me on set, of course, is NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd. Kelly O, let's start things off with you. You have been reporting on what we can expect to hear from Governor Walz tonight. Obviously, his challenge is really filling in the blanks. Who is Tim Walz? What are you hearing about what we can expect to hear from him?
Well, Kristen, advisors tell him to acknowledge that
treat it like a blank slate, that the country probably doesn't know much about you, so tell the whole story. And they will do that in a couple of ways. They will emphasize his life of service as a teacher, as a coach, as someone who spent 24 years in the National Guard and then chose to serve in Congress and as governor of Minnesota. Part of what will be different is they are not having Gwen Walz, who is his wife and the First Lady of Minnesota, introduce him. Instead, they'll have a student do that, and they are having Gwen Walz narrate a video that will tell us a lot of those pieces about the dad, emphasizing the rural roots, and some of the personality stuff to introduce Governor Walz in a way that they hope will be relatable. We were able to get an exclusive advance clip of that. Here's a portion of it.
Then Tim's students inspired him to run for Congress in southern Minnesota. Tim spent a lot of time working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans' benefits. Whether it was in Congress or as governor, his focus has always been helping working people like those he grew up with.
Part of the intent is for Tim Walz to be someone who can speak to rural parts of the country, the blue wall states, and to be someone that is relatable in some ways that maybe Democrats have had a harder time trying to attract, certainly in the Trump era. And part of his challenge will be to also make the case for Kamala Harris. So expect that to be a big part of what he needs to do tonight. I'm told it will be a personal speech and a patriotic one, and it will certainly be one of the biggest nights of his life. Kristen?
It certainly will be, Kelly. You know, it's interesting because Governor Walz and Vice President Harris didn't exactly have a very close relationship prior to her picking him to serve as her running mate. Where do things stand now, and how will that be on display tonight, Kelly?
Well, one of the things that advisors have talked about is that he has been known to the party. He was the head of the Democratic Governors Association, and people were tracking some of the policies he was carrying out in Minnesota. So known to the party, and then so much of it about the personal connection and chemistry that they were able to build. Also, when his team made him a surrogate prior to Kamala Harris even becoming the nominee, and seeing what he was able to do in telling the Democrat story on cable news and elsewhere helped to advance his case to make him a top choice among the shortlisters, then ultimately her actual choice for running mate. So part of what I've also been told is that the people around Kamala Harris have noticed from the first moment of their interactions that he is Governor Walz, quite comfortable playing a supporting role to Kamala Harris, not feeling like he has to be the lead of the ticket, not feeling like he has to outshine her, but to try to complement what she brings to it. And that, of course, is an asset in the very abbreviated race that they are looking at.
Yeah, and they've really highlighted that in their initial rollout in Philadelphia. Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much for that.
Are you ready, folks?
Let's turn to Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, 76 days from Election Day. We just heard from former President Trump. Talk about the key takeaways.
Kristen, I think the top takeaway is the number that you just mentioned, 76 days until Election Day. And why is that pertinent? Well, 4 years ago, we learned that Election Day was really just the beginning, and that for the next 2 months, the transfer of power was more than rocky, but it was violent. On January 6th, there were hundreds, thousands of individuals who attacked the U.S. Capitol to try to stop the certification of Joe Biden's win and from him taking the White House. And that was due in large part to Donald Trump making the claims repeatedly that the 2020 election had been stolen. And in these last weeks, we have heard Donald Trump begin to lay the foundation for the ability to claim in 2024 here, just 2.5 months from now, that this election is stolen from him. And quite explicitly on this stage here, just a few moments ago, Kristen, Donald Trump, he said explicitly, our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It is to make sure they don't cheat, because we have all the votes we'll need. You can see it, all the houses along the ways with all the signs. We have the numbers. And so Donald Trump, at a time in the last weeks in which he has openly questioned whether the crowds that Kamala Harris is garnering across the country are real, and also the reality that he has argued that the New York case against him amounts to election interference. He's also claimed that Google is interfering in this election. Donald Trump here telling the crowd that he has the numbers to win this election, and all but but essentially stating that the only way that he would lose this election is if the other side here cheats. And so I think this has been a very difficult month for Donald Trump, watching his poll numbers flip with Kamala Harris going to the top of the ticket. And we are now watching him in real time, effectively laying the groundwork to claim that the 2024 election is stolen. So really, Donald Trump is saying it very clearly that his effort is not towards trying to get out the vote at this point because he feels like he already has the numbers. And he is highlighting the idea that this election would potentially be stolen again, as of course he falsely claimed the 2020 election was.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much for that from North Carolina. As you've been talking, we've been listening to a sound check here. Stevie Wonder, he just wrapped up, I think. Can we see him on stage? Yeah, we can still see him there on stage. We should say that we saw John Legend doing a sound check earlier today. So things are really getting underway. The energy is building here inside the United Center. And I am here with Chuck Todd to talk about all of it. So here we are on day 3. Chuck, before we talk about what you're expecting tonight, let's talk about what happened last night.
Yeah.
The fact that we saw Michelle Obama, who frankly we have never seen before. What did you make of what we heard from her and from the former president?
Well, look, she's had a lot to get off her chest.
Yes,
okay,
that's
and that's what it felt like, right? I got some things to say, right? And we also know that there's a personal issue between her and the Bidens. And it's personal. It's not political. It's not, we know it's personal. You guys want to Google what that is? I encourage you to do it. I'm not going to go down that storyline. But she wouldn't have been here if this were Joe Biden's convention. And so I think that's an important thing to understand, which made her early lines going, I'm feeling something finally, instead of the pit in my stomach. It wasn't a personal shot. Some people want to say it's a personal shot at the Bidens. No, it was a shot at the era that we were in. And the fact that she wasn't alone here. She was speaking to all those voters, the double haters, the people that couldn't stand the fact that it was Biden and Trump were the choices. And there were some, 70% of the country wanting different choices. So that's what I thought she is so good at, which is sort of getting out of the predictable left-right political paradigms. And, I think we sort of, there's almost this, well, of course she gave a great speech. And I'm sitting there going, she doesn't do this for a living.
Right.
Yeah, of course Obama gave a great speech. Of course, they did it for a living. Every 4 years, we all are reminded going, oh my God, this is one of the best public speakers in America.
Right.
And she's not, a practicing politician, if you will. So, look, I think she did it. She was sort of, she hit Trump with elegance.
She didn't go low necessarily.
Right. It wasn't high, but it wasn't like, below the belt.
Right.
It was a little bit mockery, which I do think that both of the Obamas went there, and that's the biggest tone change from Biden to Harris, right? Biden was painting a picture of this dark, menacing Donald Trump. Obama's always treated Donald Trump as the celebrity apprentice host, right? I mean, going back to the White House Correspondents' Dinner riff back in 2011 to the I've been amused at all the different euphemisms that were used today to describe the joke about crowd sizes that the former president made.
And the gesture that accompanied it.
Yes, and it was probably something a lot more people on television saw perhaps than some people in the room fully. You could see it was sort of like an on the way Homer, right? That's where some of them got it later. But that is the big tone change, which is, and Tim Walz has been doing that too. And I expect more of that. That's the through line I expect from last night to tonight. Is that I think Tim Walz will continue the mockery of Trump versus the dark, menacing threat that Biden was always painting.
It's such a fascinating point because Biden won with that messaging in 2020, but it seemed like people couldn't hear that anymore in 2024.
Yeah, I think especially when the economy was like crummy, right? You're like, well, it's all dark.
Right.
You're not more light. Yeah. That was the problem. Biden himself wasn't presenting light.
Yeah. So here we are, and you said Monday night really was official pass the torch night. Yesterday was Kamala Harris's convention starting in earnest. Tonight is a huge test for Governor Tim Walz. You have 4 in 10 Americans saying they don't really know enough about him to know whether they trust him or not. What are you going to be looking for tonight?
Look, it's a huge opportunity for him, And I actually, we haven't had this least known of a running mate since Sarah Palin. And I think it's instructive to go back to Sarah Palin, because Sarah Palin electrified her convention.
Yeah.
Sarah Palin had a tremendous first 20 days. And yet she was also an unknown figure, so her mistakes were also quickly could overshadow things. But she gave a terrific speech because she came at it as an every person, right? And that's what Walz, I think. So assuming that's the theme, you know, she went with hockey mom. Right. You know, he's going with, you know, girl dad, right, type of thing. But I think there's something to that if the more he leans on being a public school teacher, being a coach, sort of growing up middle class, living a middle class life before jumping into the political arena, I think that certainly is going to connect with this room. People need to remember, a lot of the delegates are teachers. Yeah. The teachers union is always a huge, and so he's really going to play well in this room. But Kelly O'Donnell made a point earlier to me, and which was, hey, teachers know how to. They know how to explain things to keep the attention of people. Like, it's tough to get teenagers to listen to you. So that's probably a real asset to him.
That's a great point.
He will be speaking American, not necessarily political Washington.
Well, speaking of explaining things, and you and I were talking about this, obviously we covered the Obama administration together. And when he was running for re-election, Bill Clinton played the role of explainer-in-chief.
Right, particularly on economics, because Barack Obama could not run, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago because of the Great Recession. They had a twist. They changed the message to, are you going to be better off 4 years from now? From now. And that's what Bill Clinton helped do.
Yeah, and it seemed like former President Obama was taking that mantle a little bit, elder statesman, and starting to explain to people, here's why Kamala Harris will be better for you ultimately.
Well, and I really think what he did very well, and so did Michelle Obama, was separate Kamala Harris from the Joe Biden wing of the party. If you think about it, Obama was sort of the new fresh face. Progressives thought he was one of them. And I think he was not on any camp, I think, as it turns out. But he felt like he had to go with a little bit of the old guard, and so Biden was the old guard. You could actually see here, Biden was the old guard. He went with Kamala Harris. She was part of the, quote, new guard, or part of that. So this has always kind of been a fusion here, even though they're all, been working together. And I think that this is an opportunity Kamala Harris has, is to separate herself from Biden without being rude about it. Yeah. But to say, hey, I came up differently than Biden. I didn't come up through the political wars of the 70s. The most appealing thing about Barack Obama is that he didn't go through the wars of the 90s. And that's, I think, and the wars of the 90s so shaped the Bidens, the Clintons. And to this day, it shapes Hillary Clinton. You can still feel that. Biden is still sort of, you can feel that he was shaped by those culture wars of the 90s. Obama, that's what made him such a fresh face here. And I think that's Kamala Harris's possibility. And that's what Obama, I thought, really did well with last night, was making the case, hey, she's not a veteran of those old culture wars. She will go about this differently.
Yeah, very quickly, because I'm getting around.
I know you are.
We're learning RFK Jr. is going to make a speech on Friday, teasing the possibility of dropping out, maybe endorsing Trump. How big of a deal would that be if he
he needs to hurry up and drop out to be relevant.
Yeah.
Because every day he was losing relevance. Yeah. Every day his numbers were shrinking. Every day his donors were going away. I don't think he has any juice left. Yeah. I'll be honest. The candidate switch took away 75% of his support that was at all Democratic. They're already back with Harris. What's left, I think, is gadfly vote. I don't think it even goes to Trump. I think this is a much ado about nothing now. I think this is gadfly candidate drops out. There's only coverage if we choose to cover it.
Well, you called it first when there was a change at the top of the ticket that the third-party candidate
would just all go away. And it's mostly, there's always going to be 2 to 4% of the people not wanting major part, but that's the norm.
Yeah. All right. Chuck, great to see you.
Nice
we'll be watching
together
see you tonight. Thank you, for sure. Coming up next, a top Democratic congresswoman from Battleground, Michigan, will be here to talk messaging, momentum, and taking on Trump. But first, we're taking a look back at some of the memorable and historic moments from past Democratic conventions, like this one. 1960, John F. Kennedy accepting the nomination in what would become known as his New Frontier speech.
We are not here to curse the darkness. We are here to light a candle. As Winston Churchill said on taking office some 20 years ago, if we open a quarrel between the present and the past, we shall be in danger of losing the future. Today, our concern must be with that future. For the world is changing. The old era is ending. The old ways will not do.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
And welcome back. That was former President Barack Obama with a tribute to his former running mate at the beginning of his remarks last night. In a notable turning of the page from night one of the convention, those comments from Mr. Obama were one of just a few mentions of the sitting president on night two. Joining me now is Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. She is chair of the House Democratic Policy and Communications Committee. Congresswoman, thank you for being here. We are going to chat in a moment. We're going to pause for a second to listen to Stevie Wonder doing a sound check. Yes, you don't often get to hear this. We're going to go to Stevie Wonder. We'll be right back with our conversation. That was the great Stevie Wonder doing a sound check. Congressman, we also saw John Legend doing a sound check earlier today. All right, we're going to have to just talk a little loud to make sure our voices are heard. Talk about the energy heading into night three. What are you anticipating to hear from Governor Walz tonight?
Well, I think tonight, Governor Walz, Tim, as I know, is going to introduce the country to who he is. I think he's going to be Tim. I've known Tim since the early 2000s. He and John were good friends, but I think the rest of the country needs to get to know him. We know that a lot of people don't know who he is, and I think they're just going to see real Midwestern roots.
Yeah. Last night, let's talk a little bit about it. It was electrified the crowd here. Let's start with former President Obama, who was arguably a little upstaged by the former First Lady last night. He acknowledged that himself. But, you know, he really tried to paint a difference a little bit between a Harris administration and a Biden administration. We didn't hear a whole lot about President Biden last night. What do you think he was arguing is the main difference between Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden?
I think what he is trying to do was to focus all of us on the future. And as I've said, Joe Biden did a great job, but the Vice President has begun to lay out what her policy priorities would be. One, it is going to be economic. It's about helping people being able to afford their own homes or to rent, to address food at the grocery store. I mean, the economy is still real in many people's lives, and I think we have to do real comparison between what she's going to do and how Donald Trump has stated very clearly what he's going to do. He's going to cut billionaires' taxes, and those corporations who want to locate overseas cut their taxes too.
And yet, former President Trump gets higher marks on the economy than Vice President Harris. What does she need to do to convince people in Michigan that she would do a better job? Because clearly she hasn't done that yet. Understanding her campaign is in its infancy.
It's early, but I want to say this. I think we all have a responsibility too. I quite frankly don't think this was, if you remember in 2016, I said Democrats did a terrible job of talking about trade. We all have to be talking about the economy. This administration hasn't gotten enough credit for what was actually accomplished, what was done in the bipartisan bill, what was done in the IRA. All of us have to be talking about the economy, what we're going to do to help address the inflation, but showing that compassion and empathy for people who are hurting. We need to understand people are still hurting.
Yeah. I want to play a little bit of what the former First Lady had to say. Get your reaction on the other side. Take a listen.
And our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It's to make sure they don't cheat. Because we have all the votes you need. You can see it. Every house along the way has signs. Trump, 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 Vance, Trump, Vance. And by the way, Vance is doing a great job.
Okay, so that was former President Donald Trump. I want to get your reaction to that as well. And just so that folks have a chance to really process what he said, our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It is to make sure they don't cheat. What do you make of that?
So I'm going to say several things. One, I am very worried about what happens after the election, and I have said that before to people. He has not agreed that he will accept the results of the election, and I think we all need to worry about people's trust in institution and what's going to happen. Two, I have always been crazy about signs and yell at everybody, look at the signs, and I'm reminded repeatedly, signs don't vote, people do. So that doesn't mean anything, and he does need to make sure he gets his votes out, and if his votes aren't there, which I'm hoping that they're not going to be, but taking nothing for granted, he's going to have to accept the real results of this election, and we need to be demanding that Republicans are going to accept the real results of this election.
If the election is close, though, let's say Vice President Harris were to win, but it's close, do you worry that, again, you'd be in a situation like 2020? In other words, Adam Schiff has said the only way to prevent that is by a huge victory. Do you see it that way?
I think the First Lady tried to say that last night as well, that we do need to, because he will. Look, he's going to play that card. We've already seen him do it once. We saw January 6th. So people need to understand every vote matters. We need to turn out the votes, and the future of democracy is at stake in November.
You bring up the First Lady, so now let's listen to what the First Lady had to say last night. We do have that soundbite now. Let's take a look.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope.
It's fascinating because it's almost as if she and former President Obama were trying to impose the hope and change message a little bit, to give it, if you will, to Vice President Kamala Harris. Did you see it that way? And also notable, obviously, she didn't mention President Biden.
I think I love President Biden. and we all need to. He was a great president. But now we are looking to the future, and we're not going to go back. We're not going to go back on a lot of things. Donald Trump wants to take us back on a lot of things. I think, look, if you're out there campaigning or out and about like I am at 20 events by the end of a weekend or 25, people are feeling more positive. They're feeling more energy. Donald Trump pits people against each other. He fans the fire of hate. We need to get rid of this. We can disagree agreeably. We need to bring civility back. And I think people are tired of this hatred and this bitterness and this bullying that's out there, and people want to feel better about each other. We can find a way to talk to each other in ways that bring us hope about our communities again.
Let me ask you, broadly speaking, there are only 76 days left in this campaign. In 2020, when Kamala Harris was running, she said that she supported things like defunding the police, banning fracking. The campaign has said no, she no longer stands by those policy positions. But does she need to explain how she got from point A to point B? Does she need to do a better job of that?
We need to, look, does she need to do a better job? The woman has, transformed her life in 2 weeks. So that implies she's not doing a good job at defining who she is. And we'll talk about those issues in the next few weeks and get the issues that are on people's minds out there. But Republicans are not going to define who we are on these issues. Democrats need to define and tell people who she is and who we are.
Very quickly, 2 months ago, you were very worried about Michigan. Where do you stand now?
I'm not on a sugar high. I'm not Debbie Downer. I'm Debbie determined. It is a purple state, and we are going to be purple until Election Day. And we cannot stop working until those polls are closed and every last vote is counted, which was 3 a.m. on the Michigan campus.
How's that for a slogan? Debbie determined. There you go. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Congresswoman. Really appreciate it. Always appreciate your perspective. Turning now to the scene outside this arena, where a pro-Palestinian protest is set to begin very shortly. It comes after some confrontations between police and protesters last night. Local officials say between 55 and 60 people were arrested during that pro-Palestinian demonstration, which was organized by a leftist group with military leanings. The protest began peacefully in front of the Israeli consulate, but soon intensified as protesters got unruly, ignoring calls to disperse and marching directly into the police line. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa covered last night's protest. She's at the scene of tonight's planned demonstration. Maggie, set the scene. What are things like there right now?
Yeah, so Kristen, you can see behind me, it's a very different scene from what we saw last night. I want to point that out. This is the Chicago Coalition for Justice in Palestine. These people were bussed in from mosques all over the Chicago area. They're planning here in the next few minutes or so, any moment now, to march toward the United Center, toward the DNC. We're about a half mile from there at this point. But contrast this peaceful rally to the video that we have from last night. Last night, the group behind that demonstration was called Behind Enemy Lines. That's that leftist organization with militant leanings that you were talking about. And when we say it started peacefully, we mean it was that way for like a couple minutes tops. They pretty quickly, as they said they would online, marched to and clashed with police. Latest numbers from Chicago PD, 56 people at that protest, which took over the streets of the west side of Chicago, detained. The majority of them cited for misdemeanors, cited for things like disorderly conduct and resisting police officer. 9 charged with misdemeanors. Well, we were told, Kristen, 2 police officers and 2 demonstrators were injured last night. So Chicago police hoping to kind of keep the temperature down today, as you can imagine.
Oh, absolutely. And Maggie Vespa, you have been out there throughout the course of this week. Thank you for your great reporting. Please continue to stay safe, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me. I'm joined now by my great panel. Here with me are 2 former Democratic members of Congress, Florida's Stephanie Murphy and New York's Steve Israel. Also joining us is Lonnie Chen, a fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University and a policy director for Mitt Romney's 2012 campaign. He is also an NBC News contributor. Thanks to all of you for being here. It's great to see you both in person here. Yeah, Stephanie, let me start with you. Let's start right where Maggie was, outside with the protesters. What has your reaction been to what has been unfolding outside, and has it in any way, do you think, overshadowed the sense of unity that is trying to be projected here inside?
You know, what we've seen outside is predominantly peaceful protest. And we are the Democratic Party. We respect American citizens' right to gather and to have free speech. And so I think that it is well and good that they are doing that. Inevitably, though, in the environment we live in where people are seeking headlines and those conflict moments, there are going to be folks who aren't interested in that peaceful protest. And I think you saw a little bit of that last night, but I think on the whole, it hasn't disrupted the sense of unity. Every night you walk into this arena and you feel the energy and the unity and the forward-looking purpose for this party.
What have you gleaned from the speeches so far? What was your reaction to hearing the Obamas last night? And do you think that they can keep that electrifying tone heading into tonight with Tim Walz?
Well, look, if somebody had told me 5 weeks ago that it would take me 3 hours on a long line to get into the United Center for the Democratic National Convention, that members of Congress, former members of Congress, donors, activists would have to wait to get in, I would have said, what planet do you live on? I mean, we were ready to drape funeral crepe on this. We are seeing the most breathtaking consolidation of energy and optimism that I've ever seen in politics. And you saw it last night. You'll see it again tonight. I will say this. I may not be, I get Debbie determined and Debbie Downer. I'm not Steve Sanguine. I think this is going to be a very close election. There's a lot of runway. And we may not know who wins this until after Election Day.
I think you're absolutely, we're bracing for a potentially long week. That's for sure. Lonnie, let me get your take on what we've seen so far. It was so interesting during the Republican National Convention. The headline really was a party unified around Donald Trump. It was literally on the heels of the assassination attempt against the former president. And the room just felt completely unified and electrified. What do you make of what do you think Republicans are making when they look at what they're seeing here at the Democratic National Convention, the fact that it seems equally unified and fired up?
Well, I think it reflects the reality. You're going to have two very motivated political bases coming out of the Republican convention. We saw that with the Republican base of support. That continues to be the strategy of the Trump campaign, which is to drive up support with that Republican base and Republican-leaning independents. And coming out of the Democratic Party convention this week, there's no doubt you'll have a unified and energized Democratic Party. So two energized bases. They're going to go after a very, very small percentage of the vote in 6 or 7 states. That really will be the formula for success. And I think this race has reset. And in some ways, the expectation coming out of this week for Republicans is that Kamala Harris is going to continue to enjoy a polling bump. Now, how much of that remains once we get into Labor Day and beyond? That'll be the big question and ultimately determine where this election goes.
Yeah, I think that it's such a great point because, you know, Steve, there's this big question. Has Kamala Harris already gotten her convention bump because of the way that the torch was passed? What is your take on that, and what are you anticipating tonight?
Well, ironically, she stepped on Trump's convention bump when President Biden decided to withdraw from the race. And look, we've had a bit of a monopoly on earned media over the past several weeks. We have dominated messaging. It's not always going to be like this. Trump will respond. They will respond with big TV buys in those battleground states. They will do everything they have to do to equalize this. And so I agree with Lonnie. This will matter more after Labor Day and will matter among that small segment of undecided moderate voters, the ones that you always knew how to win in Florida. They're just tuning in now. Yeah. And that's where the message is most vital.
Stephanie, what does Tim Walz have to do to win over those voters Steve's talking about?
I think he needs to lean into his personal story because what we have time for right now is to cement the idea that they share the same values as these swing voters and voters that rural, non-college educated white voters. Those voters need to know that these leaders have similar life experiences and care about them so that they believe that when they get elected, they will serve them.
You know, it's interesting because former President Trump has been railing about the fact that he has been mentioned so many times. I think the count is now up to 200. Do you think Democrats are over-indexing on focusing on him? I mean, it was extraordinary to hear former First Lady Michelle Obama take the gloves off. We've never seen that side of her before.
And here's why. A Democratic Party that is historically undisciplined on message has finally found somebody who can discipline us on message, and his name is Donald Trump. So he has been the one force in American politics that has made Democrats more pragmatic. They've suspended their individual ideological beliefs. If this is a referendum on Donald Trump, we turn out our base, and we also turn out those moderate independent voters in those swing states.
Lonnie, what do you make of the fact that there has been such a focus on Donald Trump? Do you think that that creates a bit of an opening for Republicans, or is it smart strategy for Democrats?
Well, this is actually a super important point, because essentially what Democrats are trying to do is to turn this into an election that is a referendum on Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is a sitting vice president of the United States. But what they're trying to do is to make this about Donald Trump because they want to position Kamala Harris as the candidate of change. Now, that can be hard to do given that she has been in power for the last several years, presiding over the economic woes of many Americans that we've seen, the issues around cost of living. The Biden-Harris administration has been in charge the last couple of years. But this convention is trying to redefine the terms of this debate. And if they can do so successfully, I will say that it will inure to their benefit, I think, to turn this into a referendum as opposed to being about, the referendum on the administration we've had for the last several years. And that's really the goal here. It was a race to definition. And this week is an effort to define Kamala Harris as the agent of change. And if they can be successful at that, then I think they will be successful potentially down the road as well.
Well, I want to ask you all about something that I just discussed with Chuck Todd, which is that we are learning that RFK Jr. on Friday is going to be delivering a speech about the path forward in his campaign, his running mate teasing the fact that he might drop out and endorse Trump. I want to play you a little bit of what J.D. Vance had to say responding to this news.
Well, look, I think clearly Donald Trump is not going to say, I'll give you a cabinet position if you give me an endorsement. But he's been working for RFK's endorsement because RFK represents, I think, an old guard of the Democratic Party that was patriotic, that was actually very supportive of American workers, and that unfortunately isn't very welcome in today's Kamala Harris-led Democratic Party.
Stephanie, what's the impact if he does drop out? Could it hurt around the edges?
I think the support that existed for Kennedy was that 2/3 of the American people said for over a year and a half that they didn't want to see a Trump-Biden rematch, and they were just looking for somewhere else. But now that I think now that Harris is in, a lot of those votes have already moved to Harris as the new candidate. The Democratic Party is the only party that has answered the American call for somebody other than Trump-Biden. So I'm not sure that it'll be a huge difference.
What's your take, Steve?
I agree completely. Big zero, inconsequential. It's not going to impact the election.
Lonnie, big zero? You think it has any impact?
Yeah, I'm not sure it matters a whole lot either. I mean, I think that some of this is already priced into the equation. It will be interesting to see, though, from a messaging perspective, how the Trump-Vance ticket will handle RFK and how they'll handle some of the issues on which RFK has been incredibly fringy, quite frankly. So it'll be interesting to see. But from an electoral standpoint, I mean, potentially in some of these states where the margin will be small, we'll see. But just because RFK Jr. endorses Donald Trump, I don't believe that people who were supporting him necessarily then by the property would translate to Trump either.
All right, great conversation. Thank you all for being here. Stephanie Murphy, Steve Israel, Lonnie Chen. Really appreciate it. Still ahead, as Harris and Walz work to introduce themselves to voters, there's still a lot we don't know about their policies and their priorities. Senator Michael Bennet will be here next to talk about that and much more. And as we go to break, another memorable DNC moment, this one from 1984 in this fiery speech by then Governor Mario Cuomo.
We must make the American people hear our tale of two cities. We must convince them that we don't have to settle for two cities, that we can have one city, indivisible, shining for all of its people.
Live from Paris, top story, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the NBC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary.
Welcome back. As we mentioned last night, we heard from second gentleman Doug Emhoff, and like many others, he looked to reveal a more personal side of Vice President Harris, even poking fun at himself when he told that story about an embarrassing voicemail he left her early in their relationship. But as we learn more about Kamala Harris, the person, questions still remain about what she would be like as a president. Joining me now is Democratic Senator from Colorado, Michael Bennet. Senator, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for making time.
We really appreciate it. Well, look, you were the first Senate Democrat to publicly say that Joe Biden couldn't beat Trump following the debate. How do you assess the state of the race right now, Senator?
I think the state of the race right now is incredible. I mean, we're sitting in a hall where Democrats are more divided than they've ever been. The excitement inside this hall, I think, is also transformational. And my hope is, and my belief is, that the feeling that's happening in this hall is a feeling that America has. I think America wants to turn the page on the last generation of political leadership. I don't think they want to go back to the chaos that Donald Trump particularly represented. Joe Biden did something incredibly patriotic that no former president has done. And now it's up to the rest of us, the Democrats that are in this hall, to make sure we deliver on what he has made possible. And I think Kamala Harris's, conduct over the last 3 or 4 weeks as the leader of our party has been extraordinary. We got to get enough of the American people to agree with us to make sure that we win this election, and I think we will.
Well, I want to talk to you a little bit about what we've heard so far. The speech that we heard from the former First Lady was in many ways the headline last night, because she spoke in such personal terms. She spoke so bluntly. She spoke so plainly. And the Michelle Obama, who in 2016 had said, when they go low, we go high, she seemed to dispatch with that. I mean, the gloves were off last night. She took on Trump directly. In fact, she took on Trump more forcefully than anyone at this convention has. Do you think that's the right strategy? And should Vice President Harris adopt that, or should she leave it to the Obamas?
Well, first of all, I would say, don't tell President Obama I said this, but I think Michelle Obama gave the speech at the convention, and it wasn't just the speech of her life. It was an incredible speech. And I felt like she was letting us in to hear her critique of the politics that Donald Trump represents, the division, the hatred, the believing that only some people are entitled to be part of this country and not other people are entitled. And I think she shared that with the American people. She did us a favor by explaining from her perspective what that looked like compared to the set of values and the experiences that she was raised on the south side of Chicago by her mother right here, not that far from this hall. And I think what you saw, I think, her wrestling with was her own experience, probably, of the level of disappointment that we've had a president who is unable to embrace the kind of values that I would describe as, fundamental core American values. And now she has the opportunity basically to call it out, and I'm glad she did. She said some very important things last night.
Let's talk about what we might hear from Vice President Harris tomorrow night. She is going to give arguably the biggest speech of her life to date tomorrow night. the blanks are still being filled in terms of how she would govern. She has rolled out some economic policies. I'm told her speech is largely going to be biographical, introductory, to reintroduce herself to Americans, and it's not going to be heavy on policy. Do you think she should include some discussion of policy, though? Given this shortened timeline of the campaign, is it essential that voters find out how she would govern?
Well, first of all, this shortened timeline of the campaign, man, that may be something we want to look into. That is
You're not the first person
it is not a bad way to run this show. But and I think it is good that she will share some of her bio because people need to know her. But look, in my mind, the economic stakes are everything here because we're living in a country that is suffering from a set of trickle-down economics that Ronald Reagan started. And today in America, the bottom 50% of Americans have less wealth than they had in 1980. The bottom 50% of Americans own 2% of the wealth in America, and the top 10% of Americans control 75% of the wealth. That has been the result of 40 years of trickle-down trade policies, economic policies, tax policies, and that's all Donald Trump brought when he was president. More trickle down, trickle down, trickle down. Kamala Harris represents something very different. The Biden administration represented something very different. And I hope she'll talk about things like the child tax credit, something she and I worked on together when she was in the Senate and when she was vice president.
You talk about the child tax credit. Of course, President Biden couldn't get that passed through Congress. How does she get that past her other priorities?
Well, he did get it passed briefly. And briefly, we were able to tell the world that we were able to cut childhood poverty in America by 50%, that we didn't have to accept it as a permanent feature of our democracy or our economy. And I believe, look, J.D. Vance is now running around telling people he's for a child tax credit that's $5,000. When Sherrod Brown and I wrote that bill, we never would have imagined that. So maybe people are grappling with the fundamental threat to our democracy, which I believe is economic immobility. Trump is a symptom of that problem. He's not the cause of that problem.
When you think about getting things done, obviously the fight is on for the Senate. I want to read you what NRCC Chair Steve Daines told NBC. He said, Senate Democrats need to pitch a perfect game to hold their majority, including in Ruby Red, Montana, and Ohio. We like our odds. You're obviously a former DSCC chair. How do you respond to that?
He might like his odds, and I understand why he's saying what he's saying. But we, in John Tester and in Sherrod Brown, we have all-star pitchers. Those guys are among the best candidates that we have ever run for the Senate. They find a way to win. The people in those states know them well.
They're not here. Should they be here?
I think they're doing the right thing, which is campaigning in their states. And they need our help. They need our help while they're campaigning in their states. John Tester and Sherrod Brown and the rest of our Jackie Rosen in Nevada, I can't go through the whole list. Our candidates are extraordinary. They're candidates less so, to be polite. And I think as a result of that, we're going to be able to hold the majority in November.
Senator Bennett, we'll see what happens.
We'll see
Thank
what happens.
you for being here. Really appreciate
Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. We have some breaking news now. Two sources tell NBC News that third-party presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. intends to suspend his campaign on Friday and is planning to endorse former President Trump. Sources caution talks are ongoing. One of the sources telling us that both camps are working toward a joint appearance. It comes after a recent interview where Kennedy's running mate acknowledged they were weighing a potential exit from the race and a Trump endorsement. So we will continue to track that angle of this race and bring you any new developments as we get them. But again, Robert F. Kennedy suspending his campaign. And now to an historic moment from another Kennedy. When back at 1980s DNC, Senator Ted Kennedy lost a bruising fight for the nomination on the convention floor to President Jimmy Carter.
Those whose cares have been our concern, the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream shall never die.
raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Joining me now is my NBC News colleague, Andrea Mitchell, of course, our chief Washington correspondent. Andrea, thank you for being here.
It's great to be here.
Well, it's great to cover this convention with you. What a fantastic experience for all of us. Andrea, talk about, if you would, what you are expecting to hear from someone who you have covered for quite some time, former President Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton tonight, his job is to bridge the past and the future, but he really is more of the past. I mean, you can't have a Democratic convention without inviting all the former living, able Democratic presidents. Bill Clinton tried to do that famously in 1996. He really didn't want Jimmy Carter. They didn't have a great relationship. He didn't want him at his midterm, right here in Chicago, and he was talked into, peace in the family and all of that. Here, it's a much closer relationship. Hillary Clinton has had a growing relationship with Kamala Harris, has reached out to her. Harris, interestingly, reached out to Hillary to tell her right after the Biden decision to step aside, how important it was, everything that she had done, and give her the credit, the props that she does deserve. Hillary Clinton was a very strong speaker on the opening night of the convention. Good that they separated the two. They have different roles. So Bill Clinton is the character, the contrasts between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. He can speak to that and point out the strengths, her preparation, and he's now become sort of an elder citizen and a senior statesman, someone respected in the party.
Andrea, he played the role. We called him explainer-in-chief in 2012 for Barack Obama. He talked a lot about Obama's economic policies. Do you anticipate he'll play that same role? Is he letting Obama kind of have that role, and will we see him in a different role? What are you going to be watching for out on the campaign trail?
Well, on the campaign, I don't think he'll play that active a role. I think they'll all be pulling in the same direction. They'll take direction as surrogates for the campaign where they're needed. Key states, he could be helpful in a couple of states where he is very popular, and there's a lot of familiarity with Bill Clinton and fondness for him and for his role. I think Hillary Clinton could be very helpful for her, translating and reaching out to women. Bill Clinton could be helpful in red states and working class areas, places where Joe Biden would also be helpful. That centrist Democratic coalition.
And speaking of barrier breakers, we're also going to hear from former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, someone whom you've had interviewed and covered extensively. We heard from Hillary Clinton about breaking through that glass ceiling. Do you anticipate that Speaker Pelosi will also speak about this moment in historic terms?
Nancy Pelosi is a divisive figure to a certain extent, hugely respected by the House caucus. There's gratitude there because they did feel that Joe Biden had to step aside. That was what she was hearing. That's what she communicated to Joe Biden. She denies the reports that she orchestrated it, that she was a godmother, in a not very nice way. But she had a big role to play. And the fact that she is such a senior figure in the party, I think that at this point, there's going to be an effort to try to heal those wounds, but there's importantly not been any outreach by the Bidens to her, and I don't think there's going to be for a while.
Andrea, no one knows more about all of this than you. Thank you so much for being here. Great to see you. Appreciate it. I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, live from Chicago on the final night of the DNC, but we have plenty more to get to. My colleague Hallie Jackson, sitting with me on set, picks up the NBC News coverage. Hallie, take it away.
Do we love the camera slide? I feel like it's a smooth
and we're getting
transition.
Very good at it.
Girl, we got one more night left to do it. I can't wait. Kristen, thank you. Andrew, great to see you. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Hallie, and we're coming to you live from the United Center in Chicago. It is night 3 of the DNC, and guess what? In just about 60 minutes from now, things things are going to kick off, and expect it to be kind of a party here. You're going to have John Legend, you're going to have some Prince tributes, and then, of course, you're going to have some of those key speeches tonight. All of it to help make the case that Kamala Harris should end up in the White House, along with her running mate, Tim Walz. It is Walz Wednesday. We're going to hear from him. We will see him formally accept that VP nomination right behind me here on stage. Let me take a look. Listen, the delegates are making their way in. There's a lot of empty seats, but they have plenty of time still. About an hour and a half left to get to this arena, the United Center, for what will be Tim Walz's biggest moment yet of his political career, and honestly, the biggest test for him as he sits on that ticket with Kamala Harris. Who speaks ahead of Tim Walz? Well, some people widely seen as the future of the party. Think Josh Shapiro, think Pete Buttigieg, think Wes Moore. We're also going to see some party fixtures like, as you just heard, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, former President Bill Clinton later on as well. So, a big question. Are these big names in the party tonight going to pick up on some of those sharp attacks on former President Trump that we heard from the Obamas less than 24 hours ago? Let's get into it, because an aide to former President Clinton tells us he will highlight those stark differences, quote unquote, between Harris and former President Trump. The theme of the night, a fight for our freedom, with reproductive rights, immigration set to be some of the big topics Democrats focus on tonight. All of it as Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, push to really suck some oxygen back. They're throwing out some punches in North Carolina as part of this big battleground blitz this week. And notably, by the way, look at this. You see that? That's Donald Trump standing outside for a campaign event for the first time since that assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania. I have to tell you, too, in literally the last couple of minutes, we're getting some breaking news in that is going to affect the political landscape here. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. set to suspend his campaign on Friday and back former President Trump, according to two sources familiar with the plans tell NBC News. So a lot of eyes now on what this means for the election. Good thing we've got the best in the business here to get into it with all of us. We've got our reporters, Monica Alba, Vaughn Hilliard will join us shortly. Kristen Welker will be back shortly as well. We're also going to have a member of the Harris campaign here on set in just a couple of minutes. Mon, let me start with you. A lot of moving pieces tonight, but let me start with that breaking news. We're going to get into it with Vaughn in just a second. He's racing to a camera. What does it mean for the Harris campaign if RFK Jr. does suspend and throw his weight, what weight there is, 5 to 10%, looking at the polls, behind Donald Trump?
I have to tell you, Hallie, this is something that really is being referred to by the Democratic National Committee, by the DNC that's handling it. They have dedicated an entire mini office and effort and put certain staffers in charge of tracking this third-party candidate issue.
Interesting.
And that is who is speaking out tonight. And they are referencing that speculation that he's going to end his bid. We have our own reporting that is the plan.
48 hours from now is our reporting has it.
Effectively referencing the fact that this is a person whom they have called out his record, they have called out his controversial statements, and they are putting it in that kind of context. But for the last couple of weeks, the Harris campaign has not necessarily wanted to talk about any of their involvement or communication with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There was some reporting by some outlets that he had tried to get in touch with them to seek a meeting. That was never confirmed by the Harris team. I know perhaps we can ask somebody about that here who could maybe shed some light on it. But notably, this week, that's not where they want the attention, right? They don't want to be putting the spotlight on that. They want to be talking about how energized and how unified the Democratic Party is, and anything that could splinter that is problematic. At the same time, there is an acknowledgement that if he comes out, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and backs Donald Trump, that's something that certainly they will have to respond to and plan to.
You talk about what they want to be talking about. What do they want to talk about? What's going to happen on stage, right? You had that raucous roll call that we brought you live right here on NBC News last night. As that unfolded, you've got like basically a mini concert that's going to happen on stage later tonight. You've got those high-profile speeches with the big headline, of course.
It's not in this.
Tim Walz.
Exactly. And tonight, we're in the United Center, the Chicago Bulls, the Chicago Blackhawks, sports. Think of tonight as Coach Walz's
That's
evening,
fair. Okay.
They're going to get a little bit
He's
sporty.
channeling his inner Steve Kerr, perhaps.
Yes,
let's see. Yep.
There you go. And so tonight they want to introduce Tim Walz, the person, to America. And people maybe have seen some snippets of him in the last couple of weeks, but they don't feel like they know his record, his background, the fact that he was a high school football coach, the fact that he had that military service, the fact that he has really had this life experience that is quite different from Kamala Harris in a lot of respects. So they're going to try to do that, and they're going to frame it through his wife, Gwen Walz, who is not speaking tonight. She doesn't have a speaking role. She has been seen at the convention this week, but instead she's narrating an introductory video, which I believe we have some of if we want to play it.
Let's hit it.
When one of our students started the school's Gay-Straight Alliance, Tim agreed to serve as faculty advisor because he knew how impactful it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students, and he changed lives.
He is just so joyful in everything that he does, but I think also standing up for, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
And so I think what you're going to be hearing from both former students and those who served alongside Governor Walz is trying to paint who he is from a personal perspective. Yeah. There's not going to be a lot of policy tonight. They want to focus on the biographical. And then you're also just going to be having other speakers tonight, like Pete Buttigieg, who's appearing in his personal capacity and not as his transportation secretary capacity.
They like to make sure we know that for Hatch Act violations.
There's a difference.
Got it. Yep.
And he is also going to be speaking and maybe reaching out to some of those voters who are more rural, Midwestern voters that they believe Governor Walz can really appeal to as well, Hallie.
Monica Alba, so many pieces of reporting coming from you, coming from the team. Thank you for being here to talk us through it. We'll talk 1,000 more times tonight. I appreciate it. Somebody who has plenty to talk about is our next guest who's joining us, Ian Sams, now a senior advisor to the Harris campaign. Ian, thank you for joining us here on set.
Thanks for having me.
Listen, lots to talk about. And let me start with some of that breaking news that we're going to get into in just a sec with Vaughn Hilliard here. RFK, our reporting here at NBC News, is going to suspend his campaign on Friday, according to two sources familiar with those plans. And he's going to back former President Trump. How does that affect your campaign?
Well, look, I think he's had a hard time catching on as a candidate, but I think that the real message from our campaign is that if you're a voter out there in the country who is looking for something other than Donald Trump, the chaos, the division, the anger, the rage, the incompetence that we saw in his administration, if you're someone who wants to look to the future with a new way forward, more opportunity for you, someone who's actually sticking up for you, not sitting at Mar-a-Lago tweeting and being angry about electric sharks or whatever it is he's talking about, someone who's actually going to fight for you and lower costs, someone who represents the future, not the past, we have a campaign for you. We have a candidate for you, someone who actually wants to earn your vote and your support.
So do you see this overall as a net positive for the Harris team?
Well, I think that it's going to lay bare exactly what Donald Trump is trying to do in this campaign, which is to be extreme and divide and kind of at this point say nonsense that's not really doing anything for the American people, and it's going to crystallize the choice. There's two candidates in this race, Vice President Harris and former President Trump, and that's going to be the decision voters make in November.
So let's talk about what's going to happen here in the United Center behind us. As I'm taking a look now, it's early minutes. We still have some time before the room fills up, and then, of course, before Governor Walz gives his big speech. Midwestern dad vibe energy, like what's the expectation that he's going to bring?
He's going to be introducing himself to the country. I mean, how often do you have a vice presidential candidate who used to be a football position coach and a school teacher? I mean, it's just something that we haven't seen. I'm from rural East Tennessee. I hear him talk, and it seems like people I grew up with, growing up in rural Nebraska, enlisting in the military when he was 17 years old. But not just doing those things, being someone who was really empowering his students to think big about what they could achieve in their life. You've seen some of his former students come out and talk about this. You saw the video that you just showed where he, as the football coach, was a mentor to the Gay-Straight Alliance. I mean, that's the kind of person he is, a big heart, big empathy. And tonight he's going to be introducing himself to the country.
There's going to be a lot of eyes on that speech, not just in this room, but to Americans behind the cameras who are watching from home, and also from the Trump-Vance campaign, who will be obviously very closely assessing the things that Tim Walz says. We know that the party, that he is going to tout his military service tonight, his military record, on a day when you have this new letter from 50 Republican veterans in Congress calling out, in their words, and I want to pull it up here, egregious misrepresentations of the governor's military record. We have talked with folks in the campaign about this over the course of the last couple of weeks, about what the record shows, what the campaign has said about this. Is he going to address some of that tonight? I mean, is he going to speak about that piece of it?
Well, you mentioned that letter. One of the most prominent veterans groups in America came out today and pointed out that 29, I think it was, members of the Republican House who signed that letter actually have said things that raise questions about their own history. So I think that when and I saw J.D. Vance amplify that letter, they should answer for that, why they're promoting this stuff that also has questions on their side. But as Governor Walz said, If you've served in uniform in this country, he only has one thing to say to you: thank you for your service. I think you'll hear him talk about his own experience over the course of a 25, 26, 27-year career in the United States military, what that meant to him, what it meant to him as the son of a veteran, someone whose family is steeped in military. And what it means to give of yourself, the service that you give of yourself to be in the military. And what a contrast that is with President Trump.
Is there any sense that Governor Walz maybe does need to be somewhat more careful with this precise language that he uses when he talks about, for example, his military record?
Well, I actually think something about Governor Walz that's really appealing to the American people is he talks like a normal person. And
so you made that case about the IUI-IVF thing. That people call it IVF. People shorthand it. That's what normal people do.
When you think about IUI and IVF, for example, what's going to happen when Project 2025 happens and fertility clinics have to shut down? You're not going to be able to get either of those treatments if you can't get access to a fertility clinic. That's what's at stake in this election. And so Governor Walz talks about his own experiences the same way a normal person would. Sometimes we say things and we slip up a word here and there, and we take accountability for that. But we talk like normal people because we try to speak to normal people. And what normal people need to know about this ticket is that they have their backs and that they're actually fighting for their best interests, not their own interests, which is all you hear from Donald Trump and his running mate. And we'd be happy to compare running mates any day of the week.
Let me ask you strategically about where the campaign sees the course of the next 70-plus days here, because we've talked a lot about how this is a compressed timeline. I've talked to some Democrats who think that is an awesome thing for the Democratic Party, that the momentum, the energy might be able to sustain through November here. What is the ratio between supercharging the Democratic base and trying to bring more voters in? And I ask that because the Trump campaign has a bit of a different view. They are clearly looking to really boost the GOP base that already exists and focus on turnout in some very specific states. How do you see it?
You hit the nail on the head. They're talking to a small number of people, their own base. They're pushing an extreme agenda to try to keep their own extreme base riled up. That's what they're doing. We're trying to talk to the country. You're seeing the energy, the excitement. You look around this room at 9:30, 10, 11 o'clock at night, every night. The energy is amazing. You go around the country. We filled up the arena last night with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz that they had the RNC convention in and couldn't fill up themselves. There's a lot of energy right now in the country, not just among Democrats, but people who have been looking for a new way forward for this country, ready to move past the chaos and division of the Trump era and onto something different. And that's what they're going to get from Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, is a new vision of a future that really everyone can take advantage of. Everyone can get ahead, an opportunity to come up the ladder.
Super quickly, because our Vaughn Hilliard has made his way to a camera here, but when you look at the idea that Democrats are trying to push here tonight and this week of Democratic unity, Nancy Pelosi speaking after having reportedly been a very key hand in architecting President Biden essentially stepping off the ticket and Kamala Harris stepping in. How do you see her role? We've seen those, godmother pins that some folks are walking around with here. Do you worry that Democrats are papering over tensions in the party, or do you believe that underneath there is real unity?
There's real unity. I mean, you heard the president talk about this on Monday night. I was proud to work for President Biden. I worked for him for 3.5 years in the administration. I was really proud of him. He's the most distinguished and accomplished president of our lifetimes. And you heard him say it directly. Kamala's the best person to win this race. She's the right person to be the next president of the United States. She's helped him achieve amazing things for the country: the largest investment in clean energy, a bipartisan infrastructure plan, manufacturing, bringing chips back to America from China. Those are the things that they've been able to get done. And she's the right person to build on that and go even further. And the party is very unified behind Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, including the president, who has said he's going to do whatever it takes to get her elected.
Ian Sams, good to see you. Thank you very much for being here on set and joining us. Big night ahead for you. Enjoy the Prince tribute. Thanks for being
Absolutely.
on.
Purple Rain.
Let me get back to some of that breaking news here that we've been talking about throughout the course of this show. Vaughn Hilliard has made his way to a camera now from Asheboro, North Carolina. Vaughn, I'm so glad you're here because we could talk for probably 45 minutes. Obviously, the political universe is focused in many ways on this building here behind me in Chicago, on what Democrats are doing on the Harris-Walz ticket. But for months now, there has been, I think, a question mark of the spoiler potential from a candidate like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has leaned on the Kennedy name, leaned on the Kennedy legacy, and tried to use that to push his campaign forward. Now it's our reporting that he's out as of this weekend, and he's going to back former President Trump. What's the Trump campaign saying about this? What does this mean for the race? Talk us through it.
Right, both of the men are going to be in Arizona. The RFK campaign announcing that he is changing up his plans. Initially, it was going to be in Georgia, but that Mr. Kennedy is now going to be holding an event somewhere in the greater Phoenix area. Of course, on Friday afternoon, Donald Trump is holding what is going to be a mega rally in the West Valley of Glendale, Arizona. And let's be very clear here. Nicole Shanahan, who for several months now has been running as the vice presidential running mate to Robert F. Kennedy, yesterday on a podcast openly suggested that they believed that they were taking more votes away from Donald Trump's campaign when they were looking at some of their internal numbers. And I go back to a conversation that I had with RFK earlier this year, and I explicitly asked him, who did you vote for in 2020? Of course, the Kennedys, a longtime Democratic family, and he told me that he voted in 2020 for Joe Biden. But over the course of the last year, since launching this independent bid for president, really it was the right, the political right, that was welcoming him more into their fold. He was going on programs like Joe Rogan and right-wing podcasts and, going around to some of his events and talking with voters. It was folks that maybe were not so into another Donald Trump presidency who were increasingly telling me that they were looking at their intention towards Robert F. Kennedy. Now, his campaign has gone through some stumbles. He had been at one point, 15%, some in national polls. But over the course of what was a rather rough summer for his candidacy, we saw his polling numbers drop. And now, along with our Dasha Burns, we're reporting that we anticipate that he intends to drop out of this presidential race on Friday and back Donald Trump. It is not clear at this time whether or not he will campaign on the road in Arizona with Donald Trump here. But of course, when we're talking about a 2016 election and 2020 election that came down to thousands of votes, Howley, a 5% in some of these battleground states are significant margins. And so for the Trump campaign, this would be a big pickup opportunity if, in fact, Mr. Kennedy does, in fact, endorse him.
I don't want to sound crass, Vaughn, but I think it's probably worth asking the question only because this idea has been floated over the past couple of days. Is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. getting something out of this if this ends up going down on Friday, as I think folks believe it's going to go down? Is he going to get like a cabinet post? Because Donald Trump's been talking about this a little bit, right?
Right, and Nicole Shanahan herself suggested that he would be interested in serving as Health and Human Services Secretary. Of course, he is a big vaccine skeptic or anti-vaxxer, and I want to let you listen because our own colleague, Alec Hernandez, had a one-on-one interview with J.D. Vance, the Republican vice presidential candidate, today amid this discussion and asked whether there would be an exchange of a cabinet post for a Kennedy endorsement 2.5 months out. Take a listen.
Clearly, Donald Trump is not going to say, I'll give you a cabinet position if you give me an endorsement. But he's been working for RFK's endorsement because RFK represents, I think, an old guard of the Democratic Party that was patriotic, that was actually very supportive of American workers, and that unfortunately isn't very welcome in today's Kamala Harris-led Democratic Party. So I've been working to get RFK and the people who support RFK to support the President Trump's campaign.
This could very well, Hallie, be a potentially significant move here by Mr. Kennedy at the end of this week in Arizona.
Vaughn Hilliard, while I have you, let me just ask you to talk about why you're in Asheboro in the first place, because former President Trump has been there for his first outdoor campaign event since the assassination attempt against him in Butler. We know that the Secret Service, according to sources on the campaign, stepped up security. Did you feel that? Did you notice that? What'd you see?
Absolutely. You saw the bulletproof glass that was in front of his podium and behind his podium. And on the nearby roofs of some of the buildings here, you saw an increased presence of the number of Secret Service agents here. And so I think it was notable. We know that Donald Trump likes these outdoor rallies. He wanted to get that back out there. And within just over a month from that attempted assassination, he is back out with outdoor events here, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard, live for us there in Asheboro. Vaughn, thank you very much. Just bringing a couple folks who know a thing or two about politics. That's Chuck Todd, of course, our chief political analyst, and Democratic strategist Amisha Cross, joining us here in the booth. So, Chuck, let me start you off on this.
Yeah.
The RFK of it all.
Yeah.
Go.
Look, it was an irrelevant candidacy. If he doesn't hurry up and drop out this week, I don't know if you even bother to bring cameras. I say this because his support was dwindling, and his biggest donor was no longer giving him money. The longtime scion, Timothy Mellon, who's been a big donor to the Trump super PAC, So when you see that combination and the switch, like the biggest thing that happened to him was the switch of the candidates.
That's right.
And about 70% of his supporters have just melted away. Now, most of them appear to have gone, the wayward Democrats, and you've seen this with all the third-party candidates. West's numbers have gone down. Jill Stein's numbers have gone down. They were the disillusioned Democrats. And that is what I think one of the reasons why all the polls are tied, or even in a few places Harris is ahead. Most of that is consolidation of the Democratic vote, including what was there with the third parties. And, you know, for me, Kennedy's candidacy was clearly not being run very seriously, and here's how you knew it. The day after that, the weekend after the debate debacle, in theory, should have been RFK's moment to shine.
Full court press.
Exactly. See? Biden can't do this. I'm the only alternative. Not a single Sunday show. I think he went on some kooky podcast or whatever, and that was about it, right? I mean, so they didn't even understand how to run a block, do the basic blocking and tackling of a campaign. When you get a moment, you seize it. And they never seized the moment, which told me he wasn't running to win. He was running for some other reason. And maybe this is the reason. Maybe it's basic attention. Maybe it's to, if the Democrats won't take me, maybe the Republicans will.
Do you see it, Amisha, as a win for Democrats, for the Harris-Walz campaign?
That he's switching over? Well, I don't think that he was peeling any real votes away from Kamala Harris anyway. I think that it's going to show the colors that he was always showing that he had. He's an anti-vaxxer. He's someone who was more adjacent with being MAGA-like than he ever was with the Democrats. And at this point, it is calling him out for who he is. And it's not surprising. He's tried to hedge on both campaigns to get a potential position in anybody's White House that was available come November. And I feel like at this point, this is his last-ditch effort. I agree with what Chuck said just a moment ago. There are multiple opportunities here for him to seize on a moment. And that moment kind of dissipated when the top of the Democratic ticket changed, because he was the person who was trying to appeal to voters who were the double haters. That ended up going away, and he didn't take advantage of any of the real mistakes that have been made by the Trump campaign. And that showed me one thing as well, that he was going to be more aligned with Donald Trump, because he never came out against any of the crazy things J.D. Vance said. We can say whether he agreed or disagreed with him. We don't know, because he didn't say anything. But he's been trying to ease his way into that campaign for a while.
Okay, so you talk about momentum, you talk about energy. That is what the Harris campaign, the Walz campaign is trying to capture here tonight. And you've got an interesting lineup of speakers. You've got, I say the old guard, not as it relates to age, but just simply as it relates to sort of the establishment piece of it. Nancy Pelosi, Bill Clinton, who's going to be here. But you've also got people like Josh Shapiro. You've got people like Pete Buttigieg, people who are widely seen as kind of the next generation of party leaders and party stars here. Talk about that interplay, that dynamic as you see it, Amisha.
I think it makes a huge difference, because what we're seeing is what that next generation of leadership is. We talked about it in the emergence and the ascension of Kamala Harris, but the bench for the Democratic Party is vast. And I think that having that conversation, being able to put the issues that matter on the forefront. We know that Pete Buttigieg, not only is he heir apparent to transportation, but he's also somebody who's having that conversation about why it's important to keep government out of family business. We know that his family is one that is reminiscent of many growing families across the country, and we know that the right has had several attacks on the LGBT community. I think that he's going to talk about that. I also think that he's going to talk about what we've seen from the right when it comes to the erosion of civil rights and access. These are conversations he can have in addition to the growth that we've seen in from the Infrastructure Act, Infrastructure and Development. It's going to make a big difference to see these newer faces on the forefront, but also it showcases the diversity that exists within the party. And that diversity isn't one of just race.
I want to talk to you, Chuck, because as we look, one of the people we talked about is Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, and we're looking down on the floor. Pennsylvania has a nice seat. They got a good section right up there front and center. Well, that's the thing, right? Of all the battlegrounds, that's one that is just so critical to both campaigns here. Talk through the Shapiro factor, because he's somebody who got a huge round of applause when you look at that roll call last night. There seems to be this, I mean, he was right there in the short list, one of the top 2 or 3 candidates for her running mate. She obviously went with Tim Walz instead. What kind of an animating force is he, and how does he play a role tonight?
Look, I think he's somebody who's part of the future. You know, one of the reasons that I thought he might not get picked had nothing to do with everybody was debating. I do think people ought to be reminded he's only been in office 2 years, not even 2 years.
That's right.
About 18 months. And yes, getting that I-95 bridge back, we're we're I-95ers, you and I, right?
Grew up right there, man.
Exactly.
Let me tell you, yeah.
And we all know the importance of I-95. Wasn't a tire fire he had to put out. Sorry, I couldn't help myself on that one. But he got it done fast. So it was like, I do think he can help tell a story. Hey, government can be effective. Government can be responsive. So, and he's clearly a really talented speaker. I mean, I think back to the introduction he did to Harris Walz. That's right. That first day.
We were on set. You were worried he was going to suck the oxygen out of the room for Tim Walz. That's right. That's right.
It was so he wanted to. Let me show you what I got.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
A little bit of, hey, let me show you what you didn't, what you missed. He made sure he dressed up really nice for that event, right? So look, I think everybody's tried to make too much for obvious reasons. I think the Republicans wanted to make his faith an issue. I really think he was only in office 18 months. That, to me, would have made him look overly ambitious.
It's interesting. And also a short vetting period anyway for somebody who hasn't been in office that long. Real quick, the Clinton factor. I mean, we saw Secretary Clinton on Monday night, the former secretary, really giving that, of course, indictment of former President Trump, shades of 2016, the little smirk on the lock him up chance that erupted here. What are you looking for tonight from her husband, from the former president?
I'm looking for a reinvigoration for the Democratic Party and the Democratic
Is he the guy to do that?
I think so. There are still a lot of people in the Democratic Party or Democratic voters who love them some Bill Clinton. And I think that for him to be able to be that person who's always been soulful, who's always been able to speak and reach multiple audiences, he's going to definitely do that tonight as well. And he's an extremely smart candidate.
I will say one thing. People forget, a lot of Trump's voters today were Clinton voters in the 90s.
Exactly.
And I do think he still has some ability to talk to those voters.
Chuck, Amisha, great to see you both. We'll be talking again throughout the night. Really appreciate you being here. Want to get now to what's happening outside the United Center, some of those protests outside the convention. Want to show you the scene just within the last minute or two here. Pro-Palestinian protesters, these demonstrators who are marching. That's after a demonstration last night outside the Israeli consulate, which saw a clash, essentially, between demonstrators and police. Dozens of people were detained. NBC's Maggie Vespa has been out there. You've been watching her here on our show in the thick of it. She is back out there today. Give us a sense of what it's like, Maggie, and what the expectations are tonight, as we are just about 1 hour away from things getting officially started on the stage behind me.
Yeah, for sure, Hallie. So I'll tell you, today is far more, I guess you could say, family-friendly than where we were last night. We're at Union Park. This is where the protest on Monday started, when thousands marched toward the DNC. If we could lift up, actually, Jed, and show the crowd size. I put it at a couple thousand here today. This is the Chicago Coalition for Justice in Palestine. They're planning once again to march to the United Center within a couple of blocks of it. And they know, obviously everyone does, Vice President Harris is set to speak tomorrow. We asked an organizer what people here want to hear from her. Here's what he said.
What we need to hear from her is arms embargo. You must stop the genocide now. If she wants to do something that might be able to win people's votes back, that might be able to say to the Palestinians, hey, listen, maybe she could be different than Biden and all the other presidents in the past, is if she says something like that.
And we've heard that throughout the week from protesters, Hallie. That's nothing new. They really believe that if they don't hear messages like that from the VP and from Democrats, they will lose a lot of votes come November.
What about overnight, what we saw from the expectation of the rally, the demonstration, I should say, that you and I talked about 24 hours ago? Dozens of people, right, detained. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, to call it a demonstration, I think I mean, we just have to show the video, frankly. It was by far the most chaotic event, the most chaotic display that we've seen here in Chicago. You say dozens detained. They just put it at 56, according to Chicago police. The vast majority of them cited for things like disturbing the peace and evading arrest. Close to 9 of them were cited with misdemeanors. But this is really interesting. The chief of police also said half of those detained, close to it, were from out of town. We saw throughout the night Chicago police, multiple confrontations, protesters seeming to clash with them on purpose. And then here's what the superintendent says was basically their strategy to get it under control. Take a listen to this.
We declared a mass arrest after our officers were physically confronted and attacked. We were not the initiators of violence. Out of that, we had between 55 and 60 arrests.
Now, the group behind that is called Behind Enemy Lines, and they had posted online ahead of time that they wanted to clash with police. They're a leftist group with militant leanings, and they posted on Instagram actually last night after everything kind of calmed down. They said, quote, jail support needed. Dozens of people, in their words, brutally arrested tonight outside the Israeli consulate, which is where this all started, and then blaming the mayor of Chicago's, quote, thugs. So, Hallie, yeah, it definitely escalated last night. It was violent. It was chaotic. We had a lot of clashes between those demonstrators and police, which kind of was as expected. As you can see, stark contrast to today.
Yeah. Maggie Vespa live for us outside in Chicago here. Thank you very much. Coming up, we are just now 1 hour away exactly from the kickoff to night 3. And we'll bring in a former Democratic governor from a state that's been blue, looking a little more purple, for a preview of what he thinks we can expect when somebody very close to him speaks later on. And that's, of course, former President Bill Clinton. We'll be right back live from the DNC. Our special coverage from Chicago continues right here on NBC News Now. So tonight's lineup of speakers as we get ready for the Democratic National Convention to begin in just under an hour from now is set to include a number of big political names in the party, including the woman who some see as perhaps among the most powerful, certainly among the most powerful, if not the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We've reported she played a role in clearing the way for this new Democratic ticket just within the last month. Without her, there may not be a Harris-Walz ticket that you are seeing here at the convention right now. And the result here, seen as an example of her longtime role as a power player in the party. So much so that, look at this, these are some of the pins that some of the delegates have been wearing, according to Politico. The Godmother, it says, with Nancy Pelosi's face, those puppet strings there up on the text in the upper right-hand corner. Let me bring in now somebody who understands the party, who knows the party well. That's, of course, former Virginia Governor and former DNC Chair Terry McAuliffe, who is joining us now. Gov, it's good to see you again. Thanks for being on with us.
And you know when I first met Nancy Pelosi?
Tell me.
1979.
So you've known her. You know how she rocks. You know how she rolls.
45 years. I love her.
Okay, so what do you expect from her tonight?
Fiery, dynamic speech. Why we are who we are as Democrats, and how important this election is, and we got to win the House. And so she's going to talk a lot about the House politics. We got to get the House back in the insanity of Donald Trump and everything that comes with his extreme agenda.
Of course.
Protecting women's rights is going to be the big deal. Yeah. She's going to talk about what she's been a champion on.
She's speaking to not just the audience at home about all these different issues, but also to the audience in the room. And it's a dynamic that we saw on Monday night play out. President Biden giving his kind of swan song, not his goodbye. He's not out of office yet, but certainly what is likely the last major speech of his political career, at least at the moment. And you saw those pins, right? I mean, Nancy Pelosi has talked about how she loses sleep over concern that she ruined her relationship with President Biden, that she preys on that every day here. Is it a lost cause?
Listen, she loves Joe Biden. I mean, she and I say we've known Joe Biden for 40 years. I think we went through a tough couple weeks. Listen, at the end of the day, Nancy Pelosi wants to make sure that she has control of the House. She cares nothing more than making sure that Hakeem Jeffries is Speaker of the House and pushes through an agenda. We're going to win the White House. We got to keep the Senate. But, you know, I had lunch with Nancy today. We did a thing for the National Democratic Redistricting Commission. She has been so involved in making sure the tools are in place so the Democrats can win at the House. She lives, dies, breathes for the U.S. House of Representatives in Democratic gavel control.
Do you believe that she is the one, in so many ways, pulling the so-called strings inside the party?
I wouldn't say that about Nancy. She, if she does something, she does it very vocal. There's no behind the scenes with Nancy Pelosi pulling string. She's vocal. I mean, it was reported she talked to the president on the phone, said, put your pollster on the phone. She doesn't do things behind them. I've known her forever. We knew where Nancy Pelosi stood. She wanted to make sure the Democrats were in the best position. We're in a great place today. She loves Joe Biden. We got a historic convention going on. Kamala Harris has raised over $500 million in 27 days. 500,000 people signed up for grassroots activism. We've never seen anything of this magnitude running against crazy Trump. Their convention, look at, we had Barack Obama. We had Michelle Obama. We had Joe Biden. We've got Bill Clinton tonight. We had Hillary Clinton. Who did Donald Trump have? Was Dick Cheney there? Was his vice president Michael Pence there? Was former President George Bush there? No. So 2 questions. 1, were they not invited because they were embarrassed by him? Or 2, they refused to come to the convention. Either way, Hallie, it's not good for the Republicans. We are a party that's big, broad. Bill Clinton tonight, remember when he takes that stage tonight, this is a president, and you got so many young viewers. I was around then. You were barely born. But he had 2 years of budget surpluses. Almost unheard of today with a $34 trillion debt. Budget surpluses. He's the explainer in chief. He is going to fire up this crowd tonight. Tim Walz, who I've known forever, great governor, is going to fire it up. Nancy's going to speak tonight. Pete Buttigieg. It's exciting.
To your point on the Republicans, just to say this, I do think that the Trump orbit would make an argument that that is not where that party is anymore. Like, those folks weren't there because it is Donald Trump's party, and those are not Donald Trump's people. Just to say that, when we talk about who the Democrats' people are, though, we know it's the folks that you name, including that younger generation too: Pete Buttigieg, Josh Shapiro, et cetera, Wes Moore, others who are set to speak tonight. When you talk about sort of the impact of this moment with the Harris-Walz ticket in place in a state like Virginia, which, you know, I'm just across the river from you, up there in Washington. And when you look at some of the new polling, it shows that former President Trump is slightly behind Vice President Harris in Virginia, but it's inside the margin of error. I mean, it's a real, looks like going to be a tough fight here. What is Kamala Harris and what did Tim Walz need to do in order to get that state blue?
First of all, that's Roanoke College. I don't think they've ever had a poll that's been correct. When I ran for governor, I think they had me down 500 points when I won the election. If you look at that, their survey was that 51% of the voters were outside Northern Virginia, outside Richmond, and outside Hampton Roads. It's a joke.
So you think it's a bigger margin? You think she's leading by more than what polls show there?
Yeah, I do. Okay. I think she probably wins. Joe Biden won by 10 percentage points. I chaired his campaign last time. Donald Trump did not have one campaign staffer, did not run ad, had no offices. We've got 25 offices today. We've got over 100 staff. We've got 10,000 volunteers in Virginia have signed up since Kamala Harris became. So we're going to win. I don't take anything for granted. You know, my old state director, Jake Rubenstein's running the state, and I want him to get more money. So I'll say it's competitive.
Okay, fine.
But here's the main reason, Howard. Listen to me. We have so many federal workers in Virginia. Hampton Roads, all the military, and Northern Virginia, all the government workers. Donald Trump is for government shutdowns. And you know what? Federal workers are not for government shutdowns. People say, oh, we shut it down, they'll get their paycheck. That doesn't help you paying your rent, putting groceries on the table if you get paid 3 months later. They hate Donald Trump.
Before I let you go, obviously you talked about the Clintons and your longtime relationship with them. Bill Clinton tonight, explainer-in-chief. I know you talked to them a lot recently. Give us some insight. I mean, what's he going to say? How hard is he going to take it to Donald Trump? What's going to be the sort of big themes from him tonight? And what's his mood? How's he feeling coming into this big night? He is not somebody who's been extremely present on the political stage in recent years.
First of all, he is so proud. I mean, let's be honest. His wife hit that ball out of the park, and that ball is still flying. Okay. Hillary Clinton did a great job on Monday night.
And he's feeling good about that.
Oh, my good. You know, I mean, it's like the greatest thing since, you know, sliced cheese. He loves that. So tonight's his night, And just as he did for President Obama in 2016, they called him the explainer-in-chief, went through the economic. Listen, at the end of the day, Bill Clinton lifted everybody up. You know, record amount of new jobs created, budget surpluses. Everybody got lifted up. And, you know, Bill Clinton's a positive guy. He's not a negative. He's about lifting people up. And he's going to tell you why it's important that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz be in office. And it will be good for you. It will be good for Americans to lift people up. I mean, it's going to be a historic night tonight. I'm fired up. I mean,
you've been all week, Governor McAuliffe.
Yeah,
thank you.
I may not sleep tonight after this. I mean,
all right. Well, thank you very much for being with us. Good luck. Maybe have a Red Bull. I'm not sure that you need it. Really appreciate you being with us.
Have a Red Bull and jump off this thing here.
When we come back, we're going to have a lot more coverage from here at the Democratic National Convention. We're going to sneak in a real quick break, but we're getting closer and closer to things getting started here. Stay with us.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the NBC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now live from the Democratic National Convention. You're looking at the floor. I mean, are there empty seats? Sure, but it's still early. Do you show up early to a party? I don't know if these delegates will either. Let me bring in somebody who did show up early to this party, and that's NBC News Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. The News Now party, obviously. Andrea, thank you for being with us.
It's great to be at your party.
You were listening, I know, to the conversation I was having with Governor McAuliffe right before the break, the former Virginia governor who's very close to the Clintons. And very interesting to hear him talk about Bill Clinton being really fired up, trying to take on this explainer-in-chief role. What does that mean, right? Like, does that mean, for people who don't sort of remember that, like, what is he wonky? Is he positive? Like, walk us through it.
He is the best, well, what Obama called him was secretary of explaining stuff. He's going to talk about the economy, the middle class, lifting people up, the contrast between Democratic policies and Republican policies, certainly the Trump policies. And no one can do this better. You know, if he's in his game, he's been handwriting it as he does his own speeches. You know, this will not, I don't think, be the long speech. Remember his 1988 speech in Atlanta in the Omni when the best line was when he said, and finally, he was the keynoter. He ended up going on the Tonight Show with his saxophone to try to fix it with Johnny Carson because he had really bombed bad. But he's been 12 consecutive Democratic conventions.
Yeah.
And he's kind of the senior citizen of the Democratic Party. But he is a great bridge between the Biden wing of the party and Kamala Harris.
But there's, in some ways, parts of the party that are not where Bill Clinton was when he was in office, right? I mean, this is not Bill. This isn't Bill Clinton's party anymore, right? So how do you see that dynamic playing out in the hall here?
Well, the progressives are not his job. That's not going to be, because he was part of that centrist Democratic coalition, and he was the head of that group, and that's what brought him to the top in 1992. He had a lot of bumps along the road. It was a very tough primaries, a lot of personal stuff went down, but he actually came to the even though he came in second, he didn't come in first. Paul Songas did in New Hampshire. He said, he was the ComGA kid and coming back from behind, and defined himself as the winner, and then put out Putting People First, a booklet, a pamphlet, which was very dense, but they distributed it everywhere, and he had policy. So he was the guy who brought policy to the table.
And it was interesting, too, to hear sort of the preview of it being a sort of a positive moment here, because that's also what Governor Tim Walz is expected to bring to the table, that idea of the sort of happy warrior, somebody who's bringing that, like, as we said to Ian Sams from the Harris campaign earlier, that, like, Midwestern dad vibe that a lot of the Democrats love to see. You've covered a lot of conventions, Andrew. You've covered a lot of Democrats. What is something, and you've done a lot of TV today, girlfriend, what's something you haven't said on the air today that you think is important? What's something that we're not talking about tonight that we should be talking about?
How does the party go on the attack and do mean and dirty and go after Donald Trump? Hit him back harder. I mean, that's what basically Michelle Obama was saying, when they go low, you go lower. This was a big switch for her. How do they do that without being joyless, without losing that happy warrior vibe? And I did feel on day one, they were sarcastic, they were nasty, they were taking Donald Trump down, they were giving him, as good as he could give them, they were punching back. They've got to fight, but they've got to find a way to do it the way Kamala Harris has been doing it. Make fun of him, diminish him. I'm not in the habit of giving them advice, but I did feel that they went so negative that the hall loved it. But there's a danger to that. You want to reach out to independents. You want to reach out to the Nikki Haley voters. And I'm not sure how much reaching out is going on here.
Andrea Mitchell, it's so great to have you. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Our
My God.
bird's eye view here of the stage.
This is the best.
It's a good seat, and we'll have a good seat when things kick off in just about 45 minutes. Thanks, Andrea.
Thanks, Hal.
Coming up, the seats are filling up, and so are the Harris campaign coffers. We're going to get into that fundraising hall with some new reporting from NBC News about what this moment means from that perspective as you look at the beautiful river here in Chicago running through downtown. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
So we are back live from Chicago, and we are learning more today about some of the numbers behind the fundraising here. That Kamala Harris's main campaign fundraising group raised 4 times as much money in July as former President Trump's campaign, $204 million to the former president's $48 million, according to FEC filings. Let's get into it all with Molly Ball, senior political correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, and Shira Stein, Washington correspondent for the San Francisco Chronicle, both here in Chicago. Have you had pizza yet, deep dish?
Oh, of course.
Okay,
Do you
good.
consider that pizza? I'm sorry, I've just insulted the entire city of Chicago, but I am a New York pizza person.
Okay, fine. Fair. Noted. Let's talk money, right? Because, Molly, we're also learning that if you look at not just the campaign, but sort of affiliated groups and allies, they're on track to raise something like closing on $500 million since she took the top of the ticket. That is a ton of money. Like, it just is in sort of the campaign politics world here. This is according to what sources are telling NBC News on the fundraising haul. How important is that to the remaining 75 plus days of this race?
Well, I would say in general, I think money in politics doesn't matter as much as everybody thinks, except that you have to have it, right? You can't let your opponent have the airwaves to themselves. But yeah, it's a lot of money. And it's also a sign of the tremendous outpouring of enthusiasm for Kamala Harris, right? Because money is also emotion. It's a signal that people, but it is also the compressed time frame of this campaign. That if you raise $500 million over the course of 9 months because you became the nominee back at the beginning of the year, it's not as impressive as if you raise it all in one fell swoop. And remember, the Biden campaign has already spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the airwaves, and that's basically money that's been lit on fire because it didn't move his numbers at all, and now they've got to start over.
Anymore, so okay, right. Molly talks about sort of the momentum and the energy, and money can be a signal of that, Shira.
Absolutely.
But you write in a recent piece for the San Francisco Chronicle that, and I'm paraphrasing, vibes are not a strategy, right? That there has to be a little bit more meat on the bone. And one question you've asked is, how sort of California is she going to be? Explain that.
And that's absolutely going to be something I'm watching for her speech, particularly tomorrow. I mean, the vice president is getting hit by some Republicans. They sort of tried this and then moved away from the strategy of hitting her as a San Francisco liberal. But I think that is a narrative that could resonate if they stick with it. And so I'm curious to see, does she lean into, all of the great policies, according to her and her campaign, that she did in California? Or does she lean into the person who worked at McDonald's, middle-class upbringing, that side of things? I mean, last night or maybe it was Monday night, they played a video and they talked about her childhood and being from the East Bay. And I noticed that they said East Bay and not Oakland, where she was born, or Berkeley, where she grew up. And those 3 things have very different
So explain that for people who don't know California.
Yeah, so Oakland is where the Black Panthers started. It has a great history of Black activism. A lot of people hear Berkeley, and they think University of California, Berkeley. They think rich white people. And so they connote 2 very different things when you talk about Oakland or Berkeley. And when you talk about the East Bay, I think people don't really know what to make of that. So it's a little bit less precise. And so to me, that was an inclination that she'll talk about her time as AG in California, but she won't talk about California this, California that. And so I'm really curious to see how they address that tomorrow night. And there's some speakers tonight who I'm looking forward to hearing who are from the Bay. There's one that they haven't announced yet who has known her for many decades. And I'm really curious to see how they're all handling talking about the East Bay and trying not to paint her as a California or San Francisco liberal.
Interesting. You're dangling a little bit of a tease there. Would you like to pull that thread, or you said all you can say?
I have to wait for.
You've said all you can say.
I've said all I can say, but I'm working on a profile following this person around.
Got it.
Well,
one thing
that I do think is interesting to this point, and I was doing some reporting on this over the weekend, is that a lot of people may not realize that Kamala and Doug moved to LA. And there's a lot of people in San Francisco who feel like when she went from San Francisco to DA to Sacramento to be AG, she sort of left San Francisco politics behind. And then when she moved to Washington, in a lot of ways, she left California behind, arguably.
Oh, nobody I've talked to said that in the California delegation. Okay. They all still see
they want to claim her, of course.
Well, yes, but the people that I talk to, the people who are friends with her, the people who have known her for decades, they still talk to her on a regular basis. She still calls them. She still has a relationship with them. Yes, she may have moved to LA when she married Doug, but at heart, she is a Bay Area girl. That's the place where she goes back and she considers home. And she may have a home in LA, but like the Bay Area is still home. It's where her political home is. It's where all of her allies are largely. So I wouldn't consider her to not be that.
You talk about Californians speaking. One of them tonight, of course, is former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And Molly, you've got this new piece out today where you say that Democrats' upbeat convention has Nancy Pelosi to thank. But she's kind of downplayed that a little bit. Did you see her on Colbert last night? I want to play a little bit of a clip. She went on, and here's what happened. Look at this.
Many people think that you were one of the architects of that change. Does that bother you? Does that idea bother you that people think that about you?
Well, I think the president made his own decision, and they should respect him for that.
It's this dynamic, this really sort of interesting push-pull dynamic. The question has been asked, would this vibe, so to speak, be the same in this room a month, if this convention were a month ago and it was President Biden up on that stage, right? And do Democrats have Nancy Pelosi to thank for that?
I think so. I mean, that's why I wrote that that story with that headline. But you can also, of course, understand why she's downplaying it, right? Yes, she was very significant in helping to nudge the president toward this decision. Most significantly, when he said he had made a decision to stay in the race, and she said he still had a decision to make, which as a mom was a gambit I really recognized and respected, right? When your kid does something you don't like and you say, well, I think you still have to make a decision, don't you? But of course she wants it to be seen as his decision because she doesn't want him to be resentful of her, and she doesn't want, to take anything away from the gratitude that so many people in this hall have expressed toward Joe Biden for having done what they see as the magnanimous, the patriotic thing in view of his legacy, in view of history, and said that he would step off. So she wants him to have ownership of that decision, understandably.
Last very quick question to both of you. What has surprised you the most this week being here in Chicago? Shira?
Oh my gosh. Well, this is my first convention, so a lot of it's surprised me. But I think just the excitement. I mean, I was in Philadelphia. I was in Phoenix with her a few weeks ago, and then I was at the small event her and President Biden did in Maryland. And just the enthusiasm, the energy in the room, the overwhelming excitement by everybody, that to me has just stood out this whole campaign for the last almost month.
This whole campaign, the 3.5 weeks of it that it's existed.
But it felt like a lot longer to me.
I get it. You probably slept in those 3.5 weeks. How about you?
I think I would totally agree with Shira on that. I think we could not have anticipated how much excitement there would be for this new ticket. But Pelosi specifically, right? She is not always a figure who's been beloved even by the Democratic Party, but she's really getting a victory lap and a swan song as she comes to near the end of her career.
It's so interesting to see all the advocates who are saying oh, we love Pelosi, she's our hero now, who a few months ago were saying we're not a fan of her, she should retire. It's really fascinating to see that switch.
Shira Stein, Molly Ball, great to have you both. Thank you for an awesome conversation. Appreciate it. We'll see you out there for the rest of the week, I know. Still to come, we're going to take you down to the floor. Jacob Soboroff is there. Will he be amongst the cheeseheads? Will he be amongst the cowboy hats? We're going to find out in just a second. Stay with us.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to the United Center here in Chicago, as we are just 30 minutes away from night 3 kicking off of the Democratic National Convention. Our Jacob Soboroff is at his new home, the place where he lives now, where he receives his mail, and that, of course, is, oh my God, getting a cell. You're so famous. Look at you.
That's
our most famous Californian.
Ben from Maine. Just say hi to Hallie Jackson.
Hi, Hallie Jackson.
Say hi.
Oh,
Do
there
TV.
you are.
Hey, friend. Is it Ben?
Yes,
Oh my God,
Ben.
are you down there? I don't see you. Okay. Hi,
Wave
Ben.
here.
Hi,
Hallie's
Jacob.
up there. Hi, Hallie. There she is, here. Oh, yeah. Everybody's waving to Hallie.
And here's New
We're
Mexico
having a good
cheering for
time.
us as well,
All
down
right.
on the floor behind me.
She told me to go do
Jacob,
TV. All right, I gotta go.
take it away,
I'll
friend.
see you later. Okay, thanks. Hallie, come with me into the California delegation because I wanted to come and visit with some legends in California politics. Guys, can I sit with you for 1 second? Excuse me. Forgive me. We have got some true legends of California politics and American politics here. Dolores Huerta, the co-founder of the United Farm Workers, Hilda Solis, the former Secretary of Labor in the Obama administration, and my county supervisor in Los Angeles, as a matter of fact. Can I get your reaction, first of all, to last night, what we heard last night from former President Obama and Michelle Obama, Dolores?
Oh, that was so inspiring. I mean, it just showed us that the hope that we have for the future. We know that they represent a lot of the reforms of the past, especially getting health care for everybody under the Obama health care bill. But then, you know, what they were telling us about is not to give up, that they were definitely the inspiration for the work that we have to do.
Well, it gives me the chills, actually, to hear you talk about not giving up because of all the work that you have done over the years and how many people you've been able to help through your work in the labor movement and otherwise. How do you gauge where we are now as a country, you know, given everything that you have seen and done over your decades of work on behalf of the working people?
Well, I know that we're in a difficult moment, you know, coming out of the pandemic, because I don't think that we've totally recovered from that. And at the same time, we know that we have these future needs like global warming, which are the huge challenges for the survival of the planet. But the one thing that we know is that we have so many progressive leaders that are going to, you might say, pave the way, you know, show us the path that we have to take. So
I always love talking to you. And Secretary Solis, I just want to ask you, you know, you served in the Obama administration. You know them well. What was it like for you to see them up there again last night?
Oh, my God, eclectic. I felt like I went to the moon and back 20 times. To hear his voice, to hear both of them with such surety and confidence and speaking to us with hope and telling us, don't get angry, go vote. And to me, everything resonates for us with what our mission has to be, the 78 days or whatever it's going to take to get through this. We can do it. And hope is alive. And let me just say, si se puede, yes, we can. This is the person who coined that term.
There's no doubt about that. Si se puede, when President Obama said, yes, we can, there was somebody who said it long before he did. The woman sitting right next to me. Hallie Jackson, this is a special moment for this guy from California to sit next to these leaders.
State. I mean, if you think about it, great leaders. Kamala Harris, Dolores Huerta, Hilda Solis sometimes, our acting labor secretary, Julie Su. And I mean, we have a wonderful governor, and there's so many good legislators.
It's a moment for California. This is a moment for California. It's a moment for the nation. I'm going to throw it, Hallie. I know I got to throw it back to you, but come down to visit us in California if you get a chance.
Yeah, I'll see you down there in just about 90 minutes or so. Jacob Soboroff, you're right. Big moment for California and for, of course, our California correspondent, Sobo. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for bringing us that conversation. We are now less than 30 minutes away from the start of the night at the DNC in Chicago. It is night 3. Let me take a quick look behind me. The floor is filling up. If you saw a lot of energy, a lot of motion behind Jacob, that is because folks are getting here and they are getting ready to make this night all about not just Kamala Harris, but her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. We're going to see him formally accept that VP nomination tonight in what's going to be the biggest moment of his political career yet, and the biggest test for him as he sits on that ticket with VP Harris. Before we get to Walz, however, tonight you're also going to hear from some other folks widely seen as the future, the next generation of the party. Democratic stars like Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg, Wes Moore. You're also going to see some party fixtures, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, former President Bill Clinton. And think about the theme for tonight. The Democrats are framing it as a fight for our freedom. Watch for reproductive rights, watch for immigration to come up tonight. On the other side of the aisle, you've got former President Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, looking to suck some oxygen back into their orbit, throwing punches in North Carolina as part of a big battleground blitz to counter-program the convention. And in just literally the last hour, we've got some pretty interesting breaking news on the political landscape here. This guy you're looking at here, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., set to suspend his campaign and endorse Donald Trump on Friday, according to two sources familiar with that planning. A lot of eyes on what that may mean for the Trump team, for the Harris team. Good thing we've got our team with us as well. Chuck Todd is next to me here in the studio. We've got Vaughn Hilliard, we've got Kelly O'Donnell, and Steve Kornacki posted up at the big board. Kelly, let me start with you. I'm turning around to find you. You have, as we've been talking about all week, the best seat in the House, I think, right at that podium here. Walk us through expectations tonight for Governor Walz's speech. I know you've been doing a ton of reporting. There she is, Vanna White, Kelly. You do her justice in that moment. Walk us through expectations for what this speech from Governor Walz will look like. It's not going to like wonk out on policy. It's going to be about who he is.
Very much about personality, life experience, relatability would be something that the Harris-Walz campaign would like to see. And telling the story of Tim Walz for a country that for many people, they just got to know his name and have a little bit of an idea of who he is. Certainly Minnesota has known him more closely. His students have known him and the teachers that he worked with. And so part of what we'll see tonight is telling that story, a relatable dad, someone who put service in his life as a school teacher, as a coach, ultimately spending 24 years in the National Guard, serving in Congress, and then as the state's governor. So how do you tell that story in a way that can be fun? Because joy has been a part of what this convention is trying to uphold. So you'll see some of his dad jokes and some of his sense of humor. And he will also need to make the case for Kamala Harris. Running mates always have the job of trying to be, at times, the attack dog, at times to make the case, say the things that the top of the ticket can't or shouldn't say, and to make the case for Kamala Harris. We were able to get a little advanced look at one of the videos being used tonight to introduce Tim Walz. It's voiced over, narrated by his wife, Gwen Walz. She will not be speaking live. Instead, this is part of the story that they're going to unfold to get people to know Tim Walz. Here's a little bit of that.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family and one of the best states for business. Tim's a lifelong hunter and gun owner. But after the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that we had to do something. So he's fought for background checks and red flag laws.
So you get a sense right there, that is not the typical description of a Democrat in many parts of the country, but someone who's comfortable in rural America, comfortable hunting, comfortable in camo. That's part of what they'll try to say with Tim Walz today. Also, this is someone who's been in public life for a while, but has not been at this level of scrutiny ever before. And that's often true of those who ascend to the national ticket, and especially if they weren't in a primary battle where the country gets to know them. So introduction, connection, those are the key things tonight.
The other key thing, of course, Kelly, perhaps more tertiary, is going to be the performances on stage behind you there, including John Legend doing a Prince tribute. Do you have your dancing shoes on? I just want to check.
So one of the things that's so interesting about that is that it's hard to be in the hall when they're rehearsing and not feel the sort of energy of what's coming, and the surprises are given away a little bit when you get to see John Legend and others that have been on the stage. And of course, when you think of Tim Walz in Minnesota, you think of, at least I do, of my era, you think of Prince. And so John Legend has all the skills of vocals and keyboards to carry that off, and expect that to be a big part of the night. And so clearly Democrats are trying to make their convention entertaining, something that people would want to watch, a little bit of a concert, a little bit of fun, and they hope that the messages for the election will get through while they're doing that. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell wearing two hats as our senior White House correspondent and senior pop culture critic as well. Kelly, we're looking forward to watching you later on tonight. Thanks, friend. Let me go to Vaughn Hilliard in North Carolina because, Vaughn, let me get to the breaking news that has developed over the course of the late afternoon here, really just in the last hour or so as we've even been on the air for our special coverage. And that is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. set to drop out of the race, according to multiple sources, and back former President Trump. What does this mean? What are we hearing from the Trump campaign? Talk us through it.
Right, and let's just start with the premise here. In 2020, it was 3 states that came down in total to 42,000 vote difference that made Joe Biden the president versus potentially Donald Trump here. And so when you're looking at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the fact, yes, in most recent national polls, he was polling at 3, 4, 5%. But his intention that we are now told by 2 sources at NBC News to drop out of this presidential race and end his third-party bid this Friday and then endorse Donald Trump is significant, again, because where do those voters go? Now, let's be very clear. When you look up the makeup of who was really keen on the Robert F. Kennedy presidential bid, it was a mix of Republican and Democrats. When you look at some of the numbers of the way that Republicans viewed him versus Democrats, there was variation in positivity. And, you know, in talking with voters over the course of the last year since he launched his independent bid, Hallie, he kind of has a grab bag of policy issues. Some issues that definitely are more liberally aligned. And then others, though, where he really over the last year became kind of a favorite of right-wing media, appearing on podcasts from Joe Rogan to Charlie Kirk and others, where this was started to become a concern, especially for Democrats, because he was peeling away some Democratic votes, but also concern for the Trump team. And so if, in fact, on Friday he endorses Donald Trump, this would be a significant pickup because, as Robert F. Kennedy told me earlier this year, he voted for Joe Biden in the 2020 matchup against Donald Trump. So this could be a big head nod and a big signal to Kennedy's supporters to go in that direction.
Vaughn Hilliard, real quick before I let you go, what do we expect as far as, like, you know, so-called war room movements from the Trump-Vance campaign as Governor Walz is expected to take this stage tonight?
Really, J.D. Vance has taken it in stride to really become the guy who has targeted Tim Walz. And some questions over the specifics of his military service. And he, up on stage at this rally in North Carolina here today, was going on the attack against Tim Walz. Of course, we expect them to join each other on the debate stage next month here. But this is for the counter-messaging part of this. They are going to be making their way out west to Nevada and Arizona. Donald Trump was on stage here at this North Carolina event just a bit ago where he went on the attack against the likes of Barack and Michelle Obama, saying his own advisors are telling him not to go on launch personal attacks against Democrats. He says, but did anybody listen to what took place last night? Because he said that he felt that he was personally attacked and felt within his right to respond accordingly. Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Asheboro, North Carolina, where former President Trump was late today. Vaughn, thank you. Let me bring in now Mitch Landrieu, the national co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign. It's nice to see you.
Great to see you. Y'all got good seats.
No kidding. And this delegation behind us are
Isn't that nice?
Big fans here. I love it. You heard our reporting there. I think you heard Vaughn Hilliard talking through RFK Jr.
Yep.
And
That's
his expectation. Well, is it? I don't know. You tell me.
Well, just when you think about the legacy of John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy, and then you come to this. I mean, it's just sad. Last night, Jack Schlossberg, who was John F. Kennedy's grandson, was here. Most every other Kennedy that understands the history and the legacy of the Kennedys are supporting. They supported Barack Obama, they supported Joe Biden, and 100% in support of a vision for the future. He's the first Kennedy in the history of our country that chose the past rather than the future. So it's not a big surprise. He's always been a little bit out there, and, you know, he kind of picked the appropriate team. It's not a big surprise to me.
How does it affect the Harris campaign politically? When you look at where his poll numbers have been, somewhere between 5 and 10%. If you
Here's
look at
the thing.
it.
Every vote counts. There's nothing that's unusual. Everybody knows this race is going to be extremely close. It's going to be in the battleground states. It's a fight, you know, till the end. So every vote counts, and we're going to fight for every one of them. But the idea that Kennedy represents the legacy of the Kennedy, you know, family over the years is just not true. And so it'll be whatever it's going to be, but we're going to take it to the end. We feel like we're the underdogs. We feel like we've got a great thing going, and, you know, we'll meet them on the battlefield where it matters.
You talk about wanting to keep up that momentum and energy. Underdog is a word I've heard a lot here at this convention and even beyond here. Let's talk about what's going to happen on stage behind us here. It's Governor Tim Walz making his introduction in so many ways to the American people. But here's the thing. Prime time across all networks, major, I mean, huge numbers. We're seeing a lot of eyeballs on this comparatively tonight. He's not going to get many opportunities like this in front of so many Americans.
Well, it's the biggest stage in politics that you get.
What does he need to do?
Well, first of all, he's going to have a chance to introduce himself to the American people, which for people who, love politics always find interesting. It's going to take him 25 years to become famous overnight. And so I think that what you see about Tim Walz, which I love about him so much, is he's so likable. He's so accessible. This is a guy that grew up in Nebraska. He went, his history now. He was a high school teacher. He was a high school coach. His kids love him. The stories from his students is that this is a guy that reached out and protected people that were being bullied. He then, of course, became a member of Congress because his students said, hey, Mr. Smith, you really ought to go to Washington. Then he turns around and joins the National Guard. 24 years. And what J.D. Vance says about him is, he's got a little bit of a problem. I don't know. J.D. Vance served a couple of years, and everybody is thankful for his service. One of the most untoward things that veterans have said is that you can question the military service of somebody else. 24 years. He could have retired at 20. He stayed 4 more years. So I don't think, like in my state, Louisiana, you're talking about rural Democrats, that dog don't hunt.
You don't think that resonates? Well, let me ask you, because there's today even this new letter with 50 Republicans, House Republicans, signing a letter condemning what they call, and I'm quoting it here, egregious misrepresentations by Governor Walz, by the campaign. Do you think that the campaign and the governor is doing enough to push back?
The guy that's running the Trump campaign ran the Swift Boat campaign against John Kerry.
You're talking about Chris Lawson.
They are not, whatever his name is. I'm sure he's a good guy, and he's doing, he's doing what he's doing. But they're not going to be able to Swift boat Tim Walz, because America's going to love Tim Walz. He is what you see. Tim Walz is the kind of guy that will come over and help you cut your grass. He'll actually change the motor in your car. J.D. Vance couldn't find a hardware store. And in fact, the fact that Donald Trump is criticizing somebody's military service when he was a draft dodger and have called veterans losers is an amazing thing. And I think the veterans in this country really understand if they want to have that fight, you know what? Bring it on. And so Tim Walz is going to do a great job talking straight to the American people about the things that are important, reaching out to other people, protecting their freedoms, asking people to mind their own business about who you marry and what we do with our bodies and what books that we read. That freedom actually means that all of us are included. And the thing about last night and tonight and how much fun we're having, fun is not just a distraction to kind of get by. Fun is actually, life can be joyful again when people come together and we do wonderful things and we celebrate our history, when we celebrate our culture, when we celebrate our music. America is a great country. It's not this dystopian thing that Donald Trump continues to convince everybody. I don't know what America he lives in. I don't know when the last time he's been to the ball game or he's been to a church fair or he's actually been, to see the Cubs play, for example. America is like a great country, and the fact that he doesn't understand it and he keeps dumping on it indicates to you, aside from all the character issues that we haven't even talked about, that he's not fit or ready to be president.
You talk about the theme for tonight being this idea of a fight for freedom. We know that immigration is going to be one of those
100%.
Issues that's going to come up. You look at where the numbers are on this, and we see that former President Trump not only leads Vice President Harris on this issue, on trust in this issue, but that it's incredibly important to Americans. Voters are saying it's right up there with the economy and inflation.
It is a very important issue, and the reason that we do not have an immigration bill right now is because of Donald Trump. You know that the Senate, the most conservative member of the Senate, came forward with a bill, a bipartisan group. They were ready to vote for it, and Donald Trump called them and said, do not do it, because you know what? I'm more interested in my welfare than the welfare of the country. So if they want to have that fight, we can have that fight too.
Everybody's been really excited. Obviously, the Democrats coming here for this party. But how do you translate vibes into votes come November?
First of all, you have to understand that this election is going to be very close. Barack Obama said last night, don't boo, go vote. If we don't get the right people to the polls, the right place at the right time, in the right communities, then you don't win the Electoral College. That's why we believe that we're the underdogs, but everybody's got to go out and vote. But let me just say this. This is a very clear choice between two very different futures for America. One that includes us, one that lifts people up, one that looks to the future and all the excitement here, or one that's very dark, that takes America back to a place where everybody was not equal. And I think that America is going to choose the future. I think they're going to choose hope. I think they're going to choose optimism. And Tim Walz is going to reflect that view tonight.
Mitch Landry, thank you for coming up.
Great to be here.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
It's great to be here.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Let me bring in now the team who's with us here on the NBC News side, of course. Steve Kornacki standing by at the big board. Chuck Todd, Kristen Welker here with me on set.
You're welcome.
Chuck and Kristen, let me start with you and your reaction to what we heard from Mitch Landry, who's been talking about, as you just heard, Governor Walz, the speech tonight, the message that he wants to deliver.
Look, this is if they can do this, right? Politics is simple sometimes. Past versus future, new versus old. Sometimes we overcomplicate things. I think if you want to know why Donald Trump won in 2016, he was new, Hillary was old.
Change versus
That's right.
not change, right?
And so all of a sudden, right, this was Joe Biden's problem the whole time. The country wanted change, and he was saying, vote change, vote for me again, right? It was a very complicated message. So in this sense, this is, Tim Walz's job tonight is to continue to do what Barack Obama, I think, did quite well, which is separate Harris from Biden in this way, reminding folks, and if you think about it, Obama and Biden were a merging of the two wings of the party, not necessarily ideological wings, but Obama was the new 21st century version of the Democratic Party, and Biden was the 20th century Democratic Party. Hillary Clinton was part of that old guard. But when Biden named Kamala Harris was sort of a part of, she didn't have any of the scar tissue of the 90s culture wars, right? But Joe Biden did. And I think that's what I thought Obama did really well. It's like, hey, Obama won in large part in 08 is because he was the turn-the-page candidate. Hey, we're going to put all that in the rearview mirror, the Bushes and the Clintons, right? And it was implicit, turn the page. It worked against Hillary in the primary, and it worked against McCain in the general. And that's what I think they want to be able to convey. It is harder to do when you're the sitting vice president.
And this is the point that the Trump campaign has been making. That how do you untangle her when it's the Biden-Harris agenda for the last 3 years?
The best thing going for her is the fact that the Biden White House never really did utilize her. I mean, the fact of the matter is, we as reporters know this. She wasn't playing a big, because for whatever reason, that Biden West Wing kept her away. They gave her a few things, but they kind of kept her at a distance. So in an odd way, I think it's easier to sell the notion that, hey, her fingerprints aren't on everything.
Of course, she did have immigration, at least from the triangle of her portfolio.
There's no doubt there is. But I'm sorry, for any of us that report this White House, you know this. She was not an insider. For whatever reason, their relationship, I think personally was close, but it wasn't professionally, to the point of it was antagonistic with some of the West Wing staff. Ironically, including people that are still involved in the campaign.
Well, this is the thing, right?
It is sort of strange.
And that's like the
I'm not going to name names
politics
here.
nerd thing.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
But there are people, very prominent people, still helping to run this campaign, who were doing everything they could to marginalize Kamala Harris 6 months ago.
And now they're doing everything they can to get her into the White House.
Yeah.
Right. I think one of the interesting things, to the point that you're discussing, is one of the things that Mitch Landrieu talked about, which is immigration. Obviously, Trump leads right now. And you can see her really trying to flip the script. Now, President Biden started to do this. Basically
Tom Suozzi's
saying...
been interesting on this,
right,
too. I mean,
yeah.
like,
and look, it's Trump who torpedoed the bipartisan immigration bill. Kamala Harris has said if she's elected, she will get that passed. How does that work if it couldn't pass in this past Congress? But the thing that I'll be looking for, and I don't think we're going to see it this week, by the way, will she start to fill in more of the details of what her immigration policy might look like?
Won't be this week, you say, right?
I don't think it's going to be this week. I'm told there's not going to be any major policy proposal that she's going to unveil. But she did unveil some economic proposals last week. Do we start to see, in the days after this convention, her fill in some of those blanks? Because the question is, can they take some of the sting out of the lead that Trump has right now on that issue? Because he leads on the economy. He leads on immigration. It's arguably her biggest vulnerability.
Guys, major breaking news in the debate, in the hall here. The delegates are being asked to take their seats. Okay, we're 10 minutes away now from the start of this thing. I had to break in and let folks know that, because we're getting closer and closer. Let me bring in somebody to this conversation, Steve Kornacki, to give us a sense. We're with the two best numbers geeks at the network, plus a third back in New York there. And you, Steve, give us a sense of sort of where the state of play is on some of these big issues, and critically, in some of these big battlegrounds, especially when you have somebody like Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania coming on board in what, is being described in some quarters as the ultimate battleground state. It's the crown jewel everybody wants.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's break this thing out. The road to 270 map, we're going to be using it a lot between now and Election Day. What you got here, one way to look at this is how the race looked in terms of the road to 270 all year, and then how it looks since Kamala Harris replaced Joe Biden at the end of July. So how it looked all year was we had 6 largely recognized core battleground states, and you could really divide them easily into 2 groups. This was pre-Harris, and it was basically the Sun Belt states, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, were the best for Trump when he was running against Joe Biden. One of the key reasons for that was Trump had shown marked improvement among non-white voters, also among younger voters in the polling relative to how he had done in 16 and 20. And in diverse states like Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, that was popping up in the polls. Meanwhile, states with older populations, more white populations like Wisconsin, certainly Michigan, Pennsylvania, they'd been very strong for Trump in 16, but he hadn't grown his support as much there the way he had in the Sun Belt. So what it shaped up as was, from Trump's perspective, these were, let me select his name and show you, from Trump's perspective, these were his 3 ripest targets. And if he had gotten those, he would have been right there on the cusp of 270, 268, needing just one of the 3, let's call them Big Ten states. In the Biden strategy, this is Harris's name now, but when Biden was in the race, it was this. It was basically hang on for dear life in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and it gets you to exactly 270, and you win the election by that kind of a margin. If Trump could just break into one of those states with the Sun Belt, he wins the presidency. That's what it was. Now, since Harris got in, she's shown improvement in the polls overall. Go into the crosstabs. Where is the improvement most specifically demographically? Double-digit gains she has posted relative to Biden with Hispanic voters, with young voters, also to some degree with independent voters. But what does that mean for this road to 270 map? Well, again, think of where Trump made his gains. Hispanic voters, non-white voters, places like Arizona and Nevada. Harris's polling has improved markedly in those states relative to Biden. Also, something we've seen is a state that Democrats have talked about making a battleground. There's been a lot of skepticism. North Carolina. Remember, Trump won this by 75,000 votes in 2020. There's actually been a couple of polls recently that now have Harris ahead. Like a point we're talking about here, but actually have her ahead in North Carolina. There's Georgia as well. Interestingly, of all the battleground states right now, Trump is doing his best in Georgia. But what you see here is, because of those gains Harris has made, because of where they come from demographically, it's opening up potential paths for her in what had been Trump's strongest area of the battleground. And so if you start to play this out, there's a million different ways you can do this. But look, let's say there's a scenario here where, Trump gets Pennsylvania. You mentioned it. It's the biggest of all these battleground states, 19 electoral votes. But now, previously under Biden, that would have been it. Game over. But again, if Harris were to say win Arizona, okay, and then if she were to get North Carolina, again, this is just one of many, many possibilities. You see, she's opened up a Sun Belt path here that allows her to lose the biggest individual swing state on the map. That was not the case when Joe Biden was the candidate. Right now, at least, we'll see if this sustains, but right now, at least, that possibility is alive for Democrats with Harris.
Real quick, Steve, just as we talk about 4 minutes away, 3 minutes away from the start of things getting kicked off for night 3 of the Democratic National Convention, Tim Walz going to be the big headline tonight. What is the Walz factor here as it relates to, his state of Minnesota? This is a state, Republicans all talk about it. They like to think they have a play there. It's obviously a blue state and has been for a long time. But there is a sense that Tim Walz can help in some of those Rust Belt battlegrounds, right?
Yeah, look, that is their hope. And let me see if I can call this up on the fly right here.
I'm doing a very rude thing and tossing this to you without having told you I was going to ask.
No, I love it because I love getting into the Minnesota county map. But here you go. You could see here.
I bet you do.
In 2020, Biden won this by 7. It was actually close in 2016. Trump actually got 2.5 points from victory here. I think the thing to keep in mind here, and I'm just seeing if I can get it up. Unfortunately, I can't. I'm going to tell you very quickly then. Here's the thing for Democrats. They see that they think Walz has a cultural appeal and a cultural connection in places, in the areas of a state like Minnesota or Wisconsin for that matter, or Michigan for that matter, that Trump has made the biggest gains. Rural areas with large non-college white populations. You see, I think you were showing that video stressing that he's a hunter, that sort of thing. They think that's going to not win them back those areas, but maybe get them a critical extra chunk of votes in those places. The problem for Walz is, we'll see if it's different now. He's being marketed, by different people nationally. But when he was in Minnesota in 2022, his performance in that state, just in terms of where his votes came from, it's the exact same distribution as it was for Joe Biden. Heavy Twin Cities metro area, very, loses by huge margins in the rural areas. It's not like he was showing strength in the rural areas that Biden wasn't. It's not like he was, weaker in the metro areas than Biden was. It's a very typical Trump-era Democratic performance that relies on college-educated suburbanites.
Hey, Steve, real quick, only because I put this in my calendar probably 10 years ago. Is it your birthday tomorrow? Do I have that right?
Well, I don't like to admit it anymore, but maybe 10 years ago I would have.
Happy birthday, friend. Appreciate you. Thank you for working on your birthday week. A big one for you, I know.
You got it.
Thanks, pal. Appreciate it. Kristen Welker, I know you got to roll here in the next couple of seconds. Give us your quick thoughts on the night ahead, as we are now 1 minute away, we think, from night 3 getting gavelled. And we're going to take folks to the floor in just a second. But, Welks, I had to get you back.
I know. I appreciate it. I just think what Steve was saying as it relates to Tim Walz is so interesting, because the hope of the Harris campaign is that he will have this broad appeal throughout the blue wall states. And I think that pitch really starts tonight. And again, we're talking about how much policy, how much biography are we going to hear tonight? I think it's going to be a lot of biography. He's going to talk about the fact that he's a former teacher, a coach, a veteran, a family man. And the goal is going to be for him to go out and to be out in Midwestern states and to try to preserve the blue wall for Kamala Harris. Steve's talking about all the different pathways, but obviously this is so critical to her potentially winning the White House. So it will be so fascinating to see what he actually has to say tonight, and how he really frames his pitch as they try to do that.
Kristen, thank you. Chuck, stand by for a second. I want to take you now to the floor. It is just about 6:30, 4 seconds away, and we expect things to kick off here for night 3. Monica Alba is in the thick of things down there. I'm looking behind me, Monica. The lights have dimmed. People have been asked to take their seats. I can't see you, but I assume you're at one of these bright camera lights that's down there on the floor.
Indeed, Hallie, I see you. I see our fabulous box up there with all of our friends. I'm down here very close to the Rhode Island delegation seating. They've been flashing the lights because the official program is about to get underway here on night 3 of the Democratic National Convention, which is being teased as Walz Wednesday. That's how you can think about it. And there's some signage that's been out on the floor that will be distributed later this evening that simply has one word on it, and that is coach. That is what they're trying to portray for the Minnesota governor in terms of his personal backstory. It's what Vice President Harris likes to call him when they're out on the campaign trail together. She doesn't refer to him as Governor Walz. She calls him Coach Walz. And so that is what you're going to see infused in the programming tonight. This aspect to his personality, where he was a former high school football coach, a former teacher. They're going to talk about his military service. But I have to tell you, I'm going to send it right back to you, Hallie, because of what's happening here.
Thank you, girlfriend. Here's Senator Cory Booker. Let's listen in for the gavel. Thank you, friendo. Appreciate it.
Please welcome Priest Sri Rakesh Bhatt and Bishop Leah Daughtry.
You heard the gavel there from Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, obviously coming in. We're going to wait as things begin here. Chuck Todd's with me here on set. Every night we try to get that gavel. I hate to hard rap Monica like that. I would listen to her for another 10 minutes. This is it.
It's tough to be down there. A little easier for us to have this little conversation.
That's right. That's right.
Obviously, they're doing all of the convocation and all of that stuff.
What's also interesting about tonight, we've talked a lot about the headliners here. Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, of course, Tim Walz, the folks who'll be introducing him. Apparently some surprises, as one reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle alluded to a little bit earlier, Sharon Stein. But also people talking reproductive rights, people talking immigration, some of these policy issues that are happening, not in the primetime hours necessarily, but a little bit earlier in the evening.
Well, I think it's almost, in some ways, these conventions, on some of these issues, they're actually designed to, remember, this is a room full of surrogates. This is a room full of people who will be going back to their states to campaign for the Democratic ticket. So The speech is
to organize people,
correct.
knocking on
And
doors
actually,
getting out there.
how do you talk about immigration? Well, this is how the ticket's going to talk about it. How do you talk about reproductive rights? This is how the ticket is talking about it. So that's what, people forget that that's actually what these speeches are also designed to do, which is to give the tools. Again, remember who the delegates are. These are your local leaders. These are the people that run the pancake breakfast. These are the people that run those get out the vote efforts on a precinct by precinct basis. So you are going to see that. And when you look at immigration, I am very curious. It's been I don't think they've done this correctly. They keep going back to the border bill. I think that's a mistake.
Why don't you think that's effective?
Because I think what they should do is they've had some success in the last 3 months. Right now, they may have to admit that they should have taken executive action sooner. But the point to say is we got it wrong at the beginning, and now we're getting it right. To me, if she made that her message, then it's acknowledging that, yes, at first we didn't get it right. But that's what we do here. When we found the right policy, we went ahead and did it, and we're not afraid to use a policy that someone else... I think in that sense, they have really, on immigration, botched it. And they've not, they keep thinking they can win they killed the congressional bill. People don't follow the congressional bill stuff. I think that's been a mistake. On reproductive rights, I think it's a different story.
Well, so I was just going to, you teed yourself up perfectly for what I was just about to get into.
I think they've been I think in that, I think there's just not a lot of, there's no gaps in that messaging. I think Democrats, whether you're a conservative Democrat like Mitch Landrieu in Louisiana, Andy Beshear in Kentucky, or you're an extremely liberal Democrat like a Nancy Pelosi in California, it's all about access and making the case for access. In that sense, I think has been and then talking about IVF. I mean, the fact that they've been talking basically about how this is taking away from people being able to plan families, to be able to have families. I think it's been quite effective. I didn't know that about Michelle Obama.
I mean, I was going to ask
that was news to me. I
think she wrote about it in her book.
Yeah,
she doesn't
lean into
exactly.
And she leaned into it last night. So I think this has been quite powerful. Yeah. And when you talk about who does Tim Walz speak to, what he's really speaking to is the suburban dad. You want to know who the swing vote in this, what has been the swing voter? I mean, I tease all the time. I'm rarely a swing voter, but it's older white males in their 40s and 50s that are
in some of those key states that Steve was just talking us through.
Those are the swing states. And Tim Walz kind of looks like us. Got a little bit of a pot belly. Guess what? We all are dealing with that. Like he does look like the sort of every dad. And that is the swing vote. The college-educated suburban dad is the swing vote, one of the key swing voter demographic groups in this election.
This is, of course, the bishop doing the invocation here to start off things here on night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. We're going to, in a second, dip in and listen to some of the rest of the opening pieces of this, because that is going to be what we do all night long here. You're here to be able to watch this and talk about it with us. We're going to show it to you. We're going to be in it. And as we do, we also want to get into what the expectations are for tonight. Think of it as like a bit of a viewer's guide. We've got a research playbook. We want you to have that research playbook. And part of that is what these speakers are going to talk about here, because while all eyes are going to be on Tim Walz and this monster, massive eyeballs speech he's going to give, there's also others. Wes Moore, considered to be a rising star in the party. Josh Shapiro, who we've talked about, not just because, I love PA, my home state, but because he is somebody who's considered a rising star. And then Pete Buttigieg, of course. Mayor Pete, transportation secretary, here in his personal capacity.
Had this been Joe Biden's convention, we would say tonight was 2028 night. That's what we would have called it.
That's funny.
Okay, with this.
So is this 2032 night?
Or it could still be 2028 night.
That's true.
If when we look back at this historically. We're going to find out in November,
That's
right? I actually I'm writing about that for later tonight and tomorrow, about how had this been Biden's convention, I think that would have been a lion's share of the coverage. That's what these speeches we would have heard, a lot of sort of subtle this, subtle that, looking for subtext. Now, that said, if you are wanting to run for president in the future and you're a Democrat right now, you don't do anything other than support this ticket. And you don't do anything other than do whatever they ask for this ticket. And I think that all of them have gotten that memo. But I'll tell you somebody else's speech I'm intrigued by is Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton now is the elder statesman of the party.
That's right.
And yes, he's technically younger than Biden, but Bill Clinton was president in the last century, right? Bill Clinton is sort of the...
You feel old when you say something like that.
It does. I feel old when I was at this same building for his renomination, Hallie. And by the way, that was back in when Dick Morris was making tabloid headlines about his picadillos. We hate having to talk over the national anthem.
I was just going to say, let's give it a beat. We're going to listen in here to the national anthem, sung, in fact, by Jess Davis, the 2019 Minnesota Teacher of the Year. She's doing it a cappella. Let's just listen.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red and glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and of the
rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. And just so people know, Chuck, we love to pull back the curtain and give you a little peek inside. We are right on the edge of where the delegates are sitting. So we do have great
right
seats.
behind us.
Yeah, Indiana, New Mexico. And they've been waving, they've been psyched. Yeah. But it is one of those moments, whether you're on the floor, whether you're up here, there's a lot happening behind you. We again, want to be bringing to you these moments as they happen. But I want you to finish your thought before I know you got to go on to your next
Look, I will just say Bill Clinton, nobody knows how to talk about the economy in non-Washington terms better than Bill Clinton. It is still a key. How do you talk about this recovering economy that this country hates? I'm fascinated to see what Bill Clinton's solution is to talk about that. He always is better at it than any other Democrat I've seen.
Chuck Todd, glad to have you with us. We'll talk more tonight.
There are more O's fans in here. You can tell the Orioles are pretty good this year. During the national anthem, I heard the O's. I was like, whoa.
Dude, that's like true baseball really fan knowledge right there.
I'm always listening.
Chuck Todd, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Another fan of baseball, the Nats, I will say, not the O's, is Monica Alba, who's down there on the floor. And Mon, forgive me for the hard rap earlier. We wanted to bring folks the gavel, the introduction, etc. But you were giving us, I think, a great sort of check on what the scene is like where you are. Tell me what delegation you're in and what you've been seeing and hearing so far.
I'm here with the fine folks of Rhode Island, Hallie, and I have to tell you, everybody here that I was checking in with a little bit ago was still talking about the musical roll call from last night and how they felt they loved being a part of it. I'm told tonight there are some surprise musical guests that I think will likely delight these delegates as well, and they were all kind of speculating about the rumors about who they may see tonight or tomorrow night as well. So that is really the backdrop to all of this. But what you were just talking about there with Chuck, Hallie, I think is what many people are going to be talking about when they leave tonight, which is that former President Clinton was talked about always as the explainer-in-chief. He was tasked to do that for former President Obama back in 2012. And as Chuck was talking about too, Bill Clinton was renominated in this city here 28 years ago. And so likely he will nod to that history as well when he speaks. Hallie.
Monica Alba down there on the floor in the Rhode Island delegation. I know that our colleague, Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander, is also on the floor somewhere in that somewhere in another delegation, I think. Peter, where are you at, bud? What you got?
It's a good question. I'm in the middle of some call and repeat right now with Jamie Harrison up there on stage. We are between Pennsylvania and California, the type of air travel you could only dream of, where it takes like that much to go between ends of the country right now. A little bit earlier, Hallie, we had the opportunity to speak to Jack Schlossberg. Notably, he is, of course, the grandson of John F. Kennedy Jr., a cousin of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who made headlines today. NBC News reporting that Kennedy is expected to drop out of the race and endorse former President Trump as early as this week. And only a short time ago, I had a chance to speak to Schlossberg, a first-time delegate at this Democratic National Convention, about his thoughts regarding that news. Take a listen. NBC News is reporting that your cousin, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., is preparing to drop out of the race and to endorse Donald Trump perhaps as soon as this week. Your reaction to that?
Well, I'm not going to react on that until anything happens.
So then, do you think, I guess if you're not going to react to that until anything happens, just broadly speaking, do you think he has any interest in serving as President of the United States?
My cousin,
yeah.
You'd have to ask him that. I can't really speak to his mental status.
And then just broadly speaking, Donald Trump has floated the idea of having your cousin, RFK Jr., as a possible member of his administration if he were to drop out. Do you think he would serve America well in a Trump administration?
I can't predict the future, but what I will say is I wouldn't be surprised if he was working for President Trump at some point.
Why?
Or in the past. Well, I think it's clear that their interests align.
So that was a bit striking to me, that last answer there, where he said, among other things, he wouldn't be surprised if Robert F. Kennedy Jr., again, his cousin, was currently or had in the past worked for Mr. Trump. He said because their interests, as you heard in his words, align right now. This was a striking interview, some of his first public comments, I think, about this, notably because we have heard from him and other members of his family publicly speaking about their dissatisfaction, really their anger about Kennedy being in this race, believing that he was effectively trying to serve as a spoiler and saying that he not only didn't have the character, but didn't have the ability, the chops, in effect, to serve as President of the United States. Hallie?
You know, people, I think, of the, generation that'll get out there, get online, get on TikTok, et cetera, might know Jack Schlossberg because he is somebody who has a pretty big following online. And you talk to him about young voters, too, right, Peter?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. We asked him about young voters. He himself is a young voter, just 31 years young right now. He has a massive following on social media, sometimes for some of his quirky posts, among other things, recently posting video of himself moonwalking, effectively barefoot in socks in a Walmart. I asked him about that. He said it was the cleanest floors of any Walmart he's ever been to. But that type of content is what has resonated. It's why his message has really sort of effectively communicated itself to a lot of young voters. And here's what his view was of how they view the stakes and the sort of energy in the election season right now. What do you say to young voters who may have been disillusioned by a Biden-Trump race and now are reconsidering getting engaged in this elections process?
I think the amount of enthusiasm among young voters, at least in my experience, off the charts. People are really excited to elect Kamala Harris. There are differences between the parties that young people can identify themselves, whether it's reproductive rights, economic opportunity, or civil rights. I think young people are going to be the difference in this election and put Kamala Harris in the White House.
It is minutes. Okay,
Hallie, just to give you a better sense where we are, more California over here, a little bit of Illinois over here as well, as we give you a little sweep around the country right now. What else was striking? Sir, please come through. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for having us. One of the other things he said to me that was striking was the fact that he said, I asked him if he thought of himself as an heir to John F. Kennedy's legacy. He said that's not the way he would describe it. He said his fundamental priority right now is making sure that young people and Americans vote for Kamala Harris, get her elected. He said he's had a chance to meet her briefly. He knows a lot about her record and thinks she would be a fantastic president. He says he can't sing or dance, but he said he does know how to use a phone and produce content, and he's going to do everything he can with that to help get her into the White House.
Peter Alexander down there on the floor. Thank you very much. Jen Psaki is joining us now, of course, our MSNBC host, Basil Smikle as well, Democratic strategist. One of the things that we're in, Monica Alba is also back down on the floor with us, too. They just played a video. I just want folks to know we're going to dip in and listen here in just a second when the head of Planned Parenthood speaks, because part of the focus tonight, and it has been all week long, and Basil, I'll start with you since you're with us here, has been on this issue of abortion access. Democrats, to state the obvious here, see it as hugely mobilizing, potentially, is an issue where Kamala Harris leads Donald Trump by a margin of like 45 to 33% when you look at some of the most recent polling here. Democrats are looking at 2022 when they felt like they had wind at their back after the overturning of Roe versus Wade. Talk through how critical you see this issue being for the group behind us here.
I mean, it really is the campaign crux right there. We didn't see it so much in 2020. There was some conversation about it, but this is a world apart from 2020 right now. Reproductive rights has been on the ballot in multiple states, and when it has been, we've seen incredible mobilization by women, voters broadly, but particularly women. Even in blue states like New York, it is about to be a ballot initiative. Now, one would think, why is that if the governor of the state of New York, a Democrat, also New York is a blue state, why the need to enshrine it by a ballot initiative? Well, the concern is that if Congress, if the House and the Senate becomes Republican, that Republicans nationally could try to have a national ban. So state by state, as Donald Trump said, let's bring it to the states. Well, great. Every state, in the way that they can, is trying to find a way to make sure this is a rock solid right. And as a result of that, the mobilization has increased across the country. Good strategy for Democrats to make sure that there's urgency around this issue.
There's also a difference in messenger here versus a month ago, Jen, when President Biden barely uttered the word abortion. He talked about reproductive freedoms, but Vice President Harris was the one who was largely tasked with leading on this issue. She was somebody who, even before she took the top of the ticket, during her time as Vice President in the White House, talked about it quite a bit. Jen, I'm going to ask you for your quick thoughts, then we'll listen in to Alexis McGill-Johnson.
You're right, Hallie. I also think, to your point, she was traveling around the country. She was going to college campuses. She went to an abortion clinic, actually with Governor Tim Walz, remember, who's now her running mate. And she speaks about this so passionately and directly that women really connect with that. And that's why I think you're seeing movement among those groups right now.
Jen Psaki, sorry to make that so quick, but stand by. We're going to listen in to Alexis McGill-Johnson.
Bans abortion after 6 weeks. So she drove to South Carolina, but arrived the day that their 6-week ban went into effect. She went back home and then went to Florida, but she arrived just days when she was too late under their ban. She had to fly all the way to California to get an abortion. Now remember, each time she had to get the money up, she had to miss work, she had to find childcare. Now imagine if this was an emergency situation. In Texas, doctors who have feared going to jail have sent patients to wait in hospital parking lots rather than provide the emergency care they need. And in Idaho, they have airlifted patients to other states. We cannot call ourselves a free nation when women are not free. More than 1 in 3 women and nearly half of all black women live in banned states. Donald Trump wants women to be less free and pregnancy to be more dangerous. But I'm here to tell you, in no way are Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance more qualified than doctors and women to make these decisions. We decide. We trust women. We trust doctors. And we trust Kamala Harris. Our future is on the ballot. Our bodies are on the ballot. And come November 5th, we will decide this election.
Donald Trump said he wants to punish women. And as a result of his actions today,
You, of course, were watching the CEO of Planned Parenthood, Alexis McGill-Johnson. Jen Psaki, who I think is still with us, is joining us now. Jen, let me let you finish your thought there as we get ready to hear from the former head of Planned Parenthood, somebody who was part of that roll call last night, Cecile Richards.
Well, this is an issue that has massively changed since 2020, to state the obvious, given the Dobbs decision in 2022. And therefore, a lot of the pollsters I talk to, people from a lot of these groups, they say that the women's vote is underestimated, it's undercounted in some ways, and they're also seeing movements among women, women of color, white women, over the last month as well. So that's why this is such a huge feature. I mean, on Monday night, it was a feature where you heard the personal stories of these women and what they'd been through. There were a lot of not dry eyes in the House, but I think we'll continue to hear from it. Cecile Richards is remarkable. I can't wait to hear what she has to say.
These last 2 weeks have been a celebration of women, from cheering on Team USA to supporting Kamala Harris for president. As my mother, Governor Ann Richards, would say, I hear America singing. When women are free to make their own decisions about their lives and to follow our dreams, we are unstoppable. But when Roe versus Wade was overturned, a generation of young people lost that freedom. Like Ashley, a 12-year-old rape survivor in Mississippi. Because of her state's abortion ban, she started 7th grade with a newborn. That's the Republican promise of states' rights. Last year, I became a grandmother. And during my daughter's pregnancy, nothing mattered more to me than her health. Politics should never stand in the way of anyone's health care or prevent any family from experiencing the joy my grandson, Teddy, has brought to my life. One day, our children and grandchildren may ask us, when it was all on the line, what did you do? And the only acceptable answer is everything we could. This is our time. This is our time. So let's go elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Former Planned Parenthood head Cecile Richards there, speaking to the audience as night 3 of the Democratic National Convention has kicked off with a focus on an issue that Democrats think is going to be important come November, important to voters, with 25% of them, Basil Smikle, saying that abortion access, reproductive rights is critical to their vote.
Right. And, you know, when you listen to the Republicans, it sounds punitive what they're doing and the language that they use with respect to women. To get up and say that a woman will not have sovereignty over her own body. That's how it's read. And so the only response to that, in my view, if you're a Democrat, is not to stand for it, to push back. But that's why I think the language from Barack Obama and Michelle Obama was so great last night, because they touched on the urgency of this moment, but they also said, as Tim Walz had said before, you can't have hope, you can't have urgency without a plan. So the goal for the Democrats really is to now capitalize on this moment, on this momentum, and try to make sure that folks are mobilized around the country. If not on this, on many other issues, but reproductive rights is the mobilizing issue of this campaign.
Basil, thank you. Jen, let me go to you quickly, because one of the interesting things that has just happened in the last couple of minutes, we're looking ahead to Nancy Pelosi, the former House Speaker, set to speak. In this new article the Washington Post had just dropped, they talked to her a little bit. They caught up with her, and she has some pretty interesting on-the-record quotes in which, when she's asked about her sort of behind-the-scenes, as widely reported, maneuvering to pressure President Biden to step off the ticket, she said, "Why would you ask me that question? You know, I'm a very deliberate person." She goes on to say later in the piece, "I have my relationship with the president, and I just wanted to win this election. So if they're upset, I'm sorry for them, but the country is very happy." It feels like a real window into into where Nancy Pelosi's head is at as she gets ready to take the stage here tonight.
No question. I'll also say I talked to her about a week ago for a long time about this, and she's also sad. I mean, she loves Joe Biden. They have a decades-long friendship.
Yeah.
I saw them many times interact and on the phone, Hallie. But she's a person who believes that we need to do everything we can to defend our democracy, to win back the House, for the Democrats, for the Senate to be in Democratic control. And so this was a real moment that showed not just her power, but her commitment to doing that, even at the cost of a decades-long friendship.
We know that when the next speaker to come up, the next couple speaker, the head of Emily's List, the head of Voto Latino, somebody who may be familiar to our viewers, Maria Teresa Kumar. One of the things that's so interesting here that we haven't gotten into yet, Jen, that matters as it relates to the issue we're talking about here is women and the gender gap that we're seeing in the polling that ranges anywhere from 10 to 20% when you look at where Kamala Harris is, of course, compared to former President Trump.
No question about it. And I think there's also this bigger messaging frame that you've seen sort of evolve a little bit over the past couple of weeks, where a number of Democratic leaders, and I expect Governor Shapiro to do that, maybe Governor Westmore to do this tonight, where they're reframing freedom and rights. And abortion access is a big part of that message and that umbrella. And that framing of owning freedom and patriotism has long been sort of a tenet of Republican messaging, but it's one that Democrats are starting to talk about. And so they're broadening abortion rights and access as something that is a women's issue, but far beyond that under that kind of big freedom umbrella.
We also know that Pelosi deeply cares about the House of Representatives and about some of those down-ballot races. Groups like Emily's List obviously working to try to get folks into those seats who Democrats want to obviously continue to pursue their agenda.
No question. And Jessica Mackler, who is the new president of Emily's List, is someone I've talked to. I've known her for 20 years probably. And she has told me that over the past couple of weeks, even since Kamala Harris became the nominee, she's speaking right now, they've had so much incoming interest in donating and people getting involved. And that's very exciting for those down ballot races, especially those that are electing women for an organization like that.
Let's listen in for just a couple of seconds. Jen, stick around, but we'll listen into Jessica Mackler here, head of Emily's List.
Make no mistake, the threat of Project 2025 is very real, but so is our ability to stop it. In 2022, Democrats didn't just run on reproductive freedom, we won on reproductive freedom. And in 2024, we are coming back to the polls to finish the job. In his devastating opinion, Justice Alito wrote that women are not without electoral or political power. And Donald Trump and Republicans are about to find out just how true that is.
Jessica Mackler there, head of Emily's List, as night 3 of the Democratic National Convention is in full swing. Taking one last look at the seats behind me. A lot of them are filled as we continue our special coverage right here on NBC News Now. Our thanks to all of our correspondents, analysts, and guests. We've got a lot more coverage picking up right now live from Chicago.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here is Tom Llamas.
We are live tonight from the United Center in Chicago for night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. Right now, anticipation and excitement is building as the man hoping to be second in command steps up to the podium. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz set to deliver the most consequential speech of his political career. You can see the thousands packed in the arena just behind me, many of which didn't even know his name until he was thrust onto the national stage just 2 weeks ago. We want to take a live look at the convention floor right now, where the theme is Fight for Our Freedom. Speaking right now live, Maria Teresa Kumar from Voto Latino. Let's listen in.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won Georgia by 12,000 votes. Voto Latino, we registered 23,000 voters there. They won Arizona by 10,400 votes. We registered 34,000 voters there. Because we proved that when Latinos vote, Democrats They're trying to suppress our vote. Boo. Our sacred and universal right as Amerikans. So let me be clear. Voto Latino has registered 1.5 million voters. And we are just getting started. Because since 2020, 4 million young Latinos have become eligible to vote this election. And I couldn't be prouder because we are registering them faster than any time in our history. This year, we will prove it again. Would Latinos vote? You guys got the memo. Another fun fact. This year, more Latinos will vote than any time in our history. So that means, sí se puede, se está haciendo, sí se puede. So that means that together, we will make history and elect Kamala Harris president. Vota!
All right, we've just been listening to Maria Teresa Kumar from Voto Latino. Democrats, of course, hoping that Latino vote turns out for the Democrats on Election Day. I want to get right down to the convention floor once again, where Peter Alexander is live for us. Peter, we've just gotten some breaking news, and Oprah Winfrey is now going to appear at the DNC. This has been confirmed by our reporters. She's a name people know, right? But a name many voters down there did not know until this entire process started. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. What are you hearing from the delegates, the donors, and the people in the convention hall?
Well, you know, when you talk to people in this convention hall, though, he may not be a familiar name around much of the country. These folks know their political, democratic politics as well as anybody. So he was a name with which they were familiar. They got a better sense of him when he had that first event in Philadelphia alongside Kamala Harris now just exactly 2 weeks ago. What is it, 13 days ago? Not even 2 weeks. They're excited to hear from him, and it's really his affability in their eyes, the ability to relate to average Americans, his Midwestern rural roots that they think will help make him an asset to this ticket going forward, particularly in some of those key battleground states, the Wisconsins, the Michigans, and the Pennsylvanias as well. Right now, as you know, we are in the state of New York. Their delegation, as they have one of their own congressmen up on stage right now, preparing to speak. And strikingly, they're excited to hear from from the former President Clinton, who was the Secretary of Explaining Stuff, hoping he could explain on behalf of Vice President Harris tonight.
All right, Peter Alexander for us. The Empire State is in the House. Let's listen in to New York Representative Tom Suozzi.
Was elected the youngest judge in the history of New York State. What a country. The immigrant experience, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. My family's experience, Kamala Harris's experience, the American experience. That's why the polarization on immigration is so painful. Let's be clear. The border is broken. But this year, when Democrats and Republicans worked together to finally write new border laws, we were blocked. We all know who sabotaged us. We reject the divisiveness. We reject the dysfunction. We reject the deception. My Italian grandfather used to toast new couples. He'd say marriage sometimes is hard, but in the end, non ci sono rose senza spine. You can't have the roses without the thorns. You have to work for it. To be a nation of immigrants is hard sometimes too. You have to work for it. Tonight, we celebrate the roses of life. We come together from every state, from every ethnicity, from every race and religion. We come together tonight to celebrate our candidate, Kamala Harris, who knows America is worth it, who knows this nation, built by immigrants, is a rare and beautiful thing. and who joyfully accepts the challenge to work across party lines, to secure our border, to treat people like human beings, and to move our country forward.
All right, we've just been listening to Representative Tom Suozzi, one of the border hawks for the Democrats, speak at the national convention here. As we've mentioned, a lot of top Democrats have taken to the stage so far at the DNC, but we've also heard from a former Trump insider. Stephanie Grisham served as chief of staff and press secretary to First Lady Melania Trump and then served as the White House press secretary under former President Trump. But she became the first senior staffer to resign on January 6th. Here's what she told this convention about her insight into the former president.
I wasn't just a Trump supporter. I was a true believer. I was one of his closest advisors. The Trump family became my family. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers.
Stephanie Grisham joins our special coverage live right now. So, Stephanie, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
We worked together when I covered the Trump campaign back in 2016, and after that, when you were in the White House. When you told the convention hall, you told me privately, you did consider the Trump family your own family at times. And I know today has been sort of a tough day. I know there's been some really bad reaction on social media from Republicans, from those on the far right as well that have attacked you in very disgusting ways. A lot of love in this room for you, but I know it's been a tough day for you. What has that been like?
Well, you said it best. It's been tough. You know, there's always feelings of guilt. I mean, I'm just a human being, but I know that what I did was right, and I knew that this was incoming. I used to be part of the MAGA world, and I used to do it to people myself. So in some ways, maybe I deserve it a little, but I'm okay. I know I did the right thing.
Yeah. What made you want to come out here and address this convention? Because that is a very big move. I mean, you've essentially, I would say you probably understand this too, sort of ended your career in Republican politics probably. Why did you make that decision?
Well, my career is done, and I don't want to be in politics ever again, but because I want to reach people. I think that the Harris-Walz campaign has been really great about reaching out to others, not just Republicans, and they created, or not just Democrats, excuse me, and so they created the Republicans for Harris coalition, and when they asked me to be part of that, I said yes, and I feel like I can reach some Republican women or some more independent voters and just tell them the truth of who he really is. Nobody else has spent as much time with that family as I did.
Yeah, you could have sort of stopped all this, stayed in Kansas, taken care of your animals as you're doing now. You know the MAGA world, some of the MAGA world were going to come after you. Was there a moment of hesitation where you said, is it going to be worth it to get all that flack?
Yeah, I think you have to think about that, and especially now, you know, with my own family and with the animals at my sanctuary, but I only thought about it for a second. I think this is important. I think this is going to be one of the most important elections in our modern history, and so to try to even turn 10, 15 votes, I'll do it.
We've spent a lot of time talking politics as I was covering the campaign and understanding you when you were, you know, helping us understand the former president and trying to spin for him. I know your politics are more Republican, conservative-leaning politics.
Yep.
Will you vote for Vice President Harris, and why exactly are you going to vote?
He won't have to worry about re-election. He will not have Vice President Pence to stop him. He's saying he has nothing to do with Project 2025, and that's absolutely not true. They're probably just going to slap a new name on it, and he's going to take away a lot of freedoms, I think, from many Americans.
Yeah, I know you spent a lot of time with former First Lady Melania Trump. You were her top aide. I know since the January 6th incident happened, you haven't spoken to her since then. What do you think is going to happen if he does win the election? Do you think she comes back to the White House? Do you think she continues her work as a First Lady?
Yeah, I think that, you know, she really is passionate about children, and I think she'll continue to do that. I could see her maybe splitting her time and being at the White House for really major events, traveling for major events, and then spending time, you know, in Florida or New York. But who knows? I've not talked to her, but I do think she would continue to do work on behalf of children. That's a true passion.
And so what What's next for Stephanie Grisham? Are you going to actively work for the Harris-Walz ticket, or was this sort of a one-time event?
Pop out and then go hide
Yeah.
again? No, I will still work for them for if the event is impactful enough. I've got several animals to take care of, and it's hard to just up and leave them. But if they need me, if they think I can be impactful somewhere, I will absolutely do it, especially in my home state of Arizona.
Yeah. You've been with Republicans most of your adult life, right? Working in Republican politics. What have you learned from hanging out with Democrats for a little bit?
Well, they're very friendly. They seem very, very happy. It's been very welcoming, and I think that everybody just wants to move forward from what our administration has caused. You can really tell the difference. The RNC is just the country's a mess. Everything's bad. Only Trump can fix it. Bad, bad, bad. And these guys are like, we could all work together. Come on in, join us, and let's put the country forward. And I think our country really needs that right now.
Stephanie Grisham, we appreciate your time. We thank you for joining our special coverage here at the Convention Hall in Chicago. We're going to take a live look and dip into some of the coverage down there at the stage. Coming up right now, we're going to get him mic'd up, is Kentucky's Governor Andy Beshear. He's going to get mic'd up in about 10, 15 seconds. We're going to talk to him live right here. Let's listen into the stage.
For your mistakes. One of those mistakes happened 60 years ago in a neighborhood called Bronzeville, brimming with black music, black culture, and entrepreneurship. And then came urban renewal and the construction of Interstates 94 and 43, ripping our communities apart. 6th Street was widened and people of color were displaced. Homes destroyed, businesses shuttered, all for a quicker commute. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're bringing Bronzeville back. With more green space, bike paths, and walkable streets to serve people who actually live there. The music is coming back. The culture is coming back. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, the opportunities are coming back. It's now my privilege to introduce two Milwaukeeans who know firsthand the power of reconnecting our communities, Rashawn Spivey and Deanna Branch.
We've just been listening in there to the mayor of Milwaukee. We want to come back here live to our set because we have Kentucky's governor here, Andy Beshear. Governor, thank you so much for joining our special coverage here inside of Chicago. How's it been for you? You got to address this crowd yesterday. It's been a busy couple of days for you.
Yes.
Talk to me about the Democratic Party that you've witnessed here.
It's incredible. I've never seen this level of energy in politics at any point in my life. It's this vice president stepping forward and the party being more unified than I've ever seen. I mean, look, I've been out there. Josh Shapiro will be out there. Mark Kelly will be out there. We are all not just excited about Vice President Harris. We're excited about our friend Tim Walz.
How do Democrats maintain this sort of energy, this excitement, this enthusiasm? I ask that because, Democrats, I think right now are sort of in that Harris honeymoon period, right? There has been very great coverage. You guys are having a great convention. Your poll numbers are up. At some point, the vice president is going to have to sit down for interviews, be questioned, and really be vetted by the American people as well. You have the campaign manager even saying the American people don't know Vice President Harris yet. If that is the case, how do Democrats make sure they have all this goodwill and it doesn't get too intense in the next 75 days?
Well, it's about not just this energy, but hard work. It's about knocking the doors, making the phone calls, raising the money. It's about making sure that we fight in every county, because there aren't red counties or blue counties. They're just counties with our American families that deserve leadership. It's not taking any of this for granted at all, and it's about talking about the ideas and the contrast. Listen, Donald Trump's trying to pull us back, to fight all his old grudges, to get vengeance on all of his enemies from 4 years ago. Kamala Harris is talking about moving forward, more tax credits for the middle class, more affordable housing, things that can move the country forward for my kids and other people's kids and grandkids.
There's a saying that says the whale only gets harpooned when it surfaces. You've got gotten a lot of attention lately because you were on the short list to be a potential running mate. You're a Democratic governor, in a red state. You figured that out, how to do that. Do you worry at all that now your high-profile nature now in the Democratic Party may hurt you back home?
No, I didn't get in this to have high approval ratings. I got in this to get things done. What we're seeing in Kentucky is our best economy ever. We've broken every record for private sector investment, new jobs, wages, exports, tourism. And I know that Vice President Harris will keep that going. We just scratched the surface in the spending in the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. The BEAD Act is going to run internet to every home and every business across Kentucky. And I can't wait to be governor of Kentucky, working with then President Harris to get that done.
You know how to win in a red state. If you could give one piece of advice to Vice President Kamala Harris, what would you tell her?
That when most people wake up in the morning, they're not thinking about this race or the polls. They're thinking about their job. They're thinking about how long it takes to get to the doctor. They're thinking about the roads and bridges they drive, the public safety in their community, and the schools their kids are going to. So there's a lot of issues to talk about, but make sure we govern where people live.
Governor Beshear, we appreciate your time. We thank you for being here tonight. We want to go back down live to the stage. Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester from President Biden's home state of Delaware speaking now. She was the first woman and first black lawmaker to serve Delaware in Congress, currently running for a seat in the Senate. Let's listen in.
President Biden, we love you, Joe. In Delaware, we know that when small businesses thrive, communities thrive. We know that when our roads and our bridges are strong, communities are strong. When everyone has a fair shot at a better future, America is limitless. Now, Democrats, we know this, but you know who doesn't know it? Donald Trump. He has, with his friends, said the quiet parts out loud, but not only said them out loud, he wrote a book about it. What's it called? Project 2025. So with so much on the line, we've got to turn our biggest challenges into our greatest and brightest of hope. For me, Bright Hope was the name of the church that my grandmother attended for 70 years in Philadelphia. It's not just a name. It's how I approach my life. It's how I'll lead as Delaware Senator. And it's how Kamala sees the future of America. Now, there are some who think our politics are too broken for Bright Hope. But if you want to see hope, just look. Bright Hope is record numbers of black and brown entrepreneurs starting businesses. Bright Hope is an opportunity economy where we invest in our communities and build affordable housing. Ladies and gentlemen, Bright Hope is 4 words. Madam President Kamala Harris. Are you ready for Bright Hope? Are you ready to fight for our freedom? Are you ready to flip the House, protect the Senate, and send Kamala to the White House? Then let's go!
All right, we've just been listening to Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester from Delaware. For more on what's to come tonight here at Night 3 of the DNC, I want to bring in our political pros tonight. Alencia Johnson, she's a Democratic strategist and a senior advisor on the Biden 2020 campaign. Cornell Belcher, a Democratic pollster and an NBC News political analyst. And Florida Republican Congressman Mike Walz, I should say, the great state of Florida, who's also a Trump campaign surrogate. We thank you guys all for being here. Alencia, I want to start with you. Let's take a look at the headlines about Vice President Harris when she was vice president over the first 3 years. Here are some of those headlines right here. They were very tough. The first 3 years, some of the coverage here, Kamala Harris is stuck, not a healthy environment. Kamala Harris 1 year, when did it go wrong for her? And then these are the headlines over the last 3 weeks. Let's look at this here. It's completely changed. The Kamala Harris juggernaut, how Kamala Harris is winning over Wall Street, how Kamala Harris has found her footing in the spotlight. Clearly there's some momentum here. Clearly some great press coverage, whoever's responsible for that. How do you maintain that? And at some point, is she going to have to start answering questions?
Well, look, I actually think those early headlines are a bit unfair because, quite frankly, I didn't hear those headlines about Vice President Biden or Dick Cheney or Al Gore.
You think it's simply just because she was a woman?
I think it's because she's a black woman, and the goalpost continues to move as you get further along.
So then why did it flip these last 3 weeks?
It's flipped because, as we've seen, we just came out of a conversation around freedoms, defining freedoms. There are so many people in our coalition that are concerned about the rights to our bodies, to bodily autonomy, to live. In addition to that, they are excited about the next generation. And Vice President Harris actually captures that energy. What is more representative of what's moving America forward than a black woman as president?
According now, the polls so far have been very good for the Harris-Walz tickets, right? They're ticking up little by little. I think, I'm not going to bet on it, I think the numbers will keep going up. The convention so far, if things keep going as planned, have been very good for Democrats. Where do you see the race then going from there? There's still about 75 days left.
Well, we're kind of in uncharted waters because if you look at what has happened over like the last 3 weeks, something has happened that I as a pollster, I thought I'd never see, and it's in line with those headlines. She's gone from a net unfave to a net fave in just two or three weeks. That never happens over. You can spend $100 million, and it's hard to get that sort of movement to happen. But also understand, it's not come from campaign spending. It's come from the grassroots. It's come from people on social media. It's come from young people making memes. So this is really sort of a grassroots sort of power and mobilization, and her numbers are moving really rapidly. On top of that, like, not only is she doing good in the battleground states, but look at the cash they're raising. Like, the money they're raising, and I work for Obama, and we didn't raise money like this.
I worked for him too. We did not.
And you raise money like this, and you look at those sort of numbers, I actually expect them to sort of put more states in play after this convention and make Republicans go on the defensive in even more states than they are right now.
Let's talk about Republicans. Representative Mike Walz. I was talking to undecided voters today, some who lean right, who were telling me that, listen, you can say what you want about the Obamas. Maybe they don't agree with them politically. They are incredible speakers, and they are incredible messengers. Michelle Obama, I would say, maybe even surpassed the former president yesterday. It was interesting. When Biden was running, they said there was going to be a coalition behind him, supporting him, propping him up. That never happened. We're seeing that with Harris. How do the Republicans campaign and fight against that?
Well, first, I just have to comment. I worked for Dick Cheney, and the headlines for him and the treatment for him was quite terrible. I don't know where we're getting that it was favorable by any means. But you are seeing that shift. I'm glad you pointed it out, and we're seeing essentially a media coronation. I mean, in the immediate wake of Biden's terrible debate, Kamala Harris was barely even mentioned. We heard Whitmer, we heard this governor, we heard that person. But look, at the end of the day, she had her hands on the cash as part of the co-campaign, and she also was essentially given the delegates.
How do Republicans turn the tide? Because this is where the race is at right now.
Well, look, we're going to get through this sugar high that we have right now. That is natural during a convention, and then the real race begins. And at the end of the day, we've got gasoline that's 50% higher, electricity that's 31% higher, food that's 25% higher. Even hotel rooms are 40 to 50% higher, so people can't even take a basic vacation this summer. That isn't going to change despite the rhetoric, sugar high, media coverage, or what have you. And I think those economic and immigration issues are still going to rule the roost at the end of the day.
I want you guys to stay put. I love this conversation, but we got to dip in. It's Dip in Palooza tonight. This is Colorado Governor Jared Polis. He's speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Sounds crazy, but right here on page 562, it says that Donald Trump could use an obscure law from the 1800s to single-handedly ban abortion in all 50 states, even putting doctors in jail. Page 486 puts limits on contraception. Page 450 threatens access to IVF. On page 455, Project 2025 says that states have to report miscarriages to the Trump administration. Page 451 says the only legitimate family is a married mother and father where only the father works. You know what? I'm going to take that one out. I'm going to put that in my pocket so I can share it with undecided voters so they better understand what's at stake this election. Project 2025 would turn the entire federal government and bureaucracy into a massive machine. It would weaponize it to control our reproductive and personal choices. Look, as a Redditor, gamer, entrepreneur, and Swiftie from the free state of Colorado, I'm excited by Kamala Harris's vision for protecting and expanding our personal freedom, internet freedom, and economic freedom. Democrats welcome weird, but we're not weirdos telling families who can and can't have kids who to marry or how to live our lives. These Project 2025 people, like Trump and Vance, are not just weird, they're dangerous. They want to take us backwards, but we aren't going back, like ever, ever, ever. Let's stop Project 2025 and elect Kamala Harris president this November.
All right, the governor there with the Taylor Swift reference. Representative Walz, since we have you here, I do want you to respond to that. You know, former President Trump was the king of putting nicknames on people and sticking, and now Democrats are trying to call your party weird. They're calling Vance weird and Trump weird. Is that something that's going to stick?
Yeah, look, I'm not hearing it from any of my voters. And you know what's not weird is groceries you can afford. What's not weird is a world that is secure. Just a few years ago, ISIS largely defeated, Iran broke, and we had peace breaking out with the Abraham Accords. Now you literally have Americans as hostage sitting in tunnels beneath Gaza. We have the largest war since World War II in Europe, and with no end in sight. So I don't think deterrence or peace through strength is weird. I don't think an economy that's roaring is weird. I don't think safety for your family in our cities or elsewhere is weird. So really, I mean, let's get down to the brass tacks of what is going to make things more affordable, what policies are going to work. We are blessed with energy in this country. If we simply unleash cleaner American oil and gas, you drive down the global price of oil, you solve our inflation problem, and you dry up Putin and Iran's war machine all at the same time. I don't think any of that's weird.
Alencia, that's probably what's going to come up at the first debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump, depending on where that debate goes. You never know. You know, when Kamala Harris announced she was going to run for president a while back, 2020, you know, she had all this excitement, huge crowds. She didn't even make it to Iowa. The fundraising dried up. Is there a fear among Democrats that once they put her out there and once she starts answering questions, she's at the debates, it may all fall apart?
Listen, I actually don't think so. I think Democrats have learned from some of the past mistakes. Look, President Biden was running for president several times, right? Just because you had one failed presidential campaign doesn't mean you can't have a successful one, clearly. President Biden knows that, and she was his number 2. The other thing that we have seen about Vice President Harris is her confidence on the campaign trail. You've also seen the staffing shifts and changes. You've also seen that she is very clear in articulating policies. So I actually think this momentum we have at our convention this week around when we'll also have our debate, that will actually galvanize supporters behind her. And something to what Cornell was saying around the grassroots efforts, you have people self-organizing. You have 70,000 Republicans organizing around Vice President Harris. And so the grassroots is really what's going to bolster her and help us through the finish line.
Cornell, I want to put a poll up for our viewers here so they can see it. This is the New York Times Siena College polls out of those battleground states. It found that these voters that they talked to, they found Harris more liberal than they found Trump more conservative. Is that a perception she's going to have to change for independent voters? Or do you think those kind of numbers, when you look at crosstabs, they don't really matter?
Well, I don't know what ideology means anymore, because once upon a time, Donald Trump wasn't a conservative. And I find it hilarious that they don't think he's conservative, because most of the conservatives I actually know don't think that he's necessarily
a conservative, like one back to Ronald Reagan.
Well, or Reagan, or not that long ago, the Bushes.
You're right. So, or even a neoconservative.
Or even Cheney, right? I will notice that the Cheneys are, in fact, not on board with this conservative. I also got to lean into this conversation, because I love what the congressman's doing, because this is the narrative that will drive this campaign. They want to say America is Gotham City. It's all doom and gloom, and America's failing. it's interesting to me that Biden won the last time around with more votes than anyone has ever gotten before. Clearly, voters didn't think that America was in great shape and was doing fantastic last time that Trump was in office. I think Biden and the vice president have a fantastic story to tell about the direction the economy is going and the direction the country is going. And I think it's going to be a really interesting sort of the joy versus Gotham City and the doom and gloom.
You're skipping over a global pandemic that was in the middle of the 2020 election, but here nor there. We kind of didn't mention that part with a global shutdown.
Well, yeah, that's partial why he lost, because he so poorly handled the global pandemic and telling people to inject themselves with bleach. No, Americans rejected that, and I think they're going to reject it again.
Cornell, you mentioned the word joy. We know that the Democrats and the Harris-Walz-like team are trying to push that word joy, joy, joy. Talk to me from a polling perspective and a messaging perspective. Why?
Because in the end, I know the three of us who are in sort of political hats, we wanted to make it all about sort of policy and agenda. But that 23-year-old walking around the battleground states who feels disillusioned about what's happening in this country and feels that we're always fighting against each other, there's a feeling there that reminds me of 2008, and you can't put a political metric on the feeling of Americans wanting to come together and be happy and joyful about being America and be optimistic about the future.
But will joy work when you're running against someone like President Trump?
The 20-year-old often doesn't vote very much, but the 65-year-old that's on a fixed income that is losing month after month buying power, that is seeing their 401k evaporate, people that can't afford a car because of high interest rates, can't afford a first home because of high interest rates, really can't afford much. And many of those 20-year-olds are back living with their parents because they got a degree that didn't prepare them for the workforce, and they're loaded with $250,000 in debt. Now, we could throw out gimmicks like we saw in Harris's economic plan, but they're not serious solutions. I think people are going to see right through.
Does it bother you that former President Trump can't focus sort of on what the campaign sometimes wants him? He even said today, they want me to talk policy, but I want to talk personal attacks. He literally said that. Yeah. So does that bother you as somebody who's won races in a battleground state like Florida?
President Trump's going to be President Trump, and when he feels hit, he's going to hit back. But if you look at the rest of the speech, it was about accountability for Afghanistan. Right now, as we speak, this is the 3-year anniversary of that despicable withdrawal. Monday is the 3-year anniversary of Abbey Gate. We've heard Trump's name 147 times. We've heard inflation 3, and we've heard Afghanistan and accountability for it 0. He talked a lot about that today. He talked a lot about the recruiting crisis in our military and the readiness crisis in our military and the unprecedented threats that we face from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran that we're not dealing with.
Representative, we're going to have to leave it there. Alencia Cornell, thank you so much for being here. This was a great conversation. We want to get back down to the stage. This is Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison speaking. He's a progressive leader and a member of the Democratic Farm Labor Party who served Minnesota for more than a decade in the House. Vice President Harris, of course, rose to prominence as California's AG. Let's listen in.
Broken. I was angry. And that morning, my phone rang. And on that line was Governor Tim Walz. Tim Walz felt the exact same way I did. And a few days later, Tim appointed me to prosecute Floyd's murder. Almost a year after that, minutes after the guilty verdict came down, my phone rang again. And it was Vice President Kamala Harris calling to congratulate my team and the work. Now, Kamala and Tim, they understand the legacy of George Floyd. No one is above the law, and no one is beneath it. No one is outside the circle of our compassion. In the Republican Party, everyone thinks they're above the law. Hell, nearly a dozen of their own lawyers are facing serious charges. Even their lawyers need lawyers. These con artists are trafficking in the defective goods of division, exclusion, and fear. And friends, selling defective goods is a scam. And like Kamala Harris, I am an attorney general. And attorney generals know what a scam is when they see it. like my friend Tish James, for example, from New York. America, we won't be scammed again. We're not going back, we are going forward. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ready to lead us there. I've worked side by side with Tim Walz for 18 years. His office is right across the hall from mine. And I've seen him deliver for the people of the state of Minnesota every day. Everybody knows Minnesota is one of the best states to live in, to raise a family, to do business, and we've got the best voter turnout in America. Facts. Kamala and Tim, they fight for the people, and they also listen. And when they say we need a ceasefire and an end to the loss of innocent lives in Gaza and to bring hostages home, they're listening, friends. They agree with us. There are people watching tonight, and maybe even here tonight, who aren't sure yet about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you want to know where they stand on some of the most urgent issues facing our country and the world, let me assure you, Kamala and Tim hear you. They listen, they care, and everyone is included in their circle of compassion. They believe that everybody counts and everybody matters. Let's put a stop to the scam of Donald Trump once and for all. And let's put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Let's go win.
We were just listening there to Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. Still ahead tonight, our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues. We're just hours away from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz introducing himself to the nation. Ahead, we speak to a former Minnesota high school student. The impact, he says, Walz made as a teacher and a mentor during one of the most difficult times of his life. We're going to have much more from Chicago. We have a quick break. Stay right with us. We are back now live from our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. And as you can see from this camera right here, we are everywhere around the United Center. They're waving to me right behind that camera as well. We are everywhere at the United Center here in Chicago, covering every angle. We're going to learn a lot about the running mate of Kamala Harris tonight, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He's preparing for his big speech where he will get a chance to introduce himself to America. Walz was a high school teacher and a football coach in rural Minnesota, where he worked with his wife, Gwen, in the 90s. He helped the students create the school's first gay-straight alliance. And one of the students who helped form that alliance, Jacob Raytan. He joins me now. He's now an LGBTQ activist and a lawyer. Jacob, thanks so much for joining our special coverage.
Thank you, Tom.
I know it's never easy to talk about someone that's so close to you and about a moment like this in your life. So you're in high school, and you approach your teacher. Take the story from there.
Sure. So, I mean, the 90s was not an easy time to be a gay student in America, and both Tim and Gwen Walz had made clear in discussions with me and in front of the classroom that they were welcoming teachers for gay and lesbian students. His wife, Gwen Walz, was actually the first adult that I told that I was gay to because of statements that she'd made in the classroom. So the Walzes made this Mankato West High School a safe place for me to come out.
What was it like? I mean, let's stop right there. What was it like to hear that, though, from two teachers?
It meant the world to me. I had never heard teachers say such affirming words before, ever. I didn't know any gay people at the time. There were no gay people at my high school. I was the first student to come out there. So they were very much ahead of the curve on this issue.
And how did you have that trust for Governor Tim Walz, who's your teacher at the time, to sort of head up this organization and put so much faith in him? Because he's also a football coach, right? So,
sure.
And again, Americans are getting to know him, so they don't know his story as much as you do.
Sure. So it was a discussion with my parents, the school principal, the school counselor, and the Walzes about who would be the best person to be the faculty advisor. Ultimately, we decided it was Tim, in large part because he was the football coach, because he was so well respected in the halls of West High School. It sent an important signal that acceptance is a value that we should all share.
And what was it about him that you knew you could trust him and you could talk to him about this?
Well, a lot of just individual discussions about what they had done as both Tim and Gwen for other students. They talked about the care they showed for a student when they were in Alliance, Nebraska, who was gay. I knew they had had a heart for this issue for many years.
Why do you think they did this?
I think they are motivated in large part by their faith in all that they do. In fact, they talked to me about that, in particular Gwen's faith, Lutheran faith. But they have a heart for students. They believe in empowering students. They believe in investing in their lives, and they put in the work. You know, he was the faculty advisor of the Gay Straight Alliance, but Tim Walz also spent a better part of a month building the sets for the Nerd when I was the Nerd and the Nerd. He was just an involved teacher in the school.
And so he's the football coach. He takes over this organization, this club, if you will. What happens? Is there blowback? Does he have to defend you? How does that work?
It wasn't without controversy. We put on a week at school called Anti-Oppression Week, and there were some students that disagreed with it. Posters got ripped down, and amongst other things. But Tim just said, keep your head down. Don't worry about people that disagree with you. Let's focus on raising awareness.
So he stood by your side the whole time, and that's why you're here tonight.
100%. I'm here because it's going to be how lucky we are we get to vote for someone like Tim Walz. Tim is out of central casting when it comes to a good and decent person.
Yeah. If they weren't there for you, what do you think would have happened?
Well, I think it's a ripple effect. Because they were there for me, I was able to come out, and because I was able to come out, other students were able to come out. So I'm thankful for the gift that they gave me 25 years ago.
Republicans are attacking the governor, saying he's a fraud in a sense, that he exaggerates his record. He's exaggerated things about his service. He's exaggerating things about the way he started a family. Again, this is what Republicans are saying. Some people may say it's semantics. What do you say to those Republicans?
Well, he served 24 years. I think if you're going to be arguing that there's something exaggerated about that, I think that's going to be a losing argument. Tim Walz is dedicated to his country. He was a dedicated soldier. He went above and beyond for his students. It's a mini high school reunion here tonight in Chicago. There's so many Mankato West alumni students here.
People love him so much they've showed up here.
Oh, a ton of us. And we've been sharing stories all night about the way that Tim Walz has impacted our life. And there's a whole section of Mankato West High School students here. We're here to support Tim because he's been such a role for us in our lives.
What can we actually, you know what, we're going to take a pause right here. I'm being told by our control room. There's a family that has their loved ones as hostages right now in Gaza. They've taken the stage. Let's listen in for a moment.
At this moment, 109 treasured human beings are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. The youngest hostage is a 1-year-old red-headed baby boy, and the oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch. He's 23 years old. And like Vice President Kamala Harris, Hirsch was born in Oakland, California. Hirsch is a happy-go-lucky, laid-back, good-humored, respectful, and curious person. He is a civilian. He loves soccer, is wild about music and music festivals, and he has been obsessed with geography and travel since he was a little boy. His bedroom overflows with atlases, globes, maps, and National Geographic magazines. On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend, Honor, went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised as celebrating peace, love, and unity. They also went to celebrate Hirsch's 23rd birthday. As rockets began to fall, Hirsch, Honor, and 27 other young festival goers took refuge in a 5-foot by 8-foot bomb shelter. Terrorists began to throw grenades into the shelter. Honor stood in the doorway and repelled 7 of those grenades before the 8th one killed him. Altogether at the Nova Music Festival, 367 young music lovers were killed. This was just one of the many attacks on neighborhoods and communities in southern Israel on that terrible day. In total, 1,200 were killed, including 45 Americans. Hirsch's left forearm, his dominant arm, was blown off before he was loaded onto a pickup truck and stolen from his life and me and John into Gaza. And that was 320 days ago. Since then, we live on another planet. Anyone who is a parent or has had a parent can try to imagine the anguish and misery that John and I and all the hostage families are enduring.
Rachel and I are comforted to be back in our sweet home, Chicago. We were both born and raised here, and our families still live here. This is a political convention, but needing our only son and all of the cherished hostages home is not a political issue. It is a humanitarian issue. The families of the American 8 hostages meet every few weeks in Washington. We're heartened that both Democratic and Republican leaders demonstrate their bipartisan support for our hostages being released. We've met with President Biden and Vice President Harris numerous times at the White House. They're both working tirelessly for a hostage and ceasefire deal that will bring our precious children, mothers, fathers, spouses, grandparents, and grandchildren home, and will stop the despair in Gaza. We are all deeply grateful to them. We're also profoundly thankful to you, the millions of people in the United States and all over the world who have been sending love, support, and strength to the hostage families. You've kept us breathing in a world without air. There is a surplus of agony on all sides of the tragic conflict in the Middle East. In a competition of pain, there are no winners. In our Jewish tradition, we say, Kol Adam Olam Umlo'o. Every person is an entire universe. We must save all these universes. In an inflamed Middle East, we know the one thing that can most immediately release pressure and bring calm to the entire region. A deal that brings this diverse group of 109 hostages home and ends the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza. The time is now.
Hirsch, if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong. Survive.
Bring them home.
We've just been watching an incredibly emotional moment here in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention. The parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, John and Rachel, addressing the convention hall here, speaking of their son, who has been a hostage in Gaza for more than 300 days so far, only 23 years old. Our Kelly O'Donnell was down at our platform cam, right really in the center of the convention hall. And Kelly, what struck me is that when they entered the convention hall, people gave them a standing ovation, and then they stayed standing listening to this emotional speech from two American parents talking about their son who has been held in Gaza for so long.
Tom, we've talked a lot about the energy and the emotions in this room over 3 nights. This was a moment that singularly stands out because the respect that this group here on the convention floor had for these parents. They recognized them immediately, understood who they were. We heard about the Chicago connection here, of course. And for many months, people have been seeing them talk about their son and the plight of the other hostages. And so to see the sense of calm that came over this convention, where there's been so much boisterous energy, a sense of recognizing the extraordinary experience they have gone through. And at least to my ear, I did not hear any protest or any discussion of the Gaza issues that, of course, have been rampant outside of the United Center here in Chicago. There was what seemed to be a deep respect for these parents who have been fierce advocates for their son and the other hostages. There'll be many things talked about through the days of this convention, but these parents, their story and their excruciating experience is something that will stand out. And implicit in everything they said is advocacy to try to get a resolution, not only for the Jewish people and the hostages, but to relieve suffering in Gaza. This will certainly stand out, and their advocacy and courage and their resilience is so notable. When there was that early ovation and she put her head down on the lectern, overcome by the emotion. So the emotion went both directions here, and it certainly is something that people will remember and will influence perhaps how they think about this issue, having seen them in person and heard their story. Tom?
Yeah, there were so many people here at the convention hall with tears in their eyes as they were listening to those parents basically tell their testimony and at the end send a message to their son who is still being held captive. Kelly O'Donnell, we always appreciate your reporting. Stand by for us. We will come back to you. We want to be very upfront with our viewers right now. The program here, what was told to us, has changed. This sometimes happens during conventions. There were supposed to be several music acts. Obviously, you have to be careful after a moment just like that. Senator Cory Booker, who is the host for tonight, is still on stage right now. There is a man with a guitar on stage. We think at some point they are going to sing. It's unclear who's going to sing right now. We have a couple of different options, so we don't want to tell you, hey, this is coming next, and it doesn't happen. We're going to be watching the stage. Again, these things happen at conventions. When you have a powerful moment like that, sometimes you go off script. You have to. This is a convention where they have a lot of different moving parts, but we just want to make sure we always give you what exactly is happening in real time. Let's listen down to Senator Booker right now and hear what he has to say.
Bringing the rock and roll and the funk, bringing the gospel and the hard rock. Well, tonight we are blessed by one of those great American artists that helps us to cleanse our spirits, to raise our hearts, and to bring in that joy. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you one of the true greats in America, someone to bring the joy to this incredible arena, Maren Morris.
America, we're better than this.
We've just been listening to country and pop superstar Maren Morris here at the Democratic National Convention. Hallie Jackson's going to join our coverage right now. We're going to start the next hour right now.
Tonight, day 3 of the Democratic National Convention.
And the stage is set for the biggest speech of Governor Tim Walz's career.
I couldn't be prouder to be on the ticket and to help make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
Kamala Harris's choice for vice president set to introduce himself to the country in front of a primetime audience.
Every day in the White House, I'll have Vice President Harris's back.
Other contenders from the VP shortlist also speaking out tonight.
She is battle-tested and ready to go.
I'm very excited about the Harris-Walz ticket.
And just 24 hours after those back-to-back barn-burner speeches from the Obamas,
America, hope is making a comeback.
Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in.
Another former president set to address the packed arena.
When we vote in this election, we'll be deciding what kind of country we want to live in.
We're on the floor.
The California delegation front and center.
Senator Schumer.
And with the newsmakers.
Talk to me about the atmosphere in here. Is it electric?
It is electric. It is excitement.
As Kamala Harris's running mate makes the case that she and he are ready for the White House.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Here are Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson.
I'm Hallie Jackson, live at the home of the Chicago Bulls. And if Vice President Harris hopes to be the new political Michael Jordan for Democrats, tonight we're going to hear from the guy you could call her Scottie Pippen, Tom.
Oh, that's so right, Hallie. The big question, who's going to be Dennis Rodman, right? It is the night 3 of the Democratic National Convention, and tonight it is all about Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as he gets his crowning moment as Miss Harris's running mate. The governor had a meteoric rise. Remember, it was only 15 days ago that Harris asked him to be her running mate, and before that, he had a relatively low national profile. Nothing on as big a stage as this right now. In fact, he prefers to give speeches off the cuff, and he's rarely used a teleprompter in the past. We're told not to expect a lot of policy from the governor tonight. Instead, it's his chance to introduce himself to the country.
And I got to tell you, we are here on the floor, and we're surrounded by folks. You get to where you need to go, honey. Don't let me stop you. Right on through. Go ahead. Because people are getting psyched. You saw in just the last couple of minutes, Maren Morris right there live on stage. We're going to try to get you up into the buffer zone in just a couple of minutes here. I would walk and talk, but it is a tight squeeze. It is absolutely packed because guess where we are? Minnesota, of course, the delegation for Governor Tim Walz. They are psyched to see him big time. You know who else we're seeing tonight? A performance by Stevie Wonder. And then Oprah. Yeah, that Oprah. She's going to be up here speaking tonight. And there's going to be another passing the torch moment as well with former President Bill Clinton set to speak live. An aide tells our team he plans to tap into the newfound energy Democrats have had since switching to VP Harris. We're also going to see former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, seen by some as the architect working behind the scenes to try to convince President Biden to come off of this ticket. This will be, she has been here. She's been walking the hallways. We just saw her over down backstage, but it'll be her first time on this stage behind me, Tom.
And arguably one of the most powerful people right now in the Democratic Party. All of them and more live tonight, including some up-and-comers in the party like Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. All those speeches and more you're going to see live right here on NBC News. Now, Hallie, give us a sense of what's happening on the floor right now.
Okay, so at this moment, I'm looking back on stage behind me. It looks like Senator Cory Booker from the delegation of New Jersey. I'm looking around. New Jersey's across the hall from where we're standing is speaking. Look at this. I mean, listen, this is the little rope line here blocking off the Minnesota delegation. Why? Because they are big timers tonight. It is all about them. I will tell you, I wanted to introduce you to somebody. My girl, Bernie. Nora, can I sneak in just to talk to Bernie? Because it looks like my seat got snagged. Can I just go right here? Okay, thank you so much. Hi, I'm just going to sneak. Nora's let me in right here. Thank you, thank you. Okay, well, that was very nice. Thank you. They're giving me permission to come in. I'm just going to Bernie right over here, live on NBC News. Hello, I'm so sorry to bother you guys. I'm going to sit here for 1 second. That okay? Thank you. Talk to me. How are you all feeling? I mean, Governor Walz here tonight, big moment. It's going to be his moment on stage.
It's going to be terrific. Tim is making a national debut in the last few weeks, but we've always known this Tim Walz. This is the Tim we know at home in Minnesota, and it's really great to see him translating to Americans.
One of the things that our team is finding out is that this is going to be not a policy wonk speech. This is about Governor Walz introducing himself. You know him. You know Tim Walz in Minnesota. The rest of America, we've seen it in the polls. He was a relative unknown nationally just about 2.5 weeks ago. How do you think he's going to present himself? Is it that Midwestern dad energy vibe?
He's a teacher. I was a teacher, and you're going to see that shine tonight.
Let me go to Bernie. Bernie up here. Hey, you were supposed to save my seat.
Well, I know, but, you know, the water came back, so.
It's totally fair. Give me a sense of how you're feeling tonight.
Very excited, very proud, very energized. Yeah.
What do you want to hear from Governor Walz tonight?
Same thing he tells us every day, that the country's in good shape and that he's here for everybody. Yeah.
Thank you all. Can I ask you to do me a favor? Can you hand me that thing that's right down there? Yeah, you know what I'm looking for. Hang on a sec. That's right. These props over here. They got him. They got him ready to go. They're going to have him up here. It's going to be a moment, Tom. So you asked about the energy on the floor. I'm looking for our friend and colleague, Peter Alexander. I'll grab him in just a second. Let me go find him, but I'll toss it back to you.
Hallie, before you go, I have one question for you and Bernie. Was she wearing the flannel because of Governor Walz? Can you ask her? Okay.
That's a good question. So my co-anchor wants to know, are you wearing the flannel because of Governor Walz and the Obamas?
That's right.
Done. You heard her, Tom. That's it. It's in honor of the governor. Let me toss it back to you in the booth, and I'll go find Peter.
I feel like there's a lot of flannel on the floor tonight. All right, Hallie, we thank you for that. Meet the press moderator. Kristen Welker is here with me now in the booth. So, Kristen, when Governor Tim Walz was first announced, a lot of people didn't know who he was. Right. If you cover politics, if you're from Minnesota, obviously you do. He did a good job in that rollout. What do you think we're going to expect to hear from him tonight?
Yeah, you're right. 4 in 10 Americans say they're not familiar with him. So this speech is going to be about introducing himself to the American public, filling in those details about his biography. I've been talking to senior campaign staffers. They say this speech is going to be heavy on the biography, light on the policy. He's going to talk about his time as a teacher, as a coach, of course, his service in the National Guard. He's really going to paint himself as having a lifetime of service because of all of these different roles. And then, of course, a family man as well. He's talked about the fact that he and his wife have struggled with infertility, so I wouldn't be surprised if we heard about that tonight. The question I have is, how does he talk about the future? What was so striking last night when we heard from the Obamas is that you really heard them take a page from their Hope and Change playbook. You heard the former First Lady say that hope is making a comeback, really trying to bring some of that energy from 2008 to this crowd here and to this campaign. Will we hear that? Remember, one of the first things we heard from Governor Walz when he was first announced, he talked about the joy that had been brought back to this moment. So they're trying to talk about this campaign in positive terms as they think about the future.
Joy is definitely a word they're trying to brand out there. Anytime this ticket is talked about, I do want to ask you, in prime time, we've seen this pattern where with President Biden, former President Obama, they went out hard after Trump. Do you think we're gonna hear Governor Walz go hard after Vance? Because he did when he announced. He said that Senator Vance may say he's like us, but he went to Yale. He was funded by billionaires. He's not like all of us.
I wouldn't be surprised if we did hear some of those barbs. And I think a lot of people were struck by just how forceful, particularly former First Lady Michelle Obama was. We've never seen or heard anything like that from her. But we have seen Governor Walz throw a punch. So look, the role of the running mate a lot of times is the attack dog. Yeah. So we're going to see some of that teeth tonight.
Yeah, we're going to see those teeth tonight. All right, Kristen, great to have you. Stand by for us. I know we're going to check back with you later. I want to send it back down to Hallie. She's found one of our friends down there on the floor.
Hey, I don't know if you can see me. I'm standing here next to Delaware Delegate Martin Willis. Thank you for letting us take your seat for just a second. So give me 1 sec. Peter Alexander, found him too.
You're a good man.
Ringo, I don't know if you can see us here. Our photographer who's back here, if you can sneak up a little bit closer. We're live on NBC News now. Peter, give me a sense of, you've been here on the floor, and thank you again. We're going to sneak back this way so you don't have to be quite there in the middle of it. We'll have you sit right here. There you go.
I didn't know you were going to talk to me.
Hey, thank you. Don't worry. Just saying hey. Just saying hey. Hey, good to see you. Oh, I used to live in Delaware, so I'm seeing a lot of folks who I used to know. Sussex County. I was in, that's right, in Rehoboth, Delaware, Lewis, Delaware. All right, Tom, so Old Home Week here with my friends in Delaware and with my friend Peter Alexander. One of the things we've been talking about are some of the themes tonight. You've got the new generation of future Democratic stars, Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg, Wes Moore set to speak. You've also got some of the power players who've been around for decades, Nancy Pelosi among them, former President Bill Clinton. What's your sense of the dynamic at play tonight with the theme of freedom that Democrats are trying to push?
Well, as you note, I was talking to Jack Schlossberg earlier. Obviously, he's someone who really resonates with young voters, and young voters feel much more motivated. They've been infused by the new energy of Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket here. So tonight, in a lot of ways, we'll focus on building up the joy and the interest of the young people. Pete Buttigieg says that as well as anybody. But talk about Bill Clinton, who's going to be one of our real headliners tonight. And he really has a record of rhetoric unlike anybody else. This is his 12th consecutive DNC. Think about that. 1980 as a 33-year-old was the first time he spoke the Secretary of Explaining stuff. He did it for Barack Obama in the past. He was there side by side with Joe Biden. And to have him again tonight, I think, helping support Kamala Harris as his wife did just a couple of days ago, I think is something that the party feels very good about. You've talked about the critical nature of Tim Walz introducing himself. This room knows Tim Walz, but this is about much more than this room. It's about a lot of those places far from here where people may have been disillusioned, felt if they weren't into Donald Trump, they may sit this one out. And this is someone that speaks to some of those rural voters in the key battleground states that you know well, like your home state of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and beyond.
You named 3 interesting states that one source familiar with former President Clinton's sort of thinking describes as places where he may camp out this campaign later on to try to stump for Kamala Harris and really turn people out. And I wonder if you can give us some insight into the so-called formers, these former presidents who are coming out here, big voices for Kamala Harris, what they may do on the campaign trail. And then the question that may be unknowable right now, Peter, Oprah is going to be here. Another person who's got enormous influence in the country as a whole, one of the most popular people in the country, like bar none aside from politics. It's going to be a big night.
Well, the Democrats don't have a monopoly on star power, but they certainly have a ton of it, right? John Legend, we heard from Common earlier, Lil John, I made sure I got it right for the sake of my sister, my family tonight, and beyond, right? This is like a ton of names that really resonate. You're going to hear from Stevie Wonder to turn back the clock a little bit tonight as well. So that helps bring some energy to this conversation as well. The formers, the Obamas in particular, was a homecoming. They don't come out all the time. I think the speech people are going to talk about years from now, where I to say is going to be Michelle Obama's. But Barack Obama obviously resonates here. As we hear these stories, some of the humanizing, the personalizing stories of them, those are the individuals who can do it face-to-face in ways unlike anybody other, and that's why they hope they make a difference in the months ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I should point out to people that we are going to bring you those performances live as they happen. You will see them right here on NBC News. But for now, I want to take you back up to stage because you see who's walking out? Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy, who's set to speak right now. We're going to let her walk by and we're going to listen in. Let's take you up to the stage right now.
I just want to let you know, that everything that you just saw in that video, that's exactly what happened. I know because I was the Democratic senator who negotiated that bill to secure the border with President Biden and Vice President Harris. And I want to tell you this as well. Donald Trump's allies weren't just in the room. They helped us write the whole bill. It was a bipartisan bill. It was a tough bill. $20 billion in new border security, gave the president the emergency power to shut down the border, made compassionate but serious reforms to our asylum system. One Republican said it would have had almost unanimous support if it weren't for Donald Trump. Trump killed that bill, and he did it because he knew that if we fixed the border, he'd lose his ability to divide us, his ability to fan the flames of fear about people who come from different places. Right? You guys know this, right? Hate and division, that's Trump's oxygen. Right? People like Trump and J.D. Vance, they need it to survive in politics. People are saying that they're weird, that they're creepy, and they are weird, they are creepy. But even worse, they're weak. Kamala Harris is not weak. For 20 years, Kamala Harris has been tough as nails when it comes to securing our border. When she was a California prosecutor, she went after drug smugglers, human traffickers. She put 100 gang members away in a single sweep. Trump says that a safe nation can't be an immigrant nation. That's flat wrong, and Kamala Harris knows it. She knows this too. Engraved on the Statue of Liberty is a poem. The last line reads, "I lift my lamp beside the golden door." For generations, that lamp has called people to start a brave new life in America. My ancestors, your ancestors, and the parents of the next President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris knows that we can be a nation of proud immigrants and a nation of strong immigration laws. That's why when she's president, she will bring that border bill back, and Kamala Harris is going to pass it. How do I know this? Because in this race, there is only one candidate who has ever been willing to do the worthy, redeeming work of making our country better, of recognizing that we do not have to choose between celebrating our heritage and enforcing our laws, right? The beautiful thing about America is that we can be both. We can be a nation of immigrants who love their country and a nation with a secure border. And there is only one candidate. There is only one candidate who can deliver that vision of America, and it's Kamala Harris. Thank you very much, Democrats.
Please welcome Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar.
We are back now live on the floor, and look who has made his way down to join us now. Hey, Tom, good to see you, friend.
Allie, good to be here. You know, every night we never know when we're going to hook up, but we got here pretty fast, and it was so great to see that you got a special guest here.
That's right.
McAuliffe, the former governor of Virginia. Governor, you've held many roles in the Democratic Party. You've run these conventions. You've raised a lot of money. The headlines are coming out now about how much money Democrats are raising with the Harris ticket. Explain to our viewers why it's so important with the amount that you've been able to raise lately.
Well, what is extraordinary, within her first 24 hours, she raised $100 million. The Harris campaign's gone over $500 million. In 27 days. It's extraordinary. It goes to show the grassroots support. These are average contributions of $18.
Bigger than the Obama days.
We've never seen anything like we've seen in the last 27 days. It's excitement. Hey, listen, we need more. Everybody watching, keep sending it in. But it's not only financial support. 500,000 people have signed up to knock on doors, to make the phone calls. So it's grassroots activism. We're going to come out of here 74 days to go to the election like a booster, like a rocket ship.
Somebody who you know well, a couple that you know well, the Clintons, of course, a long-time relationship with them. And we are looking to see, of course, former President Bill Clinton take the stage behind us here later on tonight. You've talked with him today, right? He's here now in the arena.
He's here. He speaks in about 25 minutes.
It's 25 minutes long?
8:12 he goes. No, I think it's like supposed to be about 15.
I see what
but
you
you know President Clinton. We call him the explainer-in-chief. So, you know, we'll see how long. You know, he did a great job in 2016 with President Obama when he was renominated.
So what's the message we can expect from him tonight? What are we going to hear from former President Clinton?
I think, number one, it's a very nostalgic night for him. 28 years ago this week, he was renominated for president here in Chicago. So it's a big night for him. He has spoken at 13 straight conventions since he was 29 years old. So nostalgia for him, but also the contrast with Donald Trump. The insanity of the Trump administration, what it means to be a president, to build an economy that works for everyone. No one can explain complex issues like Donald Trump can.
And really quickly, who's going to be watching from the box?
Huh?
Who's going to be watching from the box?
So Hillary Clinton will be here tonight. Chelsea Clinton has flown in for it, and Mark, her husband. So it's going to be exciting. I'm going to sit up on the podium and watch them. But nobody can explain these complex issues on an economy like Bill Clinton. He's the best to do it. And people love him here.
Governor McAuliffe, thank you so much.
Let's go.
We're going to go back to the stage now. Congressman Pete Aguilar speaking now to the convention floor.
The American dream so that every family can earn a living, own a home, and reach their full potential. This is a vision for America that Donald Trump will never understand. All he knows is chaos and division. He talks about tearing American families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, community against community. Compare that to what Kamala Harris has done as vice president. Almost 500,000 people who live here and are married to a U.S. citizen can now apply for lawful permanent residence. DACA recipients who graduated college have easier access to work visas. And we would have much more security at the border if Donald Trump hadn't tanked the bipartisan bill. Folks, we don't have to choose between a secure border and building an America for all. Under President Harris, we can and will do both. As a prosecutor, she took on transnational gangs and cartels. As president, she will fight for pathways to citizenship. And I can tell you, as the highest-ranking Latino in Congress, our community understands the stakes in this election because we believe in the promise of this country. We believe our nation is stronger when we keep families together. We believe our union is more perfect when dreamers become doctors, teachers, construction workers, and military service members. Latinos believe in that American dream and a brighter future. One where we secure our border, fix our broken immigration system, and unlock economic opportunity for all. And together, we will win. Thank you.
Okay, we've just been listening to Congressman Pete Aguilar. Go, 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 go. You can go through. It's free. You can go for it. Yeah, after you. All right, Jacob Soboroff is with the California delegation and the senator from California. Sobo, what are you hearing?
Make my way in. I don't want to get in people's way, but Alex Padilla, the senator from the great state of California, is here right now. I hadn't seen him until just tonight, and I want to just slide over here and say hello. Senator Padilla, good to see you.
Hey, Jacob, how are you?
I'm doing great. Let's sit, because I don't want to get in everybody's way. Is it okay if I sit here? Okay, thanks. I'm going to squeeze in with you. Right. Senator Padilla.
Until Madam Speaker arrives.
Yeah, okay, so this is Nancy Pelosi's seat. I better get out of this seat when she shows up. You know Kamala Harris incredibly well. You were appointed by Governor Newsom, and you've since won election twice in the seat that she once held. You're going to speak tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
What's it like for you to be here? Who's the Kamala Harris that you know?
Look, it's we're excited and proud, not just as Californians, not just because she's my friend, but through the course of this convention, the course of the campaign, the country will get to know the Kamala Harris that we've known and worked with for so many years. You're seeing the tremendous energy, not just in the arena this week, but throughout the country. Just talk to, some of the field organizing offices. They'll talk about the people walking in, signing for volunteer shifts, etc. Because with Kamala Harris, what a contrast to Trump, right? The wreck of an RNC that we witnessed last month. Kamala Harris, experience, toughness, humanity, right? As you get to know her as a person, you know that she's all about trying to help people, particularly middle-class families across the country. And so I'm not surprised that there's been this reception since President Biden decided to step aside.
You know, it occurs to me, you're not from a swing state, but you are from the Northeast San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles, working class part of the city of Los Angeles. You know working class people. They're not the people from the swing states, across the country. But what is it about this ticket, about Governor Walz, who we're going to hear from tonight, and Vice President Harris, that you think will resonate with people like you grew up with?
Yeah, I think bottom line, it's somebody that you can relate to. Somebody who knows what it's like to struggle, to sacrifice, to have to work, to get ahead, whether it's, Kamala and myself both being children of immigrants. We were instilled those values by our parents. Somebody like Governor Walz, right, as middle class, middle America, as it gets. We need that kind of perspective, that kind of heart when it comes to the people making the biggest decisions for our country and for the planet. And it's clearly evident, and again, what a contrast to the other candidate and the other party.
I've known you a long time. You were a city councilman in the city of Los Angeles. You were the Secretary of State before you were senator of our great state of California. Are you concerned about, not about the integrity of the election, but about the potential to interfere with the election from the other side? You're hearing former President Trump talk about the Democrats consistently about potentially cheating in this election. As a former the top election official in the state of California, what do you see as the landscape with election integrity, election administration right now?
Look, well, there's two pieces to this, right? There's the actual administration of the elections, plenty of safeguards in place to prevent, any foul play, any abuse of the right to vote. Now, that being said, the other side will not stop talking, trying to cause doubt, trying to cause confusion, trying to undermine people's confidence in the election.
How do you push back against that if it does indeed happen?
By reminding people what the rules are. And so that's why this campaign, not just the Democratic Party, but so many other advocacy organizations are reminding people what the law is, what people's rights are, how to register if you're eligible, how to vote. And that's the best way to push back. When more people participate, that's how we defeat the misinformation, disinformation coming from the other side.
Before I go, we're reporting tonight at NBC News that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Is going to exit the race and endorse former President Trump. Your reaction to that?
Not shocked. I mean, Kennedy's been all about conspiracy theories since long before the pandemic, especially since the pandemic. Seems like he and Trump are two peas in a pod. All the more reason that we need to continue this excitement and continue the work for the next 76 days to elect Kamala Harris and Governor Walz this November.
The senior senator from the great state of California, Alex Padilla. It's great to see you, sir. All right, Tom, Hallie, back to you guys.
All right, Jacob, great to hear from you. I just want to show you where we are right now. We're actually at the front of the stage here at the Democratic National Convention. Taking the stage right now is Olivia Troy. She's a former Homeland Security advisor under Trump, former President Trump. She's speaking out this Democratic National Convention. Let's listen in.
But as an American, it was the right one. I saw how Donald Trump undermined our intelligence community, our military leaders, and ultimately our democratic process. Now, he's doing it again, lying and laying the groundwork to undermine this election. It's his MO, to sow doubt and division. That's what Trump wants, because it's the only way he wins. And that's what our foreign adversaries want, because it's the only way they win. As a national security expert, y como Latina, y hija de una inmigrante mexicana que realizó el sueño americano, being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what'll happen if he gets back there. The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired. I grew up in the kind of working family that Trump pretends to care about. Conservative, Catholic, Texan. July 4th was our most sacred holiday. Those values made me a Republican. And they're the same values that make me proud to support Kamala Harris. issue, but because we agree on the most important issue, protecting our freedom. So to my fellow Republicans, you aren't voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy. You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country. Thank you.
Big chants here from the Tennessee and North Carolina delegations after that speech from Olivia Troy, Tom, of course, that former Trump administration official, as we're getting ready to hear on stage from the former lieutenant governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan, also a Republican, speaking now in what is clearly a move by the Harris-Walz campaign to try to broaden the tent and bring over some of those independent and GOP voters. Let's listen in.
I stand here as an American. An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy. And the only thing left to do is dump Trump. These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching. If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. My wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs, and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong. To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do. Now let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
That was Georgia's former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan right there, Republican we should mention, talking about what happened after the election in his state of Georgia. Joining us now is Colorado Representative Jason Crow. Jason, for our viewers that may not know your name immediately, there was that iconic photo of you during January 6th. Iconic maybe in the worst possible way. The security, the Capitol had been breached. You were hanging over some of your fellow staffers and your other congressional members. Do you want to make sure voters never forget that moment? Because a lot has happened since then, and so much has happened in the last 3 weeks.
Americans should never forget that moment. You know, that was the voters and the will of the people being thwarted in that moment. It's not okay. This is the United States of America, and we do not allow people to try to overthrow our democracy. So, you know, this is a part of the discussion we're having right now. We cannot accept political extremism.
You've spoken a lot about your concerns about the threat to democracy that former President Trump poses. We know when we look at some of the numbers, the voters say over and over again the issues that they care about come November will be the economy and immigration. Threats to democracy is up there, but it's not one of the top two. You're obviously delivering a message tonight to the audience in the room, the DNC here, the Democrats here, many of whom feel the way that you do about January 6th. Do you believe that Americans still care about that day now 3 years ago?
I believe that, I know, I don't even have to believe, I don't have to guess. I know Americans are concerned about democracy and freedom. And we don't have to choose, right? There shouldn't be a choice between, you know, economic issues, immigration issues, gun violence prevention, and democracy, because democracy impacts all of those issues, right? And Democrats are here to deliver for the middle class. You know, look at my own experience. You know, I was raised in a working class family. I worked minimum wage jobs in high school, fast food. I worked in construction to pay my way through college. That's the type of experience that most Americans are going through, right? That is the struggle that most Americans are going through. We are here, the people in this room tonight are here to fight for those people, and democracy is a part of it.
Congressman, look right next to you. You see all these people here, all these Democratic delegates, these donors, these supporters. They're looking at this video right here. This is what you lived through with your colleagues in the Capitol right now. When you see this video like this, what goes through your head?
Well, I look at that day, and it just seems like yesterday to me. You know, to see those Capitol police officers, one of the things that goes through my mind, first and foremost, is those hundreds of Capitol police officers who stood in the breach with great courage and great bravery. Over 160 of them were brutally beaten. You know, we get to be really close with those officers. I see them every day. I talk to them about their families. And the day after that insurrection, that attempted insurrection, one of them, I called one of them, and he broke down in tears, and he said, "Sir, I failed you. I failed you, and we couldn't stop him." And I said, "You did not fail anybody. You should be proud of your service." Right? There are Americans who stand in the breach every day, and we owe them a debt of gratitude to do the right thing. And that's what we are here this week to show, that we will stand by those who stand by us.
President Trump has not committed unequivocally and unconditionally to a peaceful transfer of power, or to accepting the results of the election. When you think about a peaceful transfer of power, how do you make sure that what happened on that day doesn't happen again? And are you confident that it won't come next year?
Well, you know, I served in places around the world in war where there aren't peaceful transitions of power, so I know how fragile it can be. Right? We can't take this for granted. And that's why we're here fighting for it, working for it, and mobilizing, right? America is always one generation away from the end of our democracy. We can never take it for granted. So we're going to put in the work, we're going to come together, and we're going to defend our democracy. That is what we're doing this week.
Congressman Crow, I've asked every Democrat this. How do you think your party maintains the sort of energy you have here? There is that honeymoon phase happening right now with Vice President Harris, but you're going to have to get to the real campaigning and politicking in a couple of days after this convention. How do you maintain the sort of momentum you have tonight?
Well, this isn't a honeymoon phase. This is a movement. The energy that we're seeing in the last 3 weeks, I haven't seen energy like this, and certainly since I've been in Congress, but not since 2008. The energy is high. There is something very special and unique happening, because we're seeing the next generation of American leadership stand up and assert itself.
Congressman Crow, we thank you so much for joining us. We thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Taking the stage now, we took out our earpiece to listen a little bit. Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson, who of course chaired the January 6th committee, speaking now. Let's listen in.
January 6th, like most of my colleagues, I had one goal: to uphold the votes of the American people, the cornerstone of our American democracy. But as what you've just witnessed, Let me remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal. They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy. Thank God they failed. Because in this country, we settle our differences at the ballot box, not through violence. It took a long time to get here, and we are not going back. Because I remember that dark history. It's my own history. In this life, my father never cast a vote because of Jim Crow. So I dedicated my career to protecting the votes against violence and discrimination. You can imagine what I felt on January 6th when I saw with my own eyes those insurrectionists trying to take that away. They did it to rob millions of Americans of their votes. They did it because Donald Trump couldn't handle losing. He lied about the election fraud. He called his conspiracy-led mob to Washington. He would rather subvert democracy than submit to it. Now, he's plotting again. His campaign proclaims that elections won't end until the moment of inauguration. We will win or it was rigged. We win or else. This is Donald Trump's America. Elections are about choice. Choose democracy, not political violence. Choose the America we've always taught our children to love. Choose Kamala Harris.
Okay, we've just been listening to Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson there. Taking the stage now is retired U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquino Gonell, who was injured on January 6th. He's speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before I begin, I need to acknowledge the sacrifices of 5 officers who died as a result of January 6th. May on that day. My name is Aquino Gonell. I immigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic when I was 12. I became an American citizen. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army and a Capitol Police officer. I had seen violence while serving in Iraq. But nothing prepared me for January 6th. We officers risked everything to protect innocent people. We were beaten and blinded. I was assaulted with a pole attached to the American flag. President Trump summoned our attackers and sided with them. He betrayed us. When I joined the Army, in Capitol Police, I took an oath to defend the Constitution. I did so with duty in my soul, and I still feel it. To Donald Trump, I ask, why don't you? On January 6th, I nearly died protecting the Capitol, and I will do it again for our democracy. The way to preserve it is to elect Kamala Harris, our first female commander-in-chief.
To a Capitol Hill police officer right there, Kilo Gunnell, addressing the Democratic National Convention. Joining us live right now, Minnesota Senator Tina Smith. Senator, we're talking to you, and we are in the Minnesota delegation because tonight is your night because of your governor. What's one thing you want America to know about your governor?
Well, I'm excited for many people to meet him for the first time, to understand the kind of guy he is. National Guard, social studies teacher, but I hope that they see, I know they'll see the real Tim Walz, the guy who is just the same in front of the camera as he is when he's at home, when his kids are doing rabbit ears behind his head like they do.
So, it's a tough act to follow. Last night you had the Obamas here. They blew the roof off the place. You're going to have former President Bill Clinton, who's done very well at these conventions. Some he hasn't, but most of the time he's done a good job. What do you think is going to happen tonight? Do you think Governor Walz will captivate this room?
Well, listen, I was just walking around through some of the other delegations, and like Georgia, and they were like, we love Tim Walz. We can't wait to hear what he has to say. So I think the commitment and the enthusiasm in this room for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is really great. Now our challenge is to take this enthusiasm and turn it into action as we go forward.
Republicans have started to attack Governor Walz, saying he's an exaggerator. He's exaggerated about his service. He's exaggerated about aspects of his family. What do you say to that?
Well, some of these charges Republicans have tried against Governor Walz in the past, and they failed. Because when people get to know him, they know the kind of person that he is. They understand what drives him and what motivates him. They trust him, and they believe that he's going to be looking out for them and not just the rich and powerful. So I think that this is the way it is in campaigns. People, I think, want to look forward and not backward, and that's what they're going to hear today.
The man he's going to essentially run against, Senator J.D. Vance, is also from the Midwest, from a neighboring state not too far from you guys, Ohio. How do you think he's going to draw a contrast?
Well, I served with J.D. Vance, so I know a little bit about him, and I think they're really quite different. J.D. Vance went to Yale. Not that I have anything against Yale. Tim Walz is a small-town guy from the Midwest who is still very rooted in those values, and I think that actually that is the big contrast.
And then finally, do you think he plays the attack dog tonight?
I think he's ready to draw the contrast. I don't think he's afraid of that. But what they're doing, I think, so effectively is they're kind of pointing out some of the smallness of what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are doing, and I think people are resonating that. They know a bully when they see one.
Senator, we thank you for your time. We hope you have a great convention.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for talking to us. Here at the convention, you never know who you're going to run into. We just ran into Senator Smith, and right over here, I have a friend of mine. Look who's hanging out in Minnesota.
Why not?
It's NBC News Chief Political Analyst Chuck Todd. Chuck, we've been listening the last 20 or 30 minutes or so about January 6th, the threat to democracy. Is that going to resonate with voters?
I think if it's resonating with voters, it's already resonated. That those voters, if January 6th is something that impacts you, you probably already know which way you're voting. Is it a swing out? Is it an issue that maybe, as you're adding up a whole bunch of things and you're trying to make the case that, hey, you know what, look what Trump does, it becomes this chaotic thing that he does.
But it speaks to the times we live in, right, that you have to remind voters about January 6th.
You do, but it struck me when I saw the Democrats do it. The Republicans didn't do anything on the Black Lives Matter protest. And it was interesting, just messaging-wise, and I wonder if you're having the same impression, the Democrats seem to be a bit more sort of urgent in what they're trying to convey each night, like making sure they do a January 6th night. Looking back, Milwaukee wasn't very urgent on the messaging front with the Republicans. They were
to be fair, it was also a different race.
That's right. They thought, you could tell they thought they were on a glide path. This is a party that knows they need to do everything they can to try to win. So they're trying everything.
This race has changed so many ways, so quickly, unlike any race we've ever covered. And when people are covering this race and they're saying, wow, the Harris-Walz ticket, they have all this momentum, will it last? It could change again.
Well, it will. Look, it's Stevie Wonder.
I'm sorry, Chuck, I got to cut you off. There's somebody even bigger than Chuck Todd here. Let's go to the stage, Stevie Wonder.
Go with Stevie.
I love you. I just want to say I love you. I love you. And every song that I've sang, every song that I've written, it's because of my love for you right here. But this year I've prayed very hard for peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts. Even though our hearts have been beaten and broken, beyond prayer, I know the important of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win. Win the broken hearts. Win the disenchanted. Win the angry spirits. Now is the time. This is the moment to remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency. It is time to get up and go vote. Listen, the choice is clear. Clear than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clear than anyone else is saying. You feel me? Yeah. We need to choose joy over anger, kindness over recrimination, and peace over war. Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger, and the division those words and anger create. We must keep on keeping on until we truly are a united people of these United States. And then we will reach our higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach your higher ground? Are you ready to reach our higher ground? Tell me. I want to hear you again. Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do. And we need a great man, as we do have, as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Mowski, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Kansas, are you ready?
All right, everybody. Clap your hands like this. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Now somebody scream. Here we go.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, you're going to have to get louder than that.
I want y'all to sing with me. Come on.
we've just been listening to the great Stevie Wonder, who is rocking the United Center here in Chicago tonight on night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. Also rocking our coverage tonight, Kelly O'Donnell, the great Kelly O'Donnell, and Chuck Todd as well. Kelly, I'm going to start with you. I was just talking to Chuck. Tell me what struck you about this convention, right? Because you essentially have a new ticket put together in 3 weeks, and so far this convention has gone off without a hitch.
Things have been good in part because they have a team that was trying to create an entertainment experience as well as a messaging event. So the kind of music we're seeing, the sort of color they put together, they want people to watch this and enjoy watching it, as well as all of the viral clips and cut segments that become social media fodder. But implicit in all of it is a message, and they're driving those messages about the choice in November and about the things that they believe their voters really care about. And they've somehow wrapped it in a package that's a bit more fun than we tend to associate with conventions.
Yeah. Does Governor Tim Walz have a high bar? He's following the Obamas. He's going to follow former President Bill Clinton. There's obviously great entertainment here in the House tonight. Is the bar high for him?
I think the bar's high for him, and the bar's high for Kamala Harris tomorrow.
It's getting higher and higher, you're right.
I'll be honest, because I thought last night, think about the entirety of last night. The roll call that turned into a dance party. Beaming in Milwaukee, really sort of trolling the Republicans, going to there and having a packed house in both places. Joe Biden couldn't have done that, right? Like, so they made last night, plus the Obamas gave sort of roof-raising speeches, right? Particularly Michelle. I think it's a high bar for both the next 2 nights, to be frank. But look, with Walz, he better not try to be somebody he isn't. In some ways, if he sticks to being sort of the suburban dad going, I can't believe I'm here, like, do I really belong? It might connect better. Think about how much Doug Emhoff connected last night because he wasn't a practice speaker. Hey, I'm Doug. Like, I mean, that's going to go as viral as anything that was said last night. So I think the bar, look, Walz just has to be himself. He can't overthink it.
You know, the sentiment was very high. When we were at the RNC, people were saying the Republicans were united. They were pulling off a great convention. And then obviously the race changed again. It's been changing a lot. I was talking to Chuck about this. You've covered a lot of campaigns. When will the honeymoon phase, if you will, for Kamala Harris, you think, end? Will it end on Thursday and then she's got to sit down and start doing some interviews? Or do you think she can carry this on for a little longer?
Well, you're right. First of all, the Republicans were united and are united, so that holds true. The surprise was the Democrats were united. That was really the question mark, and they've shown that they can do that. It will get hard again quickly. There are key things to come. She's got to do some interviews. She's got to prepare for the debate. And this will be the first time we see Donald Trump and Kamala Harris side by side in a debate. Those are pivotal moments. We know that from our June 27th life experience. What happens on a debate stage can change the entire course of the campaign. Limited time left, just a matter of weeks. And so she can carry some of this enthusiasm, but there will be challenges. And the implicit in all of this has been the don't be too complacent, don't be overexcited, do the work. And she'll have to do the work, too.
Briefly, because we're running out of time, I'll get right to you, Chuck. What do you think we're going to hear from President Bill Clinton?
He is going to try. He hippified his speech a bit, so he tried to do that. And he's going to talk about the issues, including immigration, which are key for this party to grapple with.
Yeah. It's funny to bring up Bill Clinton because to answer your question, could Kamala Harris do this? The last person to use a convention bounce and ride it to a victory was Bill Clinton. He came in 3rd place in his convention. He came out in 1st place, double digits at some points. He was assisted by a Republican Party that had a horrible convention after his, but he never lost the lead. So you can ride a wave, and he didn't have to, check as many boxes as, all of us are talking about now. So it is possible to do that.
Yeah, we have about 75 days left. Chuck Todd, Kelly O'Donnell, we thank you so much. I know we'll be seeing you throughout the night. Our coverage here at the DNC is going to continue. We have live cameras all over the United Center tonight. Our coverage is going to go throughout the hours again. President Bill Clinton's coming up, and of course, the man of the hour, Governor Tim Walz, will be here. That does it for this hour at the DNC on NBC News Now. My good friends Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie are going to pick up our coverage right now.
Tonight in this packed arena, Vice President Harris's running mate stepping out on the national stage.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz introducing himself to America on night 3 of the Democratic National Convention.
Our special coverage starts right now.
In Chicago, Democrats fired up. The new ticket officially set.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Vice President Kamala Harris picking Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. A popular two-term governor with a progressive record and a history of winning working-class voters. Kamala Harris! As Democrats look to hold on to critical Midwestern states.
Is he ready for his moment? And will his pitch work to win over the party and swing voters alike less than 3 months until Election Day?
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to our special coverage of the third night of the Democratic National Convention.
Here in Chicago, thousands of Democrats, a lot of hype, the crowd rallying and partying to celebrate the new Democratic ticket. Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
Well, tonight the DNC's theme is a fight for our freedoms. That word, freedom, a major theme for the Harris campaign and a frame for Democratic priorities they've been talking about this week, such as abortion access, voting rights, tackling gun violence.
This hour, we'll hear from more of the biggest names in Democratic politics, including former President Bill Clinton, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
It's a packed tonight. This was supposed to be a surprise, but it leaked out. Oprah Winfrey is in the building. We'll also hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. But tonight, it is all about Kamala Harris's running mate, the new Democratic nominee for Vice President, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
This is him earlier today preparing for his acceptance speech. In that speech, Walz will introduce himself to the country. He is set to highlight his experience growing up in a small town in Nebraska, serving in the National Guard, in Congress, and as governor, along with teaching and coaching football.
And if you're here for the music, they've got that too. John Legend and Sheila E. will perform tonight just before the governor's speech, leading a tribute to the late, great Prince, who is, of course, from Governor Walz's home state of Minnesota.
Stevie Wonder there a few minutes ago, right before we came on the air. For more of the night ahead, let's bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Kristen, start us off. Carve out what the vice president candidate has to do tonight.
The stakes could not be higher for Governor Tim Walz. This is the biggest test of his entire political career. He has got to introduce himself to the American public tonight. One recent poll showed 4 in 10 Americans are familiar with him, so he's got to show them who he is tonight. And the challenge is, and I think his goal will be, to showcase himself as a regular American, someone who is a former teacher, someone who also is a family man, someone who also served in the National Guard. I am told in talking to senior advisors with the campaign, this speech is going to be heavy on the biography. It's going to be light on the policy. It's really going to be about continuing to thread the story of who he is and what he and Vice President Kamala Harris will bring to the future if they are put in the White House. And it is going to be a full-throated endorsement and argument for Vice President Kamala Harris, why she's best positioned to beat former President Donald Trump. Of course, he was picked because he appeals to, and they're hoping he'll appeal to, some of those critical swing state Midwestern voters.
The first speaker we're going to bring you live tonight is the House Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries, and we will bring that to you live as we seek to cover as much of what's going on the floor behind me as possible. Let me bring Hallie Jackson into this. The other marquee name, well, Oprah. but it wouldn't be a Democratic National Convention if you didn't have a former president. Monday, we had the President Joe Biden. Last night, the Obamas. And tonight, Bill Clinton, who actually received his nomination here for president, 1996 in Chicago, in this very building.
A decades-long fixture inside the Democratic Party, and he will be coming out tonight to make his case for Kamala Harris. I had a chance to catch up with somebody very close to him who said, he's in the building. Apparently, his daughter, Chelsea Clinton, her husband are coming as a bit of a surprise to the former president here, and he is going to try to lay out a positive case for Kamala Harris. We've been talking about this over the course of the last couple of nights, the nickname that he's the Secretary secretary of explaining stuff, and he will try to explain what Kamala Harris can do on some of these issues that are really important to voters, the economy and inflation, on immigration. Don't expect it to be a super policy wonky speech, but it will likely be very kind of classic Bill Clinton here. The other big marquee names, of course, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Very interesting, given the dynamics that she is widely seen as one of the architects of the people who pressured President Biden to come off the ticket. And then Oprah in what is going to be a huge moment here in this arena. The Oprah factor is kind of undeniable. When you look back to 2008, there was a study done some 5 years later that showed she was responsible for something like 1 million votes for then former President Barack Obama, of course.
That was a key moment in that campaign.
Yes.
She had never before endorsed a presidential candidate.
She had stayed away from politics rather explicitly because of the Oprah brand, what it meant at the time, what it still means to people. So it's going to be so fascinating to hear what she has to say and how she makes the case for somebody in Kamala Harris who would be, if she were elected president, historic here as the first woman president, the first black woman president, the first South Asian woman president here, something that Kamala Harris really hasn't leaned into on the stump, but is still significant.
And by the way, before we go to the floor, a word about last night. The Obamas rocked this House, and Bill Clinton reportedly, according to NBC sources, ripped up his speech after seeing the energy in this building Monday night and last night. So we'll see what he came up with.
Pressure, you think?
Yeah, a little pressure to perform.
Let me bring in senior national correspondent Tom Llamas, who is down on the convention floor. Tom, good evening.
Hey, Lester, great to be with you tonight. Let me set the scene for you right now. Everyone's looking towards the stage because one of the celebrity hosts tonight, Mindy Kaling, of course, from The Office, the actress and comedian, has taken the stage here. People are laughing. They're having a great time. As Savannah mentioned, the bar is very high. Just before all of this, Stevie Wonder rocked this house playing Higher Ground. The place went crazy. We're in the Minnesota delegation right now because this is the state. The man of the hour is here. Notice some of the red flannel here. And guys, this is why. This guy right here, he's the man of the hour. Everyone's got these signs. People in Minnesota can't get enough of him. But as we mentioned, the bar is high. The Obamas, they blew the roof off this place yesterday. You're going to have President Bill Clinton. But everyone I've talked to who knows Governor Walz says he is going to meet the moment, and they're all looking forward to a speech. Back to you guys.
And Kristen, we talk about introducing themselves to the American people. And the question of whether they'll get into policy, he'll get into policy or not, to deal with issues of where he is politically. He's been described as obviously very progressive. Is that something he will try to further explain?
Well, I think it's something he's going to have to explain to voters at some point. To what extent does he delve into it? I would not be surprised if he talked very proudly about the fact that he got universal school lunches, for example, in public schools in Minnesota. That's something that he's very proud of. Of course, he did sign in a law that provides people the right to have an abortion in his state. So he's very proud of that. He will talk about those things. He'll talk about the fact that he and his wife struggled with fertility issues. So I do think he'll talk about the pieces of his legacy that he feels very proud of and that appeal to those all-important moderate and independent voters. But again, I don't know that he's going to do a deep dive into policy tonight.
All right, we got Peter Alexander, our correspondent, also on the convention floor for us. Are people still talking about last night? What's the energy this evening?
Yep. They're talking about what they've already seen tonight. Savannah, Stevie Wonder, John Legend expected this evening. Abina Billups is here from historic Selma, Alabama. Last time he did one of these conventions, 2008. Does it even compare?
Oh, yes. It's electric. It's historic. I'm just happy to be here.
Enjoy it, Abina. Appreciate it. Back to you.
All right, Peter, let's listen to the House Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries.
And a distinct privilege as a Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America. In our great country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high-quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that. We're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. The extreme MAGA Republicans want to divide us. But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, 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 let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, book of Psalms, the scripture tells us that weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power on Friday. Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep, wake up the next day, and do it all over again until joy, joy, joy comes in the morning. Now there's only 76 days left. There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th President of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
That was House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. We want to turn back to our table as we await former President Bill Clinton. I have to say, I misspoke as we were introducing Hakeem Jeffries. I called him House Speaker, but that leads me to you quite nicely, my error, because that is a promotion he would very much like to see.
That's exactly right.
And Democrats see it very closely, that just a handful of seats away to take back the House.
They see it way more closely now than they did about 6.5 weeks ago, Savannah. That is for sure, based on a lot of conversations I've been having. Remember what the state of play is right now when it comes to these down ballot races in the House of Representatives. We're talking something like 4 or 5 seats. That is it that Democrats would need to win back in order to take the majority in the House of Representatives. And yes, perhaps install Hakeem Jeffries as the House Speaker here. Razor thin margins. Back in the sort of Biden era when he was on the ticket, one thing you heard a lot after that debate performance, widely panned as disastrous, was real concern that he, at the top of the ticket, would hurt those down ballot races. He cited that even in describing why he stepped off the ticket.
That's why Nancy Pelosi, who is, of course, the Speaker Emerita, but wields so much power, and that is in no dispute now after everything that's happened, got involved, because when she saw bleeding down ballot, she saw those chances of taking back the House start to dwindle. That's when she said enough is enough, and went on this rather unsubtle campaign to have Joe Biden removed from the top of the ticket.
And do you know what the former Speaker deeply cares about? The House of Representatives and keeping Democrats in power there. Despite her friendship with Joe Biden, she has talked publicly about how it pains her. She loses sleep, she says. She prays for her friendship after what happened here, but she did it because she believed that this was the better choice for Democrats.
She's hardcore politics, though, Kristen. She also said sometimes you got to take a punch for the children. That is a Nancy Pelosi quote.
That's right. And our Andrea Mitchell asked, when was the last time you spoke with President Biden? She said, well, we're all busy. They haven't spoken since President Biden stepped aside. That is just a stunning revelation. She was in the crowd. The split screen was just so fascinating to watch her hold that sign, "We love Joe," as he spoke. But to know that there were these underlying tensions, which they are not going to allow to come to the surface. By the way,
we should mention, we did the House, we should mention in the Senate, yes, it is a very tough road for Democrats to hold on to their razor-thin majority.
It's very tough. We're looking at states like Montana. We're looking at states like Ohio. By the way, Sherrod Brown, John Tester, not at this convention for that.
There is Bill Clinton taking the stage right now. He's expected to is essentially returning to the exact same arena where he accepted the Democratic Party's nomination for his re-election campaign in 1996. NBC News has learned he tore up his speech earlier this week, rewrote it after seeing the energy at this convention. In a moment, we'll also hear from this House Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi. But here is former President Bill Clinton right now trying to tap into the energy that this convention has produced over the last few days.
Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage, and I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. But I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. Two leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, how can I help you? Now she's at the pinnacle of power and she's still asking, how can I help you? I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's. Now, But we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you. Wait. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1. I'm glad that we've got a championship-winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit. And are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there, the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. She's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with a reversed decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So, that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. She says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserved the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places. I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
Former President Bill Clinton wrapping up remarks, clearly going off script at times, but sticking to this idea that Republicans have policies that are me-centric, and I think he made a play off that several times, getting personal at other times about the passage of time, how many more of these he will go to, but clearly throwing all his support behind Kamala Harris.
Well, it was vintage Clinton, by the way. They're playing his song, Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow, which, by the way, we heard at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. And a lot of people took note of that, those political nerds who follow such things. Vintage Clinton, plain spoken, speaking from the heart and to the heartland, referring to the man from hope and saying that Kamala Harris would be the woman from joy, but also vintage Clinton going literally twice as long as convention organizers had planned for him. The prompter operator just got up and left.
There was a lot of ad-libbing that we just heard, but the crowd ate up every single word because this was vintage Clinton. He was trying to do two things, draw a sharp contrast with former President Trump, and he was trying to sell this idea of hope. What strikes me is that both former President Clinton, former First Lady Michelle Obama, former President Barack Obama are all trying to sort of repurpose the idea of hope and change. Where have you heard this before? 2008. They're trying to bring that spirit back to this moment, to say this is another history-making moment. Become a part of it. Go out and make it happen. And the crowd clearly felt like it resonated with them.
The former president paid tribute to Joe Biden, and then he later ad-libbed, we all feel joyful now, we feel a load off our shoulders, which was not exactly subtle in terms of the former president. And the way that Democrats do have a lightness in their step now as they see this race that was all but lost in their eyes. now suddenly, potentially, in their sights.
And former President Clinton also making the case, and I'm paraphrasing, that vibes are not votes. You have to get out there. You're not going to get the White House by magic. He said you got to work hard, casting this campaign as an underdog, and who knows more about underdogs than the comeback kid.
Well, and here, who may well still be the most powerful woman in Democratic politics, make no mistake about it, Nancy Pelosi, the former House Speaker.
On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe. And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president. I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress. He fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim. January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did. And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed. The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Now, in this election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in rather short remarks here, but bringing back the specter of January 6th. And we're going to take a short break here. Still ahead tonight, the night's biggest speakers, including Oprah Winfrey, and tonight's keynote address from VP nominee Tim Walz. Those speeches and more live from Chicago right after this.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is almost the top of the hour, 10 p.m. in the East, 9 p.m. here in Chicago. This is the third night of the Democratic National Convention in full swing with the night's biggest speeches just moments away, Savannah.
Yeah, these are live pictures now. Thousands of Democrats inside a fired-up arena. They're, of course, excited about this new Democratic ticket. By the way, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is about to have the biggest night of his life. He will officially accept the party's nomination for vice president.
Yeah, soon from the DNC, we will hear from Oprah Winfrey, followed by Maryland Governor Wes Moore, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, with tonight's headliner Tim Walz set to close out the night.
And we heard from former President Bill Clinton and the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So all of the Democratic all-stars are assembled here in Chicago and have been all week. Let's get down to Tom Yamas as we await one of the key speakers tonight, which will also Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. Tom Yamas down on the floor. How did the former president's speech go over? There was kind of an emotional moment there. Of course, he accepted the Democratic nomination right here in this building in 1996 and said this may be one of his last conventions. He doesn't know.
Yeah, very well. I mean, look, it was definitely a different vibe from what we've seen before. I think people were engaged and they were listening. The energy level obviously wasn't there like we've seen in other nights with other speakers, but obviously there's a ton of respect for President Clinton, and they were hanging on every word, but it was definitely a different vibe than what we've seen in other nights here. Look, it's interesting, right, because the question is the bar is going to be very high for Governor Walz tonight, right? But I think the way they're programming this event tonight is to have hills and valleys, so by the time they get to Governor Walz, it's going to be his night, and he's going to try to meet that moment. I was just speaking to some delegates right now. Where are we? From the U.S. Virgin Islands and Georgia. They're telling me they're excited to hear from Pete Buttigieg tonight, but also Oprah as well. And then, of course, the main event is Governor Tim Walz. Right now, people are just watching, sort of, taking their breaks if they can, listening in, sitting down. But I got to tell you, most of the convention tonight, earlier tonight, people were on their feet for Stevie Wonder, for other speakers. Hakeem Jeffries also did an incredible job here. People were really receiving his speech in a major way. But right now, it's sort of more of a chill part of the night as these other speakers come to the stage. Savannah, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Chill part of the night, not a term we've heard a lot so far in this convention.
We haven't been chill here.
It has been action-packed. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell now. She is near the podium off the stage. Hello, Kelly.
Good to be with you, Lester. One of the things about this particular perch is we were able to peer backstage during former President Clinton's remarks where Nancy Pelosi and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro were greeting each other. Just an assumption here, but because we know the former president, who is known to be a great speaker and to not need the script, he went a little longer than planned, and so it seemed like there was some movement behind stage to sort of tee up the next speakers, perhaps some audibles being called. Also, I think the prompter operator, the person who runs the screen that shows the words, probably had a bathroom break because it parked in hold for quite a while as the former president was able to talk from his heart, not using the words that were printed on the screen as we could see it, but he brought it home, as you heard, as Bill Clinton does. And for those of us old enough to remember some Clinton speeches at conventions, he's known for going long. They had to have known that in the planning and adjusted for it. So some change up in the lineup, but of course it is still a night that builds to the issue of having some of the key senators in tough races and, of course, building toward Tim Walz. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. This is Kamala Harris's brother-in-law and a key advisor, Tony West.
In my first week at law school, I met a new classmate, Maya Harris. We became best friends, but the way Kamala tells the story, we'd already fallen in love by graduation day. And when Maya and I married, I not only gained a life partner I love, a daughter I adore, and a mother-in-law I revered, someone I affectionately called Mother Harris, I also gained a sister I cherish, Kamala. Now, Maya, Kamala, and I each pursued different legal careers, but we were motivated by the same values: a belief in equal opportunity, a yearning for fairness, a passion for justice. Values Mother Harris taught those two little girls, values that powered Kamala's public service from the very beginning. You know, one of Kamala's very first cases in the district attorney's office, it involved a woman, an innocent woman, wrongfully arrested in a police raid. It was a Friday afternoon, and the courthouse was shutting down for the weekend. And look, most prosecutors, they would have gone home and dealt with the matter the following Monday. But not Kamala. You see, my sister-in-law knew that if the judge didn't see this woman that afternoon, she'd spend the entire weekend in jail. And Kamala, she wondered, does this woman work weekends? Would she lose her job? Does she have young kids at home? Who'd feed those kids? So Kamala pleaded for the judge to return to the bench and to hear the matter. And the judge agreed. And within minutes, that woman was released back to her family that night. Now, it may seem small, but that's what it means to stand up for justice. That's what it means to stand for the people. And as Kamala says, when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And look, believe me when I tell you, as a sister, a daughter, an auntie, and a mother, I've seen Kamala fight for her family. As district attorney, attorney general, U.S. Senator, and Vice President of the United States, I have watched her fight in the halls of power for those who have no voice there. And as president, I know she'll fight for you. She'll fight for all of us. Because, friends, when Kamala fights, we win. Thank you. God bless you.
Tony West, who is, among other things, the vice president's brother-in-law, speaking there, giving a personal endorsement, of course, of his sister-in-law, someone he's known for years and years, married to her sister Maya, who's a key advisor as well. Kristen, it's interesting because there's so much excitement, so much energy. Some might even call it giddiness in this room over the last few days and, frankly, the last few weeks. But the hallway conversations that you hear, the rumblings are, is this just a sugar high? The rubber meets the road over the next 75-plus days. Can she go the distance? And they know hard days are coming.
That's the big question, Savannah. She has momentum right now if you look at the polls. President Biden was trailing former President Trump nationally and in key battleground states. She's now leading him nationally and in a number of key battleground states, all within the margin of error. Does she get another bump coming out of this convention, or has she already had the convention bump, as it were? That's one thing we'll be looking for. And in particular, we'll be looking at some of the key constituencies that she would need in order to win the White House. Young voters, for example. President Biden led Trump with 1 point among young voters. She now leads them with 21 points. Still not as high as that 2020 margin, but significant. Among Latinos, Biden led by a very narrow margin. She now leads by 24 points. So the question is, can she continue to build on that? Can this energy translate into those groups getting more energized and increasing those numbers even more? That's the key question.
And then you take that a step further, Hallie. How much is this, the Trump campaign obviously watching this convention right now? Are they seeing anything that they can seize on? Are there areas here that are giving them, perhaps give a bit more focus to the former president and how he goes after Harris?
We've been seeing it as the Trump campaign. Former President Trump and his running mate are on this battleground blitz across the country to counter-program what we're seeing here in Chicago. And they're focusing on a few things. things, including the issue of immigration. They see weakness on the part of the Harris-Walz campaign on that particular issue. It's why former President Trump and J.D. Vance are holding border events.
She'll need to address that on Thursday night.
Certainly, if she gets into policy in a fulsome way, which we assume she will, of course. What's also interesting is the next speaker on stage here from Nevada. This is one of the critical battlegrounds here. Kristen talked about the Latino population being critical for the Democratic coalition. Watch for the senator to speak to that. You look at that particular state, former President Trump lost it twice in 2016 and 2020. The margins were very close. Right now, it's basically a one-point race according to recent polling. But what's interesting here, Vice President Harris does about 6 percentage points better than President Biden had been doing. It's another indication of the way, to your point, that the Democrats feel like this Harris-Walz ticket has really energized them moving forward.
If you look at a battleground map, it always comes down to a handful of states.
That's
but
right.
with President Biden, it was looking like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania were do or die. That was the path, and perhaps the only path. But some polls have indicated that Kamala Harris has opened up some of those Sunbelt states like Nevada,
That's right.
Arizona, Georgia, perhaps even North Carolina. It's interesting to see how much time the campaigns are spending in North Carolina, including former President Trump. As we wait these speakers, and they've kind of mixed up the program a little bit tonight, perhaps because former President Clinton took double the allotted time for him, to be totally transparent about it. Let's go to our Chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. I mean, the other thing about Kamala Harris is that, the Trump campaign and Republicans will say she's been on a honeymoon. She's been, in this high for 4 weeks, but she hasn't yet done a major sit-down interview. She still has to debate him on September 10th. So there's a lot coming.
I think that's exactly right, with a series of interviews likely over the course of the next several days. But recognize we only have fewer than 77 days to go right now, and they feel like she is perfectly suited in this final sprint. It's like a British snap election. Real energy here that they're hoping to capitalize right now. And beyond that, what's been particularly striking to me is just moments ago they were playing a biographical video, revisiting some of the moments where Kamala Harris, as the senator from California, was prosecuting the case against Brett Kavanaugh, the future Supreme Court justice. A moment that really put her on the national map in many ways. It's a moment that gained her a lot of appreciation from Democrats across the country. And when that moment played in the biographical video, this place got loud. Back to you.
Peter, thank you. And let's listen in. Go back to the convention floor here in Chicago. Nevada Senator Catherine Cortez Masto.
After the foreclosure crisis. And let me tell you, Kamala did not settle for less than homeowners deserved. Her leadership helped win billions for working families nationwide. Delivering for families, that's Kamala Harris. Kamala and I also worked to protect our southern border. During that time, Kamala invited a group of AGs across the border to meet with Mexican officials. Now, we worked together to put transnational criminals and drug smugglers behind bars. Holding criminals accountable, that's Kamala Harris. Listen, and when we took on human traffickers, Kamala had us meet with survivors so that we could understand who we were fighting for. Standing up for justice, that's Kamala Harris. So trust me when I say I know she will fight for our families and our freedoms. Now, we must fight for her. Every vote matters. I know. In 2016, Nevadans elected me, the granddaughter of a baker from Mexico, to serve as the first Latina in the United States Senate. I'll tell you what. And in 2022, my reelection came down to 7,928 votes. Because of voters in Nevada, the Democrats won the Senate majority. And I'm here to tell you, we can do it again. We can send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Are we ready to do it? ready to fight? Let's get it done, Chicago. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome
Catherine Cortez Masto remarks. And now Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro taking the stage. Shapiro, of course, widely seen as a rising star in the Democratic Party. He was on the VP shortlist for Vice President Harris. His profile certainly raised by that, and quite an orator, which we will probably hear that sense tonight as he takes the stage and the microphone.
2.5 centuries ago in Philadelphia, a band of patriots declared their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to her mama. Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is. Real freedom comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around 3 basic American principles. We value our freedom. We cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen, we love this country. And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, you all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, vice presidential shortlister as well. And next we're going to hear from Amanda Gorman, and you may recognize that name. She's the country's first National Youth Poet Laureate. She is going to perform a new poem written to support Vice President Harris. You may remember her from her first major appearance. She read another poem at President Biden's inauguration in 2021 and has often said she herself will run for president one day. Let's listen.
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall, for a people that cannot stand together cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure. Divided, we cannot endure, but united, we can endeavor to humanize our democracy and endear democracy to humanity. And make no mistake, cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now, approaching this rare air, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but instead a dare to dream together. Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country, from many won, from battles won, our freedoms sung, our kingdom come has just begun. redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream. Let us be worthy of it.
This is a young woman who really burst into the consciousness of America when she performed and read her poetry at the inauguration of President Biden, and once again stirring this crowd. Next is a video that is going to lead into Oprah Winfrey.
Tell me what it means.
Interesting. Let me think about that for a second.
The spirit of freedom. For me? Oh, yeah. Freedom, to me, means choice.
The ability to laugh with friends.
Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go.
Living your life day to day. Having new chapters in that life.
I believe in having your own words and being able to do what you want to.
The freedom to raise our family in healthy communities.
The idea that I can turn to my partner, my husband, and say I love you with every being of my soul.
Being able to start a family when I want to, being able to, support the missions that I want to go to the church that I want to.
Not everyone has the same opportunities, but the United States is, of anywhere I've ever been, it's the one place where you can accomplish more.
The big, fantastic thing about America is that it is the land of opportunity. I know it sounds trite, but it's the truth.
I grew up with a single mom, and she really imbued in me these qualities that you just really have to care about your neighbors and your family and your friends.
I feel like the American dream is having opportunities, having opportunity to go to college if you want to, having opportunity to get any job you can, no matter who you are or where you come from.
The American dream is about having the ability to make choices about your medical care and do whatever you want to do with your life without anybody telling you if it's good or not.
We are in an incredible moment in history. We've seen women stripped of their most fundamental right to autonomy over their bodies.
The freedom to make choices about your body, your life, your career should be entirely in your control.
But I have found that good people want to do good things.
That you find a way to move forward under ugly and scary circumstances.
The work that lies ahead is to make America live up to its highest ideals. And, we're proud to go to work.
The work to build a better future really depends on all of us coming together.
We have to bring back that respect for everyone.
I don't think we're as divided as we seem.
Let's come together as one big nation.
I feel like we are on the verge of something very amazing in this country.
It makes me want to fight for our children and future generations to ensure they have just as many, if not more, freedoms than we had.
I believe in a future where my mom can feel safe no matter where she is in the country.
A future that is filled with a healthy and vibrant planet where families are not separated by fences or jail bars.
A future in which we all get what we need.
I want to say that for people who are younger than me.
Hopefully the kids I teach can chase their dreams and believe in what they want to be.
I want a future for him that he knows that he's covered and protected.
Everyone should think about what we can leave to the next generation. It's our responsibility. It's what we have to do.
My name's Tyler.
My name's Yvette.
and we believe in love.
I'm Alex.
I'm Kiara.
My name is Steven.
My name is Charlie. I'm a proud 7th-generation Texan.
I am from Waterford, Michigan, just north of Detroit.
I'm from East Tennessee.
And we believe in the American dream.
We believe in a better world for our child, and we believe in this country.
My name is Karen, and I believe in justice.
My name is Nancy.
My name is Thoreau.
My name is Jennings.
My name is Dana.
My name is Todd.
And we believe in freedom.
My name is Gina, and I believe in freedom.
My name is Pat, and I believe in the freedom to work together.
Up to the moment, we will hear from Oprah Winfrey. She previously supported the Biden-Harris ticket in 2020 when Kamala Harris was elected the first woman of color to serve as vice president. She made a huge impact when she endorsed Barack Obama for president in 2008, also endorsing Hillary Clinton in 2016.
By the way, this is a surprise to this audience. She was not advertised. Word leaked. But there were many people in the hall who had no idea that Oprah Winfrey was about to take the stage. We heard her voice at the beginning of that video, so perhaps a small hint, but here she is with her moment in her hometown of Chicago.
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love, people who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and sweet home Chicago, Illinois. I have actually actually traveled this country from the redwood forest, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No, we just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady, well, we try to get that cat out too. People who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. Those conversations, because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto the stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she She, like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four, they were called. They broke barriers, and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States. Let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor, and let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris.
Oprah Winfrey, tonight's surprise guest at the Democratic National Convention, doing that Oprah thing and vouching for Kamala Harris, endorsing her, and we'll see, Hallie Jackson, if the Oprah effect is still in effect.
She just delivered the political gospel for Democrats there, making some allusions to that. This was such a sweeping speech. Instead of making the case for who Democrats are fighting for, being Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, which she did, she made the case for what Democrats are fighting for: democracy, freedoms, civil rights, equality.
She revealed that she was an independent and made a direct appeal to independence.
Let's remember, she's not given a convention speech before. She was on the trail, helped Barack Obama, of course, in 2008, was not present on the campaign trail for Hillary Clinton largely in 2016, came in those sort of closing days for President Biden in 2020, but now she is out here fairly early and in a very full-throated way. She endorsed John Fetterman against Dr. Oz, for example, a frequent guest on her show. She was involved with the Stacey Abrams campaign in 2018, but this is a big moment for Oprah Winfrey and for the Democratic Party.
And we should note it's a bit of a homecoming. We are on the west side of Chicago right now, where she had established Harpo Productions and created new neighborhoods, really, from that back in the 90s.
Absolutely, and you could feel the energy and the excitement when she walked out onto this stage, this unscheduled appearance by Oprah Winfrey. I do think the question is, how prevalent will she be on the campaign trail, and will she help to energize those all-important independents?
Let's go back on the floor. We've got Governor Wes Moore.
Yeah, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, widely considered to be part of the Democratic Party's next generation. He took on a more of a national profile after the collapse of the bridge, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, several months ago, and now addressing this convention.
March 26th. At 1:30 in the morning, a container ship the length of 3 football fields slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words: Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs. I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united, with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrist at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake-up until Election Day. 75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days and a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake-up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States.
Governor Wes Moore taking the stage. And in a few moments, we're going to hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, of course, himself a former presidential candidate in 2020. Appearing tonight in his personal capacity, though, he is the Transportation Secretary, and of course, he served alongside Vice President Harris in the Biden administration. Let's take a listen to Mayor Pete.
Thank you. Good evening, Democrats. Thank you, Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate. At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness. I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant, and yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match. So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
We've heard it time and time again tonight. Freedom. Freedom is really the defining theme of this night 3 of the Democratic Convention. Pete Buttigieg himself was seen by many on the short list for a VP job.
And now we're getting to the portion of the evening where we will focus on the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz. Video playing right now. It's top of the hour, 11 o'clock on the East Coast. And yes, they are running a tad late. So we're going to hear from Governor Walz in just a few moments. There's a musical interlude. But Hallie, as I go to you, this is the moment of Tim Walz's political career. I have to say, if you'd asked most of us a couple of months ago outside the Washington Beltway, people didn't know Tim Walz, even though he's been a two-term governor. Sure. He's the head of the National Governors Association. But this is someone who's not widely known.
And by the way, that's nothing to feel bad about. Polling showed that something like 7 in 10 Americans, when she named him her running mate, did not have a familiarity with Tim Walz, unless you obviously was down in the Minnesota delegation. They love him, the Democrats here, of course, but this is his introduction to a national audience in prime time on this big stage. And it is going to be heavily biographical. He's going to tell the story of who he is and expect to hear the word coach a lot. That is the way that Kamala Harris, his running mate, describes him. You hear that from people in the audience and in the crowd. If what we just saw with Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg, Wes Moore was kind of the next generation of potential future leaders, Tim Walz is kind of that loyalist.
Well, we have a special performance now honoring the late musician Prince, John Legend, and Sheila E., Prince's former drummer and performer in her own right, leading this tribute to the Minnesota native here at the Democratic National Convention. That's right. John Legend and Sheila E. This is a crowd that didn't need to be fired up, but I think they were fired up more by that performance.
Well, I have to say, John Legend, Sheila E. playing the Prince classic, Let's Go Crazy, in honor of Minnesota resident Tim Walz. And Lester, there's only one member of a band here at this table. So what did you think of this
Believe
performance?
me, I wish I had my axe for that one. That would have been fun. I want to pick up our conversation a moment ago about what we're going to expect from Tim Walz. And Kristen, the contrast with J.D. Vance. We haven't heard J.D. Vance's name mentioned a lot here tonight. But talk about the contrast that Democrats with this pick were hoping to create.
Well, J.D. Vance has made some comments in his past that have been unearthed, resurfaced, that he's had to do some explaining. You did hear Oprah Winfrey reference his childless cat ladies comment. J.D. Vance tried to kind of clean up those comments a bit, but they have been controversial because they've raised questions about how he views women. He has also, on the other hand, raised questions about some of what we've heard from Tim Walz. Is he consistent? Is he a family man? I think you are going to see him make the case that he's consistent, he's a family man, and really tries to focus on his character as he fills out his biography to create
Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar, a longtime friend of Tim Walz, introduces the governor.
Of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz. In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt-out headlight. And I know we aren't alone, but in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid. So Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America. We look out for our neighbors. Tim has been doing that his whole life, on the farm and in the factory, with his students and his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense? A former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of J.D. Vance. What you've done with your life matters, and what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid leave, school lunches, and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history. A Democrat from a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, out of Lake Itasca, flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois and to Missouri. It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas, and it goes way down to Mississippi. And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground. And let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome Ben Ingman from Minnesota.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank. I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So what was a high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah! You know, all this got me thinking about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office. And he's going to be a wonderful vice president. Thanks very much.
Out here in the wide open spaces, we are reminded of the values we share: a commitment to community, country, and standing up for what's right. Tim Walz grew up in a small town in Nebraska where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just 24 students in his graduating class. His dad served during the Korean War, and that meant a lot to Tim. So he enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to Command Sergeant Major. Tim went to college on the GI Bill and became a social studies teacher. That's where Tim and I met. We shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. His classroom was a lot louder than mine, but I could hear how engaged his students were. Tim taught for over 15 years, and he coached football, helping lead the team to a state championship after 0 wins just a few years before. Tim taught them how to believe in themselves and that we're all in this together. When one of our students started the school's Gay Straight Alliance, Tim agreed to serve as faculty advisor because he knew how impactful it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students, and he changed lives.
He is just so joyful in everything that he does, but I think also standing up for, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Then, Tim's students inspired him to run for Congress in southern Minnesota. Tim spent a lot of time working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans' benefits. Whether it was in Congress or as governor, his focus has always been helping working people like those he grew up with. That's why he fought for the largest tax cut in Minnesota state history.
But Tim Walz was there for small businesses like ours.
With the urging of Governor Walz, we were able to pass the Alex Smith Insulin Affordability Act, and it has saved lives in Minnesota.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family and one of the best states for business. Tim's a lifelong hunter and gun owner. But after the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that we had to do something. So he's fought for background checks and red flag laws. But of all the things he's done, Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids, and fertility treatments made it possible. There's a reason our daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family yesterday by getting them a puppy.
Then we're going to go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special.
He's as at home on a farm, a fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor as he is on the floor of Congress. Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country, help your neighbor, and fight for what's right. Because that's what America is all about.
Two middle-class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
First of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska. a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War-era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call, the pit in your stomach when the phone would ring, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family, because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations, free to pollute your air and water. And banks, free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class, they'll repeal the Affordable Care Act, they'll gut Social Security and Medicare, and they will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you, I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. from her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're going to fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
Well, who is the coach? That's what we're going to be knowing after this speech. Coach Walz. Lots of sports metaphors in this speech. Not a long one. Kristen Welker, you're a little surprised it was as short a speech as it was?
Well, it was succinct. However, it was filled with a lot of energy, that's for sure. Lester, you're absolutely right. There were a lot of sports metaphors. It was a mix of defending his record when he was governor. As we said the start of this evening, speaking very proudly about the fact that he signed into law school lunches for everyone, every kid in Minnesota, talking about his struggles with infertility, also showing he can be an attack dog.
Well, this is the iconic moment where you see the potential second family on stage. Tim Walz joined there by his daughter, Hope, his son, Gus, his wife, Gwen. America's starting to learn more about this vice presidential candidate. Let's go to Tom Yamas, who's on the floor in the thick of it all. Tom.
Savannah, it's so hard to hear you right now because people are cheering so loud. Governor Tim Walz just set this place on fire. If there was any doubt about why Kamala Harris chose him as a running mate, I think people figured that out tonight. There were a lot of questions about why he surged to the top of that choice, and tonight I think Democrats understand why. This is Barb. She's from Minnesota. She's wearing that flannel for Governor Tim Walz. How did you do tonight?
He did great. He knocked it out of the park. I trust him to take care of me and my neighbors.
Why are you wearing the flannel?
Because this is what Minnesota's about. We all wear flannel.
All right, Barb, we thank you so much. Beyond Barb, just to give you guys an idea of how his speech played out, I was watching delegates from one state talk to other states saying he's incredible, and I heard that more than once. A lot of people liked his lines, especially the ones about mind your own business. That played really well in this room. We also got to talk about the night as a whole, going from Oprah, building with Pete Buttigieg and Governor Westmore, and finally here now with Governor Tim Walz. Clearly the production tonight and the strategy of blocking these speakers definitely hit a home run tonight here inside the United Center. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Tom, thank you. Dad in plaid. This is a new expression, at least to some of us who are not from Minnesota, but that's obviously going to be one of the hallmarks of Tim Walz as he exits the stage. I'm going to turn to Hallie Jackson. I mean, let's just back up a minute and talk about this choice. She had a short list. There were several candidates who got to the interview stage. This choice of Tim Walz, what did it come down to?
It came down to, by our reporting, Tim Walz wanted to be there for Kamala Harris wholeheartedly, entirely, loyally. He sees this as his ultimate end goal. There's not another necessarily step for him. He's not one of these guys that you talk about for 2038, men or women who are looking to be the next sort of star generationally of the Democratic Party in the way that, for example, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who we also heard from tonight, had as well. He's also got, and you saw this here tonight, Tim Walz really trying to show his authenticity to these Midwestern voters that are going to be so important in some of those Rust Belt battlegrounds like Michigan, like Wisconsin, like Pennsylvania. You heard him really making the case to middle-class Americans using his own roots and his own story to try to draw that thread and draw that connection. His family up there on stage, his son Gus in tears, his daughter, his wife, the emotion just so palpable during the speech and then after it as well. So yeah, the dad in plaid, the Midwestern dad energy, but also the coach, giving this crowd a pep talk. Not that they necessarily needed it. They've been pretty fired up, and reminding them, and we've heard this as an undercurrent throughout the night, this isn't a done deal. There's a lot of work to do. They're saying not a lot of time to do it. This is a very competitive race, and they see themselves as the underdog.
Emphasize how all this has come together so quickly, how their lives have been transformed, that family's lives in just a month.
And let's not forget, he had to follow the Obamas last night, Oprah Winfrey tonight, and he said this is not something he does every day. So Tim Walz had his moment. We're going to take a break right here, and when we come back, we'll look ahead to tomorrow night, Kamala Harris's big night at the Democratic National Convention. We're back in a moment.
story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the NBC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. This crowd just hearing from tonight's keynote speaker, the Democratic Vice Presidential nominee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Meanwhile, we're just learning new details about what to expect from VP Harris's speech tomorrow night. That, of course, the next big event at this convention.
Governor Walz has left the stage, but they're still rocking in the free world down here. As mentioned, this is a fired-up crowd. Let's go to our Washington correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, I know you've got some new reporting on Kamala Harris and her prep for her big moment in the spotlight tomorrow.
That's right. I've been talking to multiple sources who are familiar with Vice President Harris's speech preparations, and they tell me that the Vice President is really approaching this with a meticulous attention to detail. She's going over every comma, every single word. She wants it to be authentic to her. She's really leaning into her gut and her instinct here, and in doing that, she wants to do two big things. One is contrast herself to her opponent, former President Donald Trump, really saying why he is wrong for America, but also she wants to really lean into her own personal story and define her vision for America. And in doing that, she's going to be talking about her policy stances that she rolled out last week, including decreasing rent prices as well as helping out first-time home buyers. But she also is going to be really leaning into her backstory. And to do that, she's going to be talking a lot about her mother, who taught her, you might be the first, but you're not going to be the last. Make sure that you help other people behind you. And she's also going to be talking about her middle-class background and the fact that she grew up in a family that understood what it was to struggle, and that she understands other Americans and their abilities to push through when they are struggling. I'm also told she's really going to be praising President Biden. She said that I was told she's very grateful to him. She really respects him, and she wants to make sure that he gets the moment to really hear that from her. And I was told that she's going to be sticking largely to her remarks, but she's also going to be open and ready to react to the group.
All right, Yamiche, thanks. Let's bring back Peter Alexander on the convention floor. Peter.
Hey, Lester, recognize that these are some of the most engaged Democrats in the country, but one delegate a moment ago just said to me, I'd never heard of this guy a matter of weeks ago, and now I love him. That is the takeaway. Another delegate saying something is different in this room. Among those enjoying this, Chris from Seattle. Chris, this was about introducing himself for Coach Walz. What was the first impression for you?
First, I thought on day one, high bar to meet. On second day, even higher. On today, he came out and rapped happiness, optimism, fun, tears, all into one.
And those tears of his son, those tears of his son, Gus?
Oh, it really caught me. It really got me. So Coach Walz really delivered.
Well, he delivered a pep talk tonight, and those tears were not just on the eyes of Gus Walz. They were on the eyes of a lot of people in this room at that time as well. Back to you, Lester and Savannah.
All right, Peter, thanks. We'll take a break. When we come back, the big takeaways from the third night of the Democratic National Convention. More live from Chicago coming up after this. Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the third night of the DNC, the program wrapping up just a few moments ago. Tomorrow, of course, is the big night, the culmination of this convention. Vice President Kamala Harris to deliver her acceptance speech, and she will be making history once again.
Let's bring back Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson for some final thoughts. This is obviously the big windup for tomorrow. How will these things mesh?
Well, you're right. I mean, on the one hand, you have Tim Walz, who's introducing himself to the American public. You have Vice President Kamala Harris, who tomorrow night will deliver the most important speech of her political career. She will be reintroducing herself, and she's really going to, I think, draw the same type of contrast that we heard Tim Walz draw tonight. She's going to have to paint a vision of what she wants to do if she's elected. I don't know that she's going to delve into a whole lot of policy details, but again, I think you're going to see that sharp contrast. One of the things that really stands out to me tonight after night 3 is the extent to which there was a real focus on independence, from Oprah talking about the fact that she's an independent. You heard Governor Tim Walz tout the fact that he's a gun owner, he's a veteran, that he wants to adhere to the Second Amendment. At the same time, he wants to keep kids safe in schools. That's the type of messaging that could potentially reach out to some of those independents, some of those undecided voters who are going to be so critical. And then we have to say it over and over again, the issue of reproductive rights is just the common thread that runs through every single speech that we have heard. Democrats clearly believe that is going to be the animating factor in this election.
Yeah, we were quite touched by his description of his own family's adventure.
He's spoken in very personal terms about his own infertility struggles.
Obviously meant their experience with IVF.
With infertility, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and when you look at this, you sometimes can tell by a convention where the campaign thinks the fertile ground is. As Kristen just mentioned, a reach out to independents. So what else do you glean from the audiences that they were clearly trying to address here for the path that they see to victory?
So the battleground states that we've been talking about here, the Rust Belt, the Sun Belt, but also what's been interesting is the way that you're also seeing them try to make sure they're supercharging the people who are already behind them. The message to Democrats in the room, the message to Americans at home. It is, right, about reaching those so-called persuadable voters, those independents, those maybe centrist Republicans who are uncomfortable with a vote for Donald Trump here. But it's about getting those loyal Democrats to show up. Democrats who may not have shown up for President Biden, given where his favorability rating was. That's a key part of the strategy here as well.
You know, it's interesting, too, because we haven't talked about it all that much. And frankly, Kamala Harris hasn't made so much of it. The fact that this would be the first female commander-in-chief. Part of the program tomorrow night will address her foreign policy credentials. For example, former CIA Director Leon Panetta expected to come to the podium here and talk about that aspect of her experience. But that's a really important credential that she has to sell people on.
Absolutely. And I think that you are going to hear a full-throated endorsement from all of the speakers tomorrow for why she does have those credentials to do that. But what's notable is she's not leaning into the historic nature of her campaign. It's such a different tone than what we heard from Hillary Clinton, for example, when she was running for president in 2016, when she really leaned into the idea that she would be the first woman president. Kamala Harris continues to quote her late mother, who said, make sure you're the first, but not the last.
Interesting, because Barack Obama did not emphasize the historic nature of his candidacy either. Yeah. And it worked for him.
It worked for him because she is running, she would say, to be the president of everyone, that yes, she would be an historic choice, but that's not the only credential and her only leading credential that qualifies.
And we talk about reintroducing herself. I mean, what don't we know? What do voters need to know about her?
Anything about what she would be like, right, as the presidential nominee. They know her as the vice president. They know her as a presidential candidate unsuccessfully, but not in a position like this.
All right, well, that concludes our coverage of the third night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago.
And we will have more tomorrow night. We kick off 4 Eastern on NBC News Now. Our special coverage, 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll see you tomorrow morning on Today.
Hey guys, and our coverage continues. I'm Peter Alexander alongside my colleague at the White House, Kelly O'Donnell. If that was the pep talk from Coach Walz, this is the post-game locker room. The Minnesota delegation, Kelly, they are going nuts.
They are having so much fun here, and I think we've got a tailgate happening at the same time. The cheer squad is here. Minnesota did not know they were going to have this kind of night, and they have turned it up. All the mayor of Minneapolis is here. There are friends and neighbors of Governor Walz and the Walz family, and they are showing the Minnesota pride. This is a big night, and it is one where they're trying to introduce the governor to the country, and they're doing it in a way that's very familiar to him, where he talked about he's given not a lot of big speeches, but a lot of pep talks.
Well, they talk about the people from the Midwest being particularly neighborly, right? This is the only place in the entire convention hall where anybody is right now. They have welcomed all the neighbors to the Minnesota delegation for this celebration. I got to tell you, over the course of the last several days, we've been hanging out in this area, and the energy here in particular, and really the pride about Tim Walz has been remarkable, because there was a lot of conversation only a matter of weeks ago about maybe Josh Shapiro, Wes Moore, Pete Buttigieg. Tim Walz was sort of the underdog candidate, no doubt. But when his name got selected, got announced by Kamala Harris, this state said, wait until you meet our man, our coach, our teacher, our neighbor. And tonight, Americans really did get to meet him in a way that the campaign was hoping they would.
And they were able to talk about service in a lot of ways. Service in the classroom, service in your community, service in uniform, and in Washington. And to make that a link to what they are trying to talk about of communities that have to rely on each other, and having that dad guy, that relatable person who shows up when something needs to be done. From the podium where they talked about being pushed out of snow, it's the same response that came here, where the last two reporters on the floor needed some help, and here they are.
So pulling back the curtain on TV news for a moment, to be candid, I can't hear a thing you're saying right now, because it's as loud as it gets when you do this sort of stuff.
But that's what makes it fun.
What was striking over the course of this night in particular was there were so many headliners, right? Oprah Winfrey, among others, who in all of years of service has not delivered a speech like that at a convention hall like this. And so for Tim Walz, a name less familiar, not sharing the celebrity of these others, for him to be celebrated like that, in the eyes of one delegate I spoke to on the way to join you, Kelly, they said he delivered tonight. Consider this, the moment, honestly, that got me as a dad myself was watching his son Gus look at his dad, tears pouring down his face. He could barely contain himself, pointing up to his dad with pride. And it wasn't just the pride for a father, but really the pride for someone who represented a way of life in this country, I think.
And who just a few weeks ago would not have imagined they would be here. So what a transformation for their family to be thrust into the national spotlight. Not all of that is great. Tonight it was great. Tonight it was about family and celebration and talking about the things that they know about their father that they hope the country will get to know. So that was emotional. Also talking about the fertility journey and how that really ties into a lot of the core issues of the Democrats' campaign.
I think that's right. To pull back the curtain on another portion of our coverage tonight, you were positioned in a unique place, basically behind the podium, where you could see those politicians, past presidents and others, as they waited for their moment to come out on stage. You were sharing, as we've been speaking together over the course of this last week, what that sort of moment, where it appears to be in a bit of privacy, the last moment where the world looks at you, is like, what struck you watching those?
So many things, because you see even very famous, very notable politicians and officials coming through, and they take their moment where they sort of set themselves and know they're coming out. We also saw when things went a little late on a couple of nights, how they had to scramble some of the speakers as well.
Tom, Hallie, that's the scene from the post-game locker room in Minnesota. We send it back to you upstairs.
Can I tell you, we've been turning around and looking because we see you from our bird's eye view. You're like a little island on the convention floor with the shouting, the yelling, a ton of energy there for Governor Tim Walz.
It's literally a Governor Walz pep rally behind both Kelly and Peter tonight. But that was the kind of energy he brought to that speech. Look, there have been a lot of surprises during this Democratic National Convention. I think bringing out the championship team right before the Walz speech was surprised everyone there. And the guy that he pushed out of the snowbank, his neighbor down the road, a fellow student. Listen, whoever's programming this convention gets credit. We said the same same thing at the RNC. They put on a very good convention. Tonight, the bar keeps getting raised, and Harris has a very high bar because every night so far has been successful for Democrats.
One of the key words, I think, of the convention so far in talking with delegates, with Democrats here, Tom, and I know you've been on the floor talking with them too, has been this idea of energy and momentum and this question, can it be sustained for the next 75 plus days? Right. You talk to some Democrats who say, hey, we love the compressed timeline for this year because we may be able to keep up the momentum, but Trump's senior advisors on the Trump-Vance campaign are making the bet that this is a honeymoon that will fade after this convention. They expect some kind of a convention bump or bounce. The question is, how does she keep up that momentum? Will she? And what does her, week ahead, her next couple of weeks ahead look like, especially with potentially those debates coming up in September and October?
And they're starting to become this weird dance where they want that word joy to be the word of the convention, but they're also taking some serious shots at both J.D. Vance and at Donald Trump, and the shots are getting tougher and tougher as the nights go on. I know Yamiche Alcindor standing by for us at the platform camera. She has some new reporting on what we can expect tomorrow from Vice President Harris. Yamiche, what have you learned?
That's right. In talking to multiple sources who are familiar with Vice President Harris's speech, they tell me that she's going to be both contrasting herself with former President Donald Trump, saying why he's wrong for America, while also defining her vision for America. And while doing that, she's going to be leaning in, talking about her middle-class roots, talking about her mother, who said you might be the first, but you should not be the last, and you need to help other people. They're also, her team, the Harris team, is going to really be cautious when it comes to race and gender. They understand and want to mark the fact that she's a history-making candidate, but they also want to make sure that people know that she earned this. So they're going to be talking about her qualifications, her background as a prosecutor, sort of the people that she went and prosecuted cases against. And they're also telling me that she's really going to praise President Biden, that she's going to lean into the idea that she loves him, that she's grateful for him, that he was really a hero of the party, while also, of course, turning the page and saying, here's what I can do now to sort of continue that vision and that legacy. Tom, Hallie.
Yamiche, they've been doing this interesting thing where they have sort of like this middle communicator, right? One night it was Secretary Clinton. Tonight, I think it was Oprah. Are they going to have sort of that middle communicator tomorrow as well in the last night of this convention?
From my understanding, they are going to have that. We're not exactly sure who that person is going to be. She is very close to her family, Vice President Harris. So they're definitely going to want to make sure that they play up that, because they realize that she's going to be introducing herself to some Americans. Even if they know her as Vice President, they really want people to understand her background, the fact that her mother was a cancer researcher, the fact that her parents met as civil rights activists, the fact that she, as a young girl, went to protest in a stroller. So they want people to really understand who she is. And I was told that in 2019, when she ran back then, that she listened to a lot of political consultants who told her, don't think about Kamala Harris for the people, so sort of change the way you're talking about your campaign. This time around, I'm told this speech represents her going back to her instincts, going back to her gut, and really going back to what she believes is the best way to communicate with Americans. So certainly that's going to mean her biography, but it's also going to mean policy. It's going to mean talking about what she's going to do to make rent decreases. It's going to mean helping out first-time home buyers. So a lot of sort of policy influence, but really influenced by how she sees the world and her experience. Tom, Hallie.
Yamiche, it's interesting. The first 3 years of the Harris vice presidency, she was really scrutinized. The headlines were not good for her. And then suddenly in the last 3 weeks, she's gotten a lot of great press. She's gotten a lot of momentum now at the top of the ticket. Is there a fear at all that momentum will shift? And do you see that sit-down interview? Do you see that news conference coming out of this convention?
It's a key question. I've been told over and over again that they realize that this might be a honeymoon phase and that they really need to make sure that they turn this enthusiasm, all of these crowds. I was in Milwaukee yesterday where some 18,000 people, the Harris campaign said, showed up for that rally, along with, of course, all the thousands and thousands of people who are here in Chicago. So they want to make sure that people are signing up to be volunteers. So they have people signing them up. They have people that are going to be door knocking, that are going to be calling. They want to make sure that all of these voters, all of this enthusiasm actually turns into votes. So they're very cognizant of that. And when it comes to her engaging with the media, I've been asking that question. They say that they understand, the Harris team, the pressure and the necessity needed to sit down and have conversations with the media. So we do expect a big joint interview, a substantive interview between her and Governor Walz and some sort of media outlet. We also, I'm told, they're going to be wanting to talk to social media influencers. They're going to be talking to like sort of non-traditional media, because they agree and understand sort of the power of the media, but they also want to make sure that they're meeting people where they are, and that might be on Snapchat or TikTok. So they're really trying to think of sort of all the different ways that they can approach the media. Tom and Hallie.
All right, Yamiche, we thank you for all your new reporting tonight.
So listen, for the Republican reaction to Governor Tim Walz's speech, let's bring in his opponent, of course, on the other side of the aisle, Ohio Senator and Republican Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. Senator Vance, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Okay, just making sure you can hear us okay. Let me ask you this. There were some attacks leveled against you here tonight at the convention, including from Pete Buttigieg, who suggested that you believe that people essentially don't count if they are, for example, childless or not the kind of family that you want to see them be. How do you respond to that?
Well, of course I don't believe that. I think that everybody has worth, and certainly you have a lot of people who just haven't had families. It hasn't worked out for them for reasons they can't control, and that's, of course, totally fine. I think what I have said is that we want our country to be more pro-family, and more to the point, what I worry about when I watch the Democratic convention speeches tonight is there's no reference to how we're going to lower the costs of groceries and housing for middle-class families. There's no reference to how Kamala Harris's policies have closed the border because, of course, they've opened the border. What they've done here is they've basically made an argument that if you vote for Donald Trump and you want change and you want a better future for your children, that somehow you're a bad person. What I think what the Democrats should do is actually point to Kamala Harris's record and point out how her policies have made people better off, not attack me and Donald Trump, and most importantly, the people who vote for us because they're unhappy with Kamala Harris's policies and what they've done to the country.
You know, Senator Vance, Governor Walz took some shots at you tonight. He made fun of the fact that you went to Yale. He says, like all regular people, I grew up in the heartland. J.D. Vance studied at Yale. He said that you trashed your own people in your best-selling novel and that your career was funded by Silicon Valley billionaires. When you meet Governor Walz face-to-face in that debate on October 1st, what are you going to tell him?
Well, first of all, what a nasty personal attack. Why isn't Governor Walz talking about Kamala Harris's record and how she's made the lives of the American people better? The answer is because he can't say that. He can't point to her policies that have lowered inflation, lowered the price of housing. He can't point to her policies that have lowered the cost of food. So he's attacking me in a very personal way. Look, I signed up for it, but I want Tim Walz to articulate how his vice presidency is going to make the lives of the American people better. Look, I was raised by a grandmother in a poor family where my grandmother didn't even graduate from high school. She made a lot of sacrifices towards the end of her life to ensure that I had access to some good educational opportunities. I think my family ought to be praised for sacrificing to give me some opportunities. That's the story we see all across our country. I'm incredibly proud, not just of what I've accomplished, but most importantly, at the sacrifices my mom and grandmother made so that I could have a chance at the American dream. That's a good thing to me, and if Tim Walz wants to attack it, he's welcome to, but why don't he talk about what he wants to do for the American people?
Your running mate has suggested that the issue of reproductive rights, he believes, is not going to be a big factor come November. Democrats are making the opposite bet, and that has been very evident here at the convention in Chicago with the issue of reproductive rights, access to abortion, and access to fertility treatments very much on the table. Can you get specific about what your ticket would do to protect IVF, to protect fertility treatments like IUI?
Well, look, we support access to fertility treatments and want parents to be able to access this stuff even if they can't afford it because we believe that babies and children are good and we want more Americans to have families. Now, the real contrast, of course, is that Donald Trump has said that he thinks abortion policy should be made at the state level. And meanwhile, Tim Walz and Kamala Harris are talking about taxpayer-funded late-term abortion, about shutting down Christian hospitals because they don't want to perform certain types of abortions. Look, that is not how you respect differences of opinion. I think what Donald Trump is really trying to do is be pro-family and articulate a solution to some of these culture war topics that allows the country to come together and solve some of these disputes at the state level where voters can make these decisions, not the national government.
But he hasn't committed to not seeking a federal abortion ban. Will you do that tonight?
Well, Donald Trump has explicitly said that he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he wants California to make California's abortion policy, and he wants Ohio to make Ohio's abortion policy. And again, I think it's important to recognize the moral leadership that Donald Trump is showing here. He's saying we want to have a compromise here. Let the states and the people in those states make the determination about abortion policy. The national government, we're going to focus on lowering the cost of food, lowering the cost of housing, fighting back against the Chinese theft of our manufacturing jobs, jobs. That's what our national government should be focused on. And by the way, it's not just vision and talk from Donald Trump. He actually delivered these things during a very successful 4-year presidential term. Really, in some ways, the contrast here is between the failed leadership of Kamala Harris, the successful leadership of Donald Trump. Look, we can get back to peace and prosperity. We just have to elect Donald Trump as president of the United States.
Senator J.D. Vance, we thank you for your time. We thank you for coming on here and answering our questions. That's going to wrap our coverage of the third night of the DNC here live in Chicago.
Tom, of course, will be back on the floor for night number 4. We will be back here in the booth together starting at 4 o'clock Eastern for all of our special coverage, including with Kristen Welker, Savannah Guthrie, Lester Holt, kicking off 9 o'clock Eastern on the network. From all of us here at NBC News, thank you so much for watching. I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I'm Tom Llamas. Again, thank you for watching. Have a great night.
Tonight in this packed arena, Vice President Harris's running mate stepping out on the national stage.
Minnesota Governor